Welcome everyone to my first live. Um, Due to various hardware limitations and technical limitations, it has been quite tricky to get this to work. I am on my last resort hardware platform. What I'm going to be doing tonight is live streaming the Decision 2024 coverage of the presidential election on the mid-century Oval Office television set and RCA CTC-9 Corinthian. This television was the Oval Office set from Eisenhower through Johnson administrations. Not this exact example, but one identical to it. The preamble video I was going to run before going live.
Advantage over Kamala Harris at 54-44 with Latino men.
The preamble video I was going to run before going live. My hardware currently will not allow me to add it into the stream. I set up this whole rig over here with a camcorder and a PC with an HDMI capture card and a HDMI switch that I could play a loopback video output of the media player on that PC into the HDMI capture to play that preamble video I filmed yesterday, and use the HDMI switch to cover the camera. It doesn't work. So you're going to be streamed via laptop. If Trump wins, he is welcome to have this fine hunk of junk.
The All-Star game from there, but now we're seeing the fruits of his efforts come to fruition with what's going on in Georgia, what's going on in all of these states where they're actually running fair elections. Now, we still have hiccups in that. You're always going to have hiccups in the election, but places like Milwaukee, they need to get the job done. They need to watch what's going on in Pennsylvania. We need to make sure that there's no shenanigans going on in the city of Philadelphia, like what has been reported earlier today. So, all of those things need to come and be concerns as we continue to watch this. And of course, it is exciting news for me, being a Donald Trump appointee, to see Donald Trump win a state like North Carolina.
Yeah, it is exciting news. North Carolina going his way. Stephanie, you talked about the media coverage. Obviously, tonight, we're in the thick of it right now, and polls are still open in some places. And people who are in line, they're passionate, and they're going to stay in line. This is a historic election. It feels like people are looking at a record of Donald Trump versus a record of Kamala Harris Biden. Despite some of the legacy media, we've got podcasters like Joe Rogan endorsing Donald Trump last night, and more views than he'd ever get on CNN.
Yeah, that's right. And, tonight, I think everyone's cautiously optimistic when it comes to who's going to win because the polls have been so close. And as for the media coverage, well, that hasn't been close at all. We've seen how negative the networks have been towards Donald Trump. The Media Research Center had done a recent study, and they found that the news coverage of Donald Trump was 85% negative and 78% positive for Kamala Harris throughout this cycle. And think about how Harris and her campaign had treated the media. They were dodging interviews. They were giving short interviews. They didn't want to do the press conferences. They weren't answering basic questions about the policies that they supposedly supported. So based on how the Harris campaign treated the media, you think they would have been a little tougher on her. And then we recently saw over the weekend what SNL did, and that's being looked at right now as a possibility of an equal time violation, which is originally the executive producer of SNL said, you know what, we're just not going to have any candidates on this election cycle. And because then we'd have to have every single candidate on. And then at the last minute, they give Kamala Harris the opportunity to do a skit. And it wasn't even funny. I'm sure you guys watched it.
It wasn't funny. It wasn't original either. Yeah, it was the same skit that Jimmy Fallon Donald Trump did several years ago.
And to your point, Lauren Michaels said we're not going to put anybody on, but when they look at things and they're saying, okay, let's give her another lifeline here, as a lot of the legacy media has done, and the rhetoric after 2 assassination attempts to continue to go out there and use the words fascist and Hitler, really so concerning and it's disgraceful, in fact.
Yeah. Stephanie, Trey, great to have you both with us. Thank you so much.
Thanks for having me.
Of course. All right, election integrity, a big issue this evening. Everyone wants to make sure their vote is counted.
Absolutely, how it's being monitored in the major battleground states. A closer look at how officials maintain quality control at the ballot box to ensure a fair result. That is next on our special election night coverage. Vote for America. We're so glad you're with us right here on N2. We're back after a very quick break.
How much difference can one vote make? Since 2023, more than 60 U.S. elections have been tied or won by just one vote. So this fall, your friend could be the tiebreaker. And that could make all the difference. People are more likely to vote when encouraged by a friend. So use your power to decide this election. Today is election day. Encourage your friends to make a plan to vote in 24.
Live now.
Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going. The clock, it's ticking.
Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes. Watch anytime.
All right, welcome back. We're here, Bianca. It's just after 9:30.
Time is flying.
I was about to say 9 o'clock, but it's already 9:30.
Really flying during this election. It felt like we've been in an election cycle for years, and in fact we have, but tonight it all comes down to America at the ballot box. Some polls are still open. We're still waiting for 10 o'clock polls to close in Nevada, one of the states we're watching very closely, 11 p.m., 12 a.m. here on the East Coast. We're going to stay with you the entire night here to keep you up to date on the latest. Wisconsin's one state we're watching very closely. It looks like Donald Trump edging ahead there. Which would be a part of the blue wall, a state that, she's tried to hold on to. It's looking good for him there. We just called North Carolina, another battleground state for Donald Trump. So here we are.
Mm-hmm. Vice President Harris is holding her watch party at her alma mater, Howard University, to see if there's any joy left in the campaign. Let's check in with our Chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who's been camped out at Howard all evening. Hey, James.
John and Bianca, good evening. Several thousand Harris supporters who have now turned out here in the yard at Howard University, awaiting their favorite candidate. There's a giant screen which is only partially visible to us on the press riser that is showing, let's just call it another network. And anytime that network flashes a result that's favorable to the vice president, we hear a roar of approval from those several thousand supporters on hand here. When that same network shows results that are favorable to the former president, Donald Trump, the scene here gets quiet. But for the blasting music, the setup here, I have to say, I have to do a little fetching. Would I be a real reporter if I didn't spend some time fetching on television? The setup for the press is atrocious. We are located right beneath a sound system that's about 2 stories tall, and it all but obliterated our ability to hear the control rooms and the anchors. In one of our previous segments, I had to borrow my son's Beats, and that's what's allowing me to talk to you. In the distance, we can see the technicians are testing out a large teleprompter, presumably for the use of the vice president. In her remarks to supporters here tonight, the specific text that is scrolling through the teleprompter right now belongs to Lincoln's Gettysburg Address. People want to know what's the mood here. I would say it's a lot like the election itself. It's kind of 50-50. There's some anxiety that you can sense. There's also elation and still some hope and optimism here on the ground. But it's going to be a long night. I think the people here are expecting that. It's already been one for them. Of the several thousand supporters, I would say the minority, maybe 40% of them, have seats in the bleachers. The rest are standing, fenced in an open grass area, and those folks have been standing for several hours already. The last word we got from the vice president and her campaign staff and the White House pool was that she has a lid, which is White House pool lingo. That means nothing's happening for now that the press pool would have to cover. That lid is until 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. That's not to say that she's going to be here at that time. What that means is, according to the White House, that is the earliest that the vice president would set out from the vice presidential residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, to come here to Howard University. Jonathan Young.
All right, James Rose, of course, Howard, they have extra security at the U.S. Naval Observatory, too. They boarded that up as well, the White House, too. Concerns about security across our nation's capital.
Excellent reporting by our James Rosen. 50-50, he says. All right, well, there's much more excitement, of course, in some of the Donald Trump watch parties in West Palm Beach. Welcoming in now, host of Dick Morris Democracy and former advisor to President Trump and President Bill Clinton, Dick Morris, and also pollster Jim McLaughlin, who is with the Trump 2024 campaign, McLaughlin and Associates. All right, guys. So obviously, there are some things breaking Donald Trump's way. We've called North Carolina. We've called other states here. We're picking up the electoral vote. What is your read right now, Dick, on where things are going for Donald Trump? Because a lot of the mainstream media maybe isn't prepared for what some of the results that we're seeing coming in this evening.
What are you saying the mainstream media is saying?
The legacy media here. Jim's
yeah, what
laughing.
are you saying they're saying?
They're not prepared. Some of these results here, New York Times is forecasting that there's some real momentum, that even early indications from the Trump campaign, black voters, blocks of voters that she was struggling with, and now we're seeing some of these results in addition to the record early voting, Dick.
Well, let's set it in the context electorally. You need 270 to win. If Trump carries, as your projection shows, the Sun Belt swing states, Arizona, Georgia, Nevada, and North Carolina, those four. Then, if in addition to that, he picks up one of the three northern states, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan, he wins the election. So you've already pretty well said that he's going to win the Sun Belt states. I think he's called all four of those states. And the issue now is Pennsylvania, where they initially opened the mail-in votes first that are Democrat, and we're down and we gradually have to come back, and we are. And Wisconsin, where it just closed, and Michigan, where they just closed. So at the moment, keep your eye on, those Pennsylvania numbers reflect the early vote that's very Democrat. But we have to win one of Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin in order to win the presidency. If we win all, if Harris loses all three of those, we win all three, that's the ballgame.
And what we're hearing from Wisconsin is it's looking positive for Donald Trump right now. And ultimately, when you look at his multiple paths to victory, Jim, it seems like there are more options, especially based on what Dick was just telling us, more options for Donald Trump, more paths to victory than Kamala Harris has at this stage of the game.
Yeah, no, as Dick just pointed out, she's got to win all three of those battleground states in the Midwest. She's got to win Pennsylvania. She's got to win Wisconsin. She's got to win. She's got to win the state of Michigan. If she doesn't win all three of those, it's over. But I think the real story here is tonight is Donald Trump has thoroughly changed the Republican Party and changed the electoral map. And the way he's doing it, by the way, is getting record percentages of black voters and record percentages of Hispanic voters. The reason why, and look, Florida is no longer a battleground state, but in Florida, he killed it tonight among Hispanic voters. He took a place like Miami-Dade County that he lost by 30 points to Hillary Clinton, and now he's winning it by 11 points, a 41-point shift. He's getting 15%, according to the exit polls, in Georgia among black voters. And if he can do that with Hispanic voters and black voters in Pennsylvania, he's going to carry, not just is Donald Trump going to win Pennsylvania, but Dave McCormack is probably going to also come across the finish line.
That would be huge. We've already seen, West Virginia went to Jim Justice, Joe Manchin, a Democrat. That's flipped. Also, Ohio has flipped in favor in that Senate race too. So
Bernie
Moreno winning that race over Sherrod Brown. So we're seeing this whole map kind of be remade right before our very eyes. Jim, great to see you. Dick Morris, great to see you as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys.
All right, so a lot of attention obviously being paid tonight too, Bianca, to Pennsylvania, and that data is still trickling in. The polls there closing at 8 p.m. Eastern time.
Yeah, and it may be a while, obviously, in that state, and it may be a while in Pennsylvania. And they also mentioned Wisconsin, and there might be some longer counting in Milwaukee. But let's look at Georgia right now. Obviously, Trump is ahead there. Georgia, a state that we are looking at the black vote outside of Atlanta. Didn't seem like it turned up as much for Kamala Harris, which is an indicator of Donald Trump really being able to connect with everyday Americans. You heard Obama go out on the campaign trail telling black men to go out behind Kamala, and it wasn't really received well. Donald Trump, and you'd see the media going into these barbershops, and then she tried to do it, and it just never really rang sort of authentic. And clearly, now we're watching some of the results coming in. National correspondent Mike Carter is in a key state, obviously, of Pennsylvania. He's been tracking sentiment in Pittsburgh, near Butler. Mike, good to see you.
Hey, Bianca. Yeah, we are in the Keystone State, the keyest of the states. We're at Dave McCormack's watch party in downtown Pittsburgh. I'm just looking at the results as they come in right now in the presidential race. Just in the last 3 minutes, we have 26% of the vote reporting here in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump was down by 11 points to Kamala Harris with about 2 million votes in. That has now been cut down to a Harris lead of about 6 percentage points. So we expected that. Early results, of course, coming out of Philadelphia, where we know that it's been lower than expected Democrat vote turnout. When it comes to the Senate race, Dave McCormack is taking here tonight. One way or another, he'll have something to say. Dave McCormack down by 2 points. Now, what do you expect of Donald Trump? Does have a good showing here in Pennsylvania. He can up to get Dave McCormack over the line, as you know. Senate seat coming out of Pennsylvania, maybe out in Montana, of course, Ted Cruz just announced that he will maintain that Senate seat in Texas. Republicans looking to grow and overwhelming majority in the Senate this time around. When it comes to the Senate race here in Pennsylvania, we have about 30% of the vote in. Right now, Mark Casey is leading Dave McCormack 52% to 45%. So, look, a lot of votes still need to come in. What we do know is this: the White House, the Amish community, has come out big time in support of Donald Trump this time around. We're also waiting to hear about Reading, Pennsylvania, and Allentown. That's a majority Latino, majority Hispanic communities. Donald Trump and his opponent, this race, Kamala Harris, are very interested to see where those areas of the state are trending. 500,000 Latinos in Pennsylvania home. They could very well decide this race. But you have no too close to call in Pennsylvania. Here in the corner here, people feeling good. Almost really kind of looking at the big boards. They're enjoying themselves. They're going to have a long night.
Paul Rogers, the lead singer of Bad Company, which is that's who Mike Carter is competing with. You heard a lot of Bad Company all right now coming through. The music is cranking.
Mike Rogers is running for Senate, though.
Mike Rogers is running for Senate in Michigan. Paul Rogers is the lead singer of Bad Company, and Mike Carter is our reporter on the ground.
And Mike has got to preserve his voice because it might be a long night. Yes. It's definitely an exciting one. We know that. So glad you're with us right now, everybody.
All right, let's welcome in now legal fellow at the Heritage Foundation and former member of the Federal Election Commission, Hans von Spakovsky, is with us. Hans, great to have you with us.
Well, thanks for having me.
All right, so tell us what you're looking at tonight. Where's your focus?
Well, I'll tell you something interesting that I don't think has been mentioned a lot. As you know, Texas, Florida, North Carolina have all been called for Trump. What's important about those states is not just that he won them, but, he picked up more electoral college votes because, remember, after the census, the three big states, blue states for the Democrats, Illinois, New York, California, they each lost an electoral college vote each because so many people have moved out of those states. Texas picked up 2 new seats.
Florida picked up an extra seat. North Carolina picked up an extra seat, which makes winning those states even more important in this election than it was 4 years ago. And so, Harris went into this already short of electoral college votes in several blue states, which were solidly on her side.
Yeah, Hans, I'm glad you brought that up because it also brings us to a state that polls are closing at 10 p.m. Eastern, and that is the state of Nevada. It has also had a lot of people that have left California going to Nevada. You're looking at Clark County. There's 6 electoral votes there. Also Washoe, which is Reno. Obviously they have a Democratic machine there. Their ground game is solid in Nevada. But some, Trafalgar and others saying Nevada is a state that is in play for Donald Trump. Something it could go his way again. Polls have not closed there yet. But your feeling on that and the fact that we're even talking about Nevada being possibly going for Donald Trump now, this time around 2024.
Yeah, but remember, one of the problems in Nevada is that, during the COVID pandemic, they put in an emergency rule of mailing an absentee ballot to every single registered voter. Even though COVID is now over, they actually made that the law. And one of the problems with that is that their voter registration list is so bad, so filled with people who should no longer be on the list, fake addresses and so forth, that there's a real risk, unfortunately, in Nevada of fraud occurring in a very close election. So Nevada is one of the states I actually worry about.
Well, right now, Newsmax has no reason to, believe that any voter fraud occurred in that, instance here. But the fact that, no tax on tips, policies that help American workers, people there who are working in, Las Vegas, the fact that there is some kind of real policy where Kamala Harris has been talking about just joy and vibes. And tonight, the joy and vibes seem to be over in states that you talked about, like Florida and Texas, where people we are calling it for Donald Trump. Pennsylvania, obviously, still too early to call, but that will be one with 19 electoral votes, both of them definitely desperately needed.
That is true. And, keep an eye on the fact that, what we're seeing all over the country actually shows the importance of the electoral college, because Trump is winning some of the less populated states in the Midwest, states in the South. Where is Harris winning? The big cities, the big urban areas. And that's why the electoral college is so important, because if it weren't for that, the big cities would choose who our president was, and the rest of the country would be ignored.
That's right. That's why we live in a republic. So you don't have the whole situation where you have 2 lions and a lamb voting on what's for dinner. Hans von Spakovsky, great to have you with us.
Thanks for having me.
Such a pleasure. Bringing in our next guest right now, author of The Greatest Speeches of Donald J. Trump, 45th President of the United States of America, and he is a presidential historian, a Reagan biographer, Craig Shirley, and I believe joining him also, Jeffrey Lord, columnist at The American Spectator. Gentlemen, great to have you with us. Talk about, we are in the process of watching history unfold. Donald Trump, a candidate like none other. You said earlier today to me, Craig, that you see a little bit of similarities to 1980. Talk to us about that.
Well, thank you, Bianca. Is that there is a bright red line between the two opposing camps. This isn't just a contest between Republicans and liberals, or Republicans and Democrats, or liberals and conservatives, but it is a contest between us versus them. Many elections are either about foreign policy, like 1960 or 1968. Some are about economic policy, like 1932 and the rise of the Great Deal. This election is about culture. This is about the culture of the elites, the insulated, corrupt elites versus the common sense citizenry, and that's what the election really is about this time around. And in that regard, it reminds me of the elections of 1826. With Jackson versus John Quincy Adams in 1980, as you mentioned, as you asked me about, with Reagan versus Carter. Reagan represented the common sense citizenry, and Carter had evolved into representing the corrupt elites.
And if Trump wins, there will be a Jacksonian style party, I imagine, not on the White House grounds, but out elsewhere across the country. Jeffrey, talk to us about this coalition that Donald Trump has built. Unlike anything we've seen in the Republican Party, drawing in Democrats like Tulsi Gabbard and Robert Kennedy Jr., Elon Musk, captains of industry, and the like, also appealing to a lot of union members who haven't probably gone for a Republican maybe since Ronald Reagan in the 1980s. Talk about the coalition that he's been able to build.
Yeah, it is amazing. I do think that President Reagan began to get this underway and shifted the Republican Party over time from being the so-called country club party to the party of working Americans, what Franklin Roosevelt once called the forgotten man. But, you know, I've been to my fair share of these rallies, and you talk to people, these are, as it were, working blue-collar Americans. When you look at some of these Trump rallies, or all of them, frankly, and you see the audience behind President Trump as he speaks, a lot of these guys are wearing hard hats. They're not doing it for show. They're doing it because that's what they do every day. They get up, they work with their hands, they go to work, you know, they feed their kids, the whole 9 yards. That is a substantial cultural shift here, with the Democratic Party, in essence, becoming now the party of hedge funders and well-to-do elites, movie stars, and all this kind of thing. And you can see tonight that this is having its predictable effect on this election. You know, you've got, once you get outside the sort of elite, if you will, of urban areas, you're out there in the middle of America. This is applying here in Pennsylvania as well. The middle of the state, the top tier on the left and right of the state, east and west of the state, they're all voting for Donald Trump. So this is a significant change. It really is a big deal.
One of your books, The Great Speeches of Donald J. Trump, Craig, we may hear one of them tonight. We're not sure. Earlier, when you voted in West Palm Beach, he said, I haven't thought about what I would say tonight. Obviously, we're just riding it through here tonight. But Kamala Harris has been light on speeches and just speaking for 9 minutes, giving the same speech last night, her closing arguments, where Donald Trump closed it out in Michigan, but spent a lot of time in Pennsylvania. His communication style, unique. You know what he is, he's authentic. But Ronald Reagan, also an incredible communicator, and words that he said really embrace sort of the blue collar, the working the Reagan Republicans.
Yeah, that's right, exactly, Bianca. He was the great communicator. What Jeff had said, what Brother Lord had said, is exactly right. This is a process. The Republican Party is an evolving organism. It's not static; it's dynamic. And it started in 1964, and with Barry Goldwater, and evolved through Reagan, and now to Donald Trump. And it's become less urban, more suburban, more rural, more blue collar, more populist. And the populism is very, very important. Populism is simply an aversion to big corporations and big government. And that's where the Republican Party today. It's an aversion to those two because they inevitably diminish personal freedom, take away personal liberties.
Yeah, Elon Musk, who bought Twitter and kind of revived free speech, is watching the results as we speak with Donald Trump in Mar-a-Lago. So that says a lot of it as well. Fascinating where we are. It is history in the making. So pleased you're both with us. Craig Shirley, Jeffrey Lord. Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you both.
All right, let's check in now with former Lieutenant Governor of New York and Newsmax contributor Betsy McCoy. And Betsy, I wanted to talk to you about what's happening in New York. There are a couple key House races there that are going to be key in determining who controls the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives, who has the Speaker's office. Give us your insight on how those New York congressional races may shake out.
Well, of course, they're critical for the Republicans holding the House, the races in New York and the races in California as well. And so far, most of the races in New York look good for Donald Trump. It's so key that he has a House and a Senate that can govern with him. I think it's quite clear now that we'll have a Senate majority in the Republicans' control. That's very important. But in addition, it looks as if it's very likely that the Republicans will increase their margin in the House by 2 or 3 seats at least.
Which is, astounding to think. A lot of people early on had written off the House because of the competitive nature of those races, thinking that the Republicans were going to lose control. Republicans are expected to gain back control, or to gain control of the U.S. Senate. They already have flip seats in Ohio, flip seats in West Virginia. So, Betsy, you can think about a scenario where Donald Trump is in the White House, you have Republicans controlling the House and the Senate.
A trifecta. Tonight may end in a trifecta. Of course, what our viewers really want to know is, what will they know at the end of the evening? We have some slow-poke states in the swing states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Arizona, and especially Nevada, very slowpoke states. And so it is a question whether we will be able to call this race tonight.
But no matter what we do know is there has been sort of a remaking of the Republican Party. And even in New York, Madison Square Garden, packed. Donald Trump, Bronx rally, packed. Going into bodegas, packed. There is a sense there that people in New York are walking around with MAGA hats that they would not have done even 4 years ago, Betsy.
And let me point out that this is also a transformation of how New Yorkers are thinking. Think about it, Bianca. New Yorkers have the worst governed state in America, maybe second to California. New York is shrinking faster than any other state, losing population so quickly. People are literally voting with their feet to leave the state. And then just this week, the governor, Kathy Hochul, announced that anyone who votes for Republican is anti-American. Can you imagine such a statement? So she did not help Kamala Harris or Democrats in her state at all with that.
I have one other question, John, if you don't mind. You know, I was covering you when I was a cub reporter in Albany, and you were lieutenant governor with Pataki, and I watched Hillary Clinton be installed basically as the senator of New York. A lot of people feel like that was what the Democrat machine was doing with Kamala Harris. No primary votes puts her in. Tell us about that, you know, as somebody who was there when Hillary Clinton was having her listening tour.
Right. Now, this was even more brazen because Hillary Clinton did have to win a race when she was introduced to New York in this listening tour, even though she wasn't a New Yorker. Kamala Harris never won anything, and here she is nominated to be president of the United States. It really was an offense to rank and file Democrats. They're being told that they're voting to defend democracy, but in fact, they had democracy pulled right out from under their feet by their own party leaders.
Yeah.
Not one single press either, Kamala Harris.
She didn't do a press conference. She dodged a lot of interviews. Right. She never had a moment on the campaign trail. We talked about this earlier. Bill Clinton, I feel your pain kind of moment, never really broke through. She also had unfavorable media coverage. And the fact that this race and Donald Trump is even in a position that he's in right now, considering all those things, I think tells us a lot about Kamala Harris and her lack of ability as a candidate.
She is a very poor candidate, and you've heard more and more Democratic professional politicians and strategists admit that over the last 3 days, that Kamala Harris just did not measure up. It was a big mistake to slide her into Joe Biden's position instead of having a very rapid mini primary of sorts.
Yeah, and you know, interesting too, you see a guy like Barack Obama out there on the campaign trail in the last days, pushing hard for Kamala Harris, pushing the very fine people hoax. He knows that's not true. He pushed it anyway, but he waited a long time before he actually got on board with Kamala Harris. He wanted to have it a long time before he actually got on board with Kamala Harris. He wanted to have an open primary process, and they were all stuck with her. And you know, the limitations of being able to mount a presidential campaign in this short amount of time with a candidate who's never proven herself, these are the results you get.
It was highly cynical. Let's face it. It was very, very cynical. A slap in the face to Americans, Democrats and Republicans alike, who believe in a fair system.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, protecting democracy here. Well, today Americans are at the ballot box. There are still polls that are open, and 10 p.m., 11 p.m., 12 a.m. Former Lieutenant Governor of New York, Betsy McCoy, now our morning anchor here on N2. We'll be waking up with you as well tomorrow, Betsy. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Thank you.
I saw a video today, and someone took a super clip where it was all the clips of the pundits talking about, oh, they're going to destroy democracy, but they replaced the word democracy with bureaucracy. And it makes a lot more sense when you think of it in those terms. Sorry.
I always love those clips. And you're like, whoever made that, doing a great job. All right, folks, we are in it now, and we are so glad you are with us. We're going to take a very quick break. We're back with much more here on election night on N2.
More polls closing at 10 p.m. Eastern Time. Montana, Nevada, Utah. We'll bring you those results as soon as we have them. A live look for you here at the Trump Victory Party in West Palm Beach, Florida. Very creative hat.
Oh.
By that Trump supporter right there.
Could go for some French fries about right now.
Oh, yeah, that'd be good. All right, we'll see you in just a few moments.
How much difference can one vote make? Since 2023, more than 60 U.S. elections have been tied or won by just one vote. So this fall, your friend could be the tiebreaker. And that could make all the difference. People are more likely to vote when encouraged by a friend. So use your power to decide this election. Today is Election Day. Encourage your friends to make a plan to vote in 24.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save.
And then I wake up.
Is Lou with you in all your dreams?
Oh, yeah. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Kind of this to be more squiggly. Perfect. So now, do you have a driver's license?
Oh, what did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Meet the 2024 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
Spending your holidays trapped looking for deals? If you'd only shopped Aldi, you'd be home now for reals. All this holiday pricing, do things cost more than before? Stop wasting your time. Time to head for the door. Quit this grocery store maze. Get yourself out of here. Escape now. Everyday low prices are near. Yes, shop quicker at Aldi. Pay low prices too. We don't waste your holidays. It's not what we do. Because everything we don't do is for you. It's an Aldi thing.
Well, for America, historic night. Polls are closing 10 o'clock here on the East Coast. And look here, it is Montana, it is Nevada, and Utah. 16 electoral votes as polls are closing this very minute. We are so glad you're with us here on N2. Hi, everybody. I'm Bianca De La Garza.
And I'm John Bachman. As you heard Bianca say, those polls are closing in Montana, Nevada, Utah, Arizona. They don't do daylight savings time there. So it's 9 p.m.
That's right.
in Arizona.
Already closed.
Yes. All right. Let's get out to John Huddy now, our senior correspondent, who's checking in from West Palm Beach, Florida, at the watch party for the Trump campaign. John, how's it looking out there?
Well, a big cheer went up as Trump was, said to be the winner of Montana, as the state was calling for Trump. Also, a big cheer went up when Florida was called for Trump as well. And one of the things we talked about earlier, Miami-Dade County, Trump winning Miami-Dade County, which is traditionally voted blue. So he essentially shattered that blue wall in Miami-Dade County. We started seeing that during the midterm elections in 2022 when Governor Ron DeSantis had a great deal of support in South Florida, particularly in the Miami area. So there were projections back then that possibly Trump was going to take, the Hispanic Latino vote in Miami-Dade County, and we saw that play out. And also, I want to talk about the down ballot measures, because the last time I was on with you guys, John, you asked me about Amendments 3 and 4. Well, Florida voters rejected both. Amendment 3 had to do with the legalization of marijuana for recreational use. That did not pass muster with Florida voters. Amendment 4 would have created an amendment, a constitutional amendment protecting abortion rights here in Florida. That failed as well. Both of those measures, both of those amendments, Governor DeSantis worked really to block both of those amendments. He was against both of them, although President Trump was in support of Amendment 3. So there was the contrast between former President Trump and Governor DeSantis about Amendment 3. But as I said, both of those down ballot amendments failed this evening. Mrs. Trump is at some point expected to come here. Whether that happens tonight really depends. And another thing here going out that looks like having to deal with the numbers coming out of Virginia. But the campaign, even for President Trump earlier today, said that he was going to more than likely be coming to the convention center. But it really depends on how this goes. It could be a very late evening. This could stretch into the wee hours of the morning. We'll just have to see. But what we do know, John and Bianca, as I mentioned earlier, former President Trump is at Mar-a-Lago. He's there with family. He's there with close friends, his senior advisors, campaign staff, Elon Musk, watching the election results come in there, and then they'll make that determination when and really at what time ultimately he would come to the convention center. But I can tell you this, the mood here, very energetic, very optimistic, very nervous. I keep hearing that a lot, John and Bianca. People say, man, I'm nervous. I think we've all been. Look, this has been an extraordinary campaign and road to get to this point, this historic evening, and that is certainly being felt here in the room right now. Yes.
John Huddy for us live in West Palm Beach. John, thank you for that. The updates on those amendments, they do have to get 60% of the vote to pass. And they're not doing that. And the Amendment 3, the issue to legalize recreational marijuana
in Florida,
they spent a ton of money trying to get that to pass. And there was a big problem with the law. Governor DeSantis called it out for this. Even though it legalizes recreational marijuana, you were not allowed to grow it at your house. It was a gift to a lot of these big marijuana companies, according to Ron DeSantis, and his influence probably being felt there. All right, let's do an update now on the situation in Pennsylvania. We got some new data coming in. And as you can see here on the screen, it is so close. It's gone back and forth. Kamala Harris is leading by just 0.5 of a percentage point right now. So you can see how close it is in Pennsylvania. And when we had Senator Santorum on before, as I call him, Mr. Pennsylvania, he was indicating that some of these counties, with the election results coming in, we're going to go ahead and turn red, and that's what it's looking like. Just Allegheny County in the Pittsburgh area right now is trending towards Kamala Harris, with 66% of the vote in, but all the surrounding counties around Pittsburgh are shaded red right now for Donald Trump. And this is not good news for the Harris campaign right now. Obviously, they're still in the lead. We got just 43% of the votes being counted. But what's happening right now is it's trending in the direction that Donald Trump wants to see. A lot of the early votes were not counted until the polls closed at 8 o'clock. Those results are coming in. But what we saw is Republicans outperform what they've done in the past with the early voting, with the mail-in voting, and traditionally they have shown up on election day as well. And the question was the early voting going to cannibalize the day of voting? And we don't see any evidence of that right now.
And also in Allegheny County, and this is the suburbs of Pittsburgh, it's important to note in the past, this was Clinton plus 17, Biden plus 20. It speaks perhaps her lack of strength as a candidate.
It is.
And also the black vote. And Donald Trump was in Pittsburgh last night. Steel workers. He was at the Steelers game a few weeks ago, and you just saw sort of this wide swath of voters. Even announcing he had Rogan's endorsement. He did that in Pittsburgh. He brought Megyn Kelly out. She spoke about the mothers and the trans issues. So Donald Trump has really been able to effectively articulate a message that's resonating with people from a lot of different backgrounds. And we knew that the metro areas there in Pittsburgh could be key for deciding this race. Again, Pennsylvania, you just showed it, John.
Yep.
Pretty exciting if you are a Donald Trump this evening looking at those results.
And we heard the cheers in the background when John Huddy was reporting live from West Palm Beach. Let's check in with James Rosen, our chief White House correspondent, who's at the Harris party, to see if we've got any similar eruptions of cheers. James, what do you tell us?
It's been a while since we heard some cheering from the several thousand Harris supporters attending here tonight at Howard University, the vice president's alma mater, awaiting their favorite candidate, who's still going to be some time before she arrives here. The music has been put on hold from the giant sound systems, and instead there's a giant TV screen showing what we will delicately call another network. And every time that network shows results favorable to former President Trump, it is deathly quiet amongst the several thousand folks in attendance here tonight. And when that screen shows results favorable to the vice president, then we usually hear a roar. But just recently, they showed Michigan, which of course is not got a majority of the votes counted even, and where the vice president is believed to enjoy a slight lead. And until just a few moments ago, when that Michigan screen flashed, anytime Michigan showed up, even with a slight lead, no matter how small the number of ballots counted in the Great Lakes state, the crowd was cheering. But this time, when they brought up Michigan, it barely got a response from this crowd. And so when you ask me, what is the vibe here, vibes being so important to the Harris for President campaign since the beginning in July, I would say it's starting to turn a bit, what's the word I'm looking for? A bit wary, a bit apprehensive. That's really the word I'm looking for. And we know that President Biden is also watching the returns in the White House, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting. He's placed calls to a number of the winners tonight so far, various mayors and governors elect. And it's interesting also to see what the vice president spent her time doing today. She was at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington. She spent part of the morning calling into 4 different radio programs, one in Pittsburgh, one in Philadelphia, one in Atlanta, and then one in Raleigh, North Carolina. Each of them strategic choices showing where the campaign thought potentially in these late hours, these last hours of voting, they thought they could still mobilize voters. And then the vice president took an unannounced trip over to DNC headquarters in Washington. She was greeted by the thanks and boxes of Doritos for the volunteers there. She spent a bit of time, the vice president did, manning the phone bank. At one point, she asked if someone had voted. And she asked their name and said, well, I'm Kamala Harris. And then she said, we're waiting for you to grow 10 years, meaning that the phone banks had succeeded in placing the Democratic Party nominee on the phone with an 8-year-old. In any case, the last we heard from the White House press pool, that is holding steady at the vice president's residence, is that there was a lid, which is the White House lingo, meaning nothing's going on, nothing to cover, no movement, no events, until 9:45 p.m. Eastern time. That's just the earliest, according to the White House, that the vice president might set out the few miles journey across Washington, D.C. from the vice president's residence here to her alma mater, Howard University. John Bianca.
Just so quickly, James, you said there's people gathering there, but no one's behind you. Are they corralled off over? Is there like an open bar or something? It just seems so lackluster there. And
you have an open bar?
I know Sid Network, they're cheering, so maybe it's TV monitors, or they put you in the cheap seat.
Well, through research and deep investigative reporting, I can confirm that there is no open bar present here tonight. But I'm going to ask my cameraman, Mike Palmer, to widen out and pan out a little bit so we can give you a better view of the scene here, and maybe push in, if you could, Mike, so that you can see the several thousand supporters. The vice president, when she speaks, is going to be standing at a lectern protected by bulletproof glass, aided by teleprompters, in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall, a place of great symbolism here at Howard University and perhaps across the country. Now, I don't know what you can see there. You can see the crowd standing, right? It's an open area, grassy area, fenced in, and well behind them, there are 2 sections of bleachers. I would say maybe 30 to 40% of this several thousand throng has bleacher seats. The rest are standing. And guess what, folks? They have been standing, most of them, since around 5 p.m., 4 p.m. today. And they have a lot of standing still to go. The question is whether they'll have occasion for much cheering later this evening.
James Rosen, excellent reporting. Thanks for that pan, just to give us sort of a visual of what you're seeing behind you there. Maybe not that much joy, but well, they're hoping.
Joy is a relative term.
Is it really?
You know, you have to be able to find joy, even when the chips are down. Let's welcome in now former National Press Secretary for the Trump campaign and former Principal Deputy Press Secretary at the White House. You know him, you love him. It's Hogan Gidley back with us this evening, holding the microphone like he's a professional, like he's a reporter out there. It's not always easy. It's not as easy as it looks, but Hogan makes it look easy. Hogan, give us an update.
It is that easy.
It kind of is. All right, maybe just not easy for me. But, Hogan, give us an update. We're looking at the numbers coming out of Pennsylvania now. Looks like Donald Trump has just creeped out to a lead there. Things are looking very promising in Wisconsin as well. What are you hearing?
Listen, this has long been a conversation inside the campaign, and then within members of the media too, is to watch what they have done with the early vote and then watch what they're doing on day of voting. The question always was, are you cannibalizing your day of vote? And instead of them voting on election day, you just have them vote early, but the numbers don't change. I don't think that's the case. Right now, what we're seeing, a lot of optimism on our side because those early voters typically don't vote in elections. They're called low propensity voters. They're the 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 scale. They're on the low end of people who support politicians at all. In fact, most of them didn't vote. The last time I guess they participated was somewhere around 2018. So the fact is, those early votes did not cannibalize day of, and now the massive turnout operation that Trump kind of outsourced to other groups looks like right now it's paying off. Of course, there's some high increase in vote tallies in Pennsylvania, or excuse me, in Philadelphia, but it's in the areas where Trump is most popular. So we have a long way to go tonight. Who knows when this thing is going to get called, but right now, I'd much rather be where Donald Trump is than where Kamala Harris is. And now I've done this, for 2016, 2020. I've never seen numbers like this for Donald Trump.
He was very calm today too. He said he felt like he ran the best campaign. That's when he was voting with Melania. We know he's at Mar-a-Lago with Elon Musk and friends and family. Obviously, he had his entire family out on the rallies last night. We were watching what, obviously history in the making. Hogan, the messaging, as someone who was once, deputy press secretary, what other networks were saying, and the the fascists, the Nazis, how legacy media really hasn't, been attacking Donald Trump. And Kamala Harris, as a candidate, was able to use that to her advantage, but still maybe not to enough of an advantage for the American people who are seeing through legacy media's lies.
I think so, and in large part because Donald Trump's not a Nazi or a fascist because he was already president. It didn't operate that way. Not to mention the whole thing is an absolute lie. If Donald Trump really was a Nazi and they really believed that, then why would Joe Biden put on a MAGA hat at a rally and joke around? Why would Senate candidates on the Democrat side be using Donald Trump in their ads to try and win an election? Why would they sit there in the room while Donald Trump was giving jokes at the Al Smith dinner if he was so bad? They know that's not true. And Kamala Harris is so inauthentic. She's a say anything, do anything politician to get votes. And you know that. She doesn't care if she lies about Donald Trump. She lied about Joe Biden. She said he was a racist and a rapist on a debate stage. The thing about Kamala is you can't sell a bad product. And right now it looks as though even though the time frame was condensed to a few months, even though they had billions of dollars and 90% positive news coverage on Kamala Harris, billions of dollars of free positive news coverage, it doesn't look like it's really made the impact they thought it would. We got a long way to go still tonight, a lot of numbers, a lot of folks still out there voting. We have to make sure that this thing comes home for Donald Trump.
Yes.
But again, I've seen things now I have not seen in the past in my 25 years in Republican politics.
Incredible. That's right. History in the making. We the people are still voting. There's actually polls that are still open out west. So Hogan Gidley, great to have you with us as you're kind of giving us a feel of what's going on in the room there. We know we'll be checking back with you throughout this evening and maybe the morning hours. Thanks, Hogan.
We'll be up late tonight. There's an after party too, I'm told.
Oh, really?
Just kidding. No after party in our bedrooms. All right.
I just got a fresh coffee, so we're good.
Yes, I did too. Nice and warm. Thanks to Jerry here in the studio bringing us coffee.
Jerry.
All right, let's welcome in now host of the Leventhal Report here on N2, Rick Leventhal. And we were just talking with Hogan Gidley, Rick, about this realignment. And, it's not just in one state, and there's only so much you can put into these exit polls. But when you look at Wisconsin, Donald Trump has doubled his support among Black voters in Wisconsin, and also in Georgia too. We're talking about between 15 and 20%. In Iowa is called for Donald Trump here, 52 to 47%. And this was a big topic of discussion. That Ann Seltzer poll from the Des Moines Register thought of as the gold standard. She came out with an outlier poll, Rick, and that had Kamala Harris ahead, but clearly didn't pan out very well, did it?
Well, I want to share a personal story, John and Bianca. Back in 2016, I was working at the Republican headquarters in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania on election night. And at some point during the night, I started paying attention to the New York Times. They have a graph on their website. I don't know if you can see this, but it's a needle, and it goes either towards the blue for the Democrat or towards the red for the Republicans. And it was incredibly accurate. And I was there until I think 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning when they finally called Pennsylvania for Donald Trump back in 2016. Well, I've been watching that graph tonight, and I'm reporting on another outlet, the New York Times, but they've been very accurate on these things. And they now have a 78% chance of victory for Donald Trump. 78% chance, according to the New York Times right now. They have him winning 295 electoral votes to Harris's 243. They have Trump winning the popular vote by 0.6%, which would be remarkable if that proves to be the case, based on all of the negative press that Hogan mentioned and all of the stuff that's been thrown at Donald Trump, all the rhetoric, all the nastiness. If he can actually win the popular vote and crush Harris in the Electoral College, which it looks like he might, the New York Times reporting that Donald Trump has a 78% chance of victory right now.
People are texting me that as well about the needle in the New York Times, and I'm sure it kind of
Combine
kills
that
them
with
a little to have to say that.
Combine that with the betting markets, which of course are not scientific.
Yes, go ahead.
The way people are feeling about it, you go on Polymarket right now, and it's pinned Donald Trump all the way to the top, Kamala Harris all the way at the bottom. No one's buying Harris, everyone's buying Trump. And what can we figure? This is what people feel, not necessarily based on the results, but the results are probably leading people to feel this way clearly. And stuff like Britt was talking about, the needle pinned in favor of Republicans.
And Rick, I want to ask you too, because Kamala Harris has trotted out every celebrity under the sun that she could to try and get her across the finish line. Oprah, you will never vote again. We heard last night in the closing. And you're in the West Coast and Southern California. The celebrity Holly Weird. This has been sort of a crutch for her as a candidate.
Well, it could have backfired on her. Do we really care who Harrison Ford is voting for, or George Clooney says we should vote for, or who Lady Gaga is supporting? I mean, it's really no surprise that she would come out in favor of Kamala Harris. But we saw Hillary Clinton make that same mistake back in 2016. She had a big rally in Philadelphia the night before the election, and she brought out all the stars, and she lost Pennsylvania, and she lost the election. And a lot of people are making that comparison, saying that Kamala Harris spent too much time courting the celebrities and not enough time answering tough questions or connecting with real voters. And when Donald Trump kept asking that question, are you better off today than you were 4 years ago? The answer for most people is absolutely not. And that could be a key reason why more people are picking Donald Trump in the voting booths than they are Kamala Harris.
Yeah, and think about the celebrities, too, that were endorsing the different candidates and what they actually do. I mean, Cardi B is going to sing some nasty lyrics to you. Oprah Winfrey is going to talk down to you and tell you how great her life is. But Elon Musk is going to build rockets. He's going to provide a car that you actually need. It's Starlink, and provide internet for people who don't have it otherwise.
And bought Twitter.
Right. You think about Robert Kennedy Jr. and how he wants to make America healthy again. These are tangible things that people actually want, as opposed to the celebrities on the Democratic side.
I agree.
Sometimes they sing songs, sometimes they don't perform, but they're there.
Can I
take a moment here to just to pat myself on the back? When Taylor Swift endorsed Kamala Harris, I went on Newsmax and said it wouldn't matter, and they actually wrote it up in the New York Times.
Yes,
and it's on the. I'm on the record, it doesn't matter. These celebrities don't do anything for the American public that have seen their grocery bills go up. And what can you do for me? Celebrities, nothing. Basically, that's what.
Well, and look at the interview with Joe Rogan. Trump sat there for 3 hours in Joe Rogan's studio. Kamala Harris wouldn't do the interview with Joe Rogan unless Joe Rogan came to her and she wanted to limit it to an hour, which probably meant 28 minutes. But Donald Trump sat there for 3 hours, and he convinced Joe Rogan that he was real, he was authentic, he was funny, and he had a plan. He can answer any question. He's done this before. He's run successful businesses, and he's proven that he knows how to fix stuff and make things work. And he actually had a plan, and he was willing to sit there and take all those tough questions, and he convinced Joe Rogan to vote for him. And I think he convinced a lot of Americans that, hey, this guy is the answer. He's not a problem like Kamala Harris would be. This guy is the answer. And now the New York Times says Donald Trump has an 80% chance of winning this election, which is
Watch that needle, Rick.
Yeah, and we heard a lot of reports. It's of course anecdotal about dudes showing up at the polling locations today in different states, and you got to think Joe Rogan with his audience and that conversation with Elon Musk, the conversation with JD Vance too. Obviously, a big impact. It's not just a one event with Donald Trump interview. It was kind of rolled out.
And I think men want to protect their families and their wives, and when you economically are getting hammered by an administration, that points to who's going to help me and my family.
Yeah,
they want to be protectors.
Apparently, the message got through. The message about the economy, the message about the illegal migrants who are criminals, who are targeting American citizens. The message got through.
Right. All right. We still got a long way to go. We don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but it is, of course, as Rick indicated, we're attributing this to the New York Times. They are predicting 80% for Donald Trump. All right. Let's get out to the Vice President of the National Border Patrol Council, Art Del Cueto, and talk about one of the big issues that voters have been using to motivate them this time when they head to the polls. Art, great to have you with us.
Yes, sir. I've been with you guys. I'm pretty excited. I think we're going to get a win today, and it's not a win for Donald Trump. People need to understand it's a win for America. That's what it comes down to. Because the chaos that you've seen at the border, if we continue with 4 more years of this, it's just not going to be able to be withheld. It's been a mess. We've had individuals from 168 different countries come through, and the only people that have been winning is the drug cartels and the smugglers. It needs to end.
Anybody, Art, but when I've talked to Border Patrol agents over the last few years, the morale has been so low. You think about what happened, especially with the horseback Border Patrol officers, the way they were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, never got an appropriate apology from the Biden administration or the Department of Homeland Security and Alejandro Mayorkas. But just talk to us, Art, about what it would mean for all the Border Patrol officers who've basically been forced to kind of sit on their hands for the last 4 years. What will it mean to them to wake up tomorrow knowing that there will be a new sheriff in town in Washington, D.C.?
Look, I've been around for quite some time. I saw the morale boost back in 2016, but it's nothing compared to the morale that's going to be boosted after this election. If we pull it through and Donald Trump is the new president of this country, because like I said, look, agents are frustrated. All they're asking for is to do their job. That's all they've been asking for. They realize processing is part of the job. However, tracking down smugglers and tracking down individuals that are coming into the country illegally is also part of their job, and they have been handcuffed on that side because of it. You're going to see the biggest morale boost that you have ever seen within the agency ever if Donald Trump can be the next president of the United States again.
Art, the last time I saw you in person, we were down at the border in Arizona with JD Vance in Montezuma Pass, and drones flying above our heads from the other side in Mexico. But there's the human aspect of this that, the Democrats have purport to be, all for women. They're trying to drive women voters to Kamala. There's 320,000 missing children. There are women being raped as they come across with cartel members. There are children being sold into slave labor, sex trade. And then there are innocent women and children. Jocelyn Nunley, Rachel Moore, and Laken Riley would go on and go on. I think that really hit home in the past few weeks where Donald Trump was able to humanize and tell that message through some really powerful folks, angel moms who came across. Can you just talk to us about the hypocrisy of the left and that issue right there? Because that hurts my heart as a mother.
No, absolutely. It's horrific what this administration has done. They've tried to flip the script and try to control the narrative, but people need to understand the crisis that we're seeing at the border. This administration has caused it. When you're seeing the children that are coming across, that they're missing children, that all falls on this administration because they empowered the smugglers, they empowered the drug traffickers, and they continue. Look, the drug traffickers don't care. They use the individuals that are coming across. They use them almost like human cattle. And this administration, with the lack of consequences towards the crime, have empowered them even more so. And we've all seen it. Look, President Trump had the plan to fix it, and the numbers were low. Day one of this administration taking over, everything boosted up. And the only individual that can fix it is Donald Trump. That's why I continue to say it's not just a win for Donald Trump, it's a win for America. And it's a win for the rest of the world because they're the victims.
And if he was to win not just deportations, but also penalties, if you kill an American, death penalty, things like that, taking on the cartels. Art Del Cueto, you tell the story so well. We know you're a great force out there on the front line. So thank you so much for being a part of our coverage tonight. We know the Border Patrol has some very dedicated folks there. We appreciate them.
Yeah,
Thanks, Art.
Yeah, those Border Patrol agents that were accused of whipping those Haitian migrants, hopefully, if things change, they will get the justice that they deserve. Never fully been apologized to. All right, let's bring in now GOP strategist Joe Pinion to get his assessment on where things stand right now. And Joe, tell us what you're focused on.
I mean, look, you got to place your hope in the voters down in Pennsylvania. Certainly that race shaping up to be a tight one. But if you're President Trump, I think you're cautiously optimistic. Same thing with Wisconsin. And so you're checking the box. The Southern Wall has held. North Carolina in President Trump's pocket. Georgia appears to be trending the same way. And so if you're Kamala Harris, your pathway to victory has become much slimmer. And so you look at Virginia, if by some way President Trump is able to win that race, again, it has not been called, but it is quite closer than we've seen in a very long time. That tightrope becomes an unwalkable path. And I think President Trump is feeling pretty good right now.
All right, Joe, we're just going to jump in here real quick and call Georgia for President Trump, something we've been looking at for quite a bit, trending in that direction. But now we can officially make the projection that Georgia will be in the win column for Donald Trump. And obviously, this is a pickup from 2020, Georgia going to Joe Biden and Democrats in 2020. Now in 2024, it is in the win column for Donald Trump. So a huge victory there. And this is also backing up the information that we had going into tonight that these Sunbelt states would hold for Donald Trump. So you got Georgia and North Carolina both in the victory column for Donald Trump. I'm sorry, Joe, I had to cut you off there. Just wanted to get that.
I mean, but I think it points to that specific point that if you're Kamala Harris now, it's not a matter of if. The blue wall has to hold. Otherwise, she has a path to victory that has not been walked by any of her predecessors in the modern history of the presidency. And so, yes, we turn our eyes now to places like Arizona, where things look good for President Trump, places like Nevada, where Republicans have felt a little bit like Charlie Brown with Lucy in the football. We think we're close, and then next thing you know, you're staring at the sky. And so, look, this election is far from over. But I think if you're somewhere sitting at Trump headquarters and somewhere sitting at Kamala Harris headquarters, you'd rather be at Trump HQ than Harris HQ right now.
Yeah, sure. Joe, right now on the front page of Newsmax.com, we have an article, and it is low black turnout threatens Harris in key swing states. So obviously, some of these suburbs of Atlanta may not have been performing. That's why we are calling the race in Georgia for Donald Trump. Fulton, DeKalb, the most registered black voters. But according to some exit polls that are in, is that when they're talking to folks, there's an overall decrease in black voter participation. But there's also been polls that show Donald Trump has really come up strong with black voters. And even Obama coming out and kind of lecturing them was a backfire. What do you make of some of these exit polls that are saying, this is going to be a problem for Harris? Maybe this is why we're seeing Georgia now, Donald Trump taking that state with the all-important 16 electoral votes.
Black men are sick and tired of being sick and tired. The Democrats, I've often said, they treat us a little bit like the orphan Annie. It's always tomorrow. The promise of America is always a day away when you place your trust in the hands of the Democratic Party. And so you go all the way back to 1964, the mass exodus of black voters from the Republican Party to the Democratic Party complete. I do believe you're starting to see that pendulum swing back, that after decades of empty promises, empty rhetoric, government programs that cost a whole lot of money but didn't yield a whole lot of results, program rich and results poor, you see some people willing to take a chance on what Republicans are offering, and you see others saying, I am not going to participate. They vote by staying home.
And, she did do a lot of podcasts with Shannon Sharp, Charlemagne the God. Obviously Biden had that famous exchange, if you don't vote for me, you ain't black. So she was speaking to black voters for whatever reason. And, time will tell here of why the message didn't resonate. A lot of what you just said, though, coming back to the economy, coming back to these empty promises. But that could also be for white men as well. There's a lot of empty promises and a lot of college students who said, I'm college, forgive me debt. They thought they were going to get it. They didn't. So this is, a very interesting thread that we're watching here with this very now significant turn in events for the state of Georgia going for Donald Trump.
Yeah, you can think, too, about that appearance that Donald Trump had at the National Association of Black Journalists. Yes. When he talked about Kamala Harris's background that he was excoriated for saying that type of stuff. But it's, Joe, you can talk to this probably better than I can, but that's the type of authenticity that was lacking from the Harris campaign. It doesn't matter if you're black, brown, white, whatever. People want authenticity these days. They've seen all the tricks. They've lived through these same campaign promises for decades. They wanted somebody who could actually deliver.
Yeah, I think you look at what's happened here. Kamala Harris had all the union leadership support, but she did not have the rank and file support. She had all of the gatekeepers for the black community supporting her, but she did not necessarily have the same buy-in from the black community that Democrats have been able to take for granted for the better part of the last 40 years. And so I think to Bianca's point, when you look at the fact that all across this country, 70 to 80% of black children not reading at proficient levels, not able to do math at proficient levels, communities that are not safe, migrants who have been here for less than 3 months, getting better treatment than people who have been here living in America for the better part of the last century. This is not sustainable. And I think black people, particularly black men in these swing states, finally saying, count me out.
Your opinion, always great to have you with us. Thank you so much for your comments and reaction as we are calling some big races here tonight. It is history in the making. We're glad you're with us right now here on N2.
All right, we'll be right back after this.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save.
And then I wake up.
Is Lilo with you in all your dreams?
Oh, yeah. Only pay for what you need.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Kind of this to be more squiggly. Perfect. So now, do you have a driver's license?
Oh, what did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Lease the 2024 Tiguan for $0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
Spending your holidays trapped looking for deals. If you'd only shopped Aldi, you'd be home now for reals. All this holiday pricing. Do things cost more than before? Stop wasting your time. Time to head for the door. Quit this grocery store maze. Get yourself out of here. Escape now. Everyday low prices are near. Yes, shop quicker at Aldi. Pay low prices too. We don't waste your holidays. It's not what we do. Because everything we don't do is for you. It's an Aldi thing.
It starts with a spark. The feeling of finding just the right thing. The gift that sparks something uncommon. Something winning. Something memorable. Something special. Spark something with Uncommon Goods.
All right, great to have you back with us. I'm John Bachman alongside Bianca De La Garza, and we are waiting for the final results for Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. We just recalled Georgia for Donald Trump. We called North Carolina for Donald Trump, 2 of the swing states, Virginia for Kamala Harris. But it's going to come down to the Rust Belt states, as we've heard so much about. Let's go ahead and take a look here at my computer screen in Wisconsin as we look here. And right now it shows Kamala Harris with the slimmest of leads, 0.4 of a point. But if you look in very southern Wisconsin here at some of these counties here, like Rock County, Rock County is now favoring Donald Trump. In 2020, Rock County went for Joe Biden by a measure of 54 to 43%, really 55 to 44%. So you see Donald Trump, this is one of the specific places where he has made inroads. In the next county over, in Greene County, Wisconsin, Donald Trump is winning there too. It's razor thin. But what he's been able to do is basically reverse the margin of victory that we saw Joe Biden win this county in 2020. Joe Biden won with 50.7%. Trump is winning now with 50.8%. So you see, that is the razor thin margin to which all this is going to come down. Of course, these results are not final. In Greene County, just 74% of the vote total is in. For the state of Wisconsin, 53% of the vote tally is in right now. And as we mentioned, Kamala Harris there with just the slimmest of leads. Actually, Donald Trump, it looks like, has just retaken the lead in Wisconsin now. And this has been going back and forth, this kind of seesaw back and forth for the last 30 minutes or so.
Yeah.
So we're watching Wisconsin very closely, but it looks very, very positive for Donald Trump in the granular data.
And it feels like a roller coaster, folks. It certainly is, because Wisconsin actually has been decided by less than a point in 4 of the last 6 election cycles. So here we are, 10 electoral votes for Wisconsin. We're watching it closely. And again, Georgia and North Carolina, 2 battleground states, have been called for Donald Trump. Please bring in radio host, conservative commentator John Reed, and host of Saturday Agenda right here on Newsmax, Rob Astorino. Rob, we'll start with you. Obviously, you're watching results just like we are. We've called some big races here. Georgia, obviously, the most recent and one of them, but this Wisconsin race here with Donald Trump, 53%, and the wow counties could be wowing Donald Trump.
Yeah. No, those wow counties outside of Milwaukee are doing very well for Donald Trump. He had to do well over there to offset some of the Milwaukee numbers. Interesting, though, some heavy rains earlier, for about 4 hours in Wisconsin. Went right across, went through Madison, went through Milwaukee. Don't know if that held back some of the vote in some areas or not. But, she's not doing as well as she should in Milwaukee. You look at like Florida. I mean, it was a complete and utter blowout in Florida. The propositions went down, for the abortion and for marijuana. Trump won huge in Dade County, Miami-Dade. And looking at Long Island, for instance. So Suffolk County, which is eastern Long Island, Donald Trump won by 200 votes 4 years ago. He is blowing out Kamala Harris right now, blowing out by tens of thousands of votes. So that's you can, it's just extrapolating it everywhere. I mean, Trump is winning with Latino men by 10 points. I mean, a lot of this is historic in how he's doing for a Republican, and it's showing. But one other thing, so he had to flip. Yeah, he had to hold the states that he won 4 years ago. He did that with North Carolina. He had to flip, easiest path, flip Georgia. He did it. And if he wins Pennsylvania, it's over.
And that's his way, but there's other ways. And for her, she's got to hold this blue wall.
Yeah, she's got to win. She's got to have a inside straight, basically, to win. Yeah. She's got to have everything from here on out go according to plan perfectly well. And we haven't seen any evidence of that happening, Rob.
No, and look, let's just take Latino men, okay, where he's winning by 10. Now let's go out to Nevada and Arizona, where there are tons of Latino men and Latinos. And you just think about that across the state of Arizona and Nevada. I mean, Arizona has been trending their way. They feel pretty good about Arizona. Nevada, going back and forth, it's a state that they could flip and win. So, I mean, you have to think, if it comes down to those Western states, that they're going to feel much better than they would have 4 years ago.
Yeah, of course. John, bringing you into the conversation. Also, New Mexico, he spent some time in Albuquerque. These are places that normally Donald Trump, they're not battleground, but he's connecting with people. To what Rob is talking about, the Latinos, the Blacks. What are some of the highlights that you're looking at right now as we're calling some of these races like Georgia for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I mean, Trump has gotten people to give him a second look. There were a lot of people in 2020, but the Democrat strategy worked of make Donald Trump as toxic as possible, sow as much chaos as you possibly could in the process in Washington, make life miserable where people just said, hey, I want to change. Then they got the change. Unfortunately, Democrats, Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the entire Democrat team didn't deliver for those folks. So they're willing to give him a second look. And now all of the things that were negative about Donald Trump are baked into the analysis with all of these minority groups that I think Democrats are going to wake up tomorrow morning and go, wow, some of the groups that we thought we had, on the shelf, they were always going to go for us, are reevaluating whether the Democrats deliver for them. And if Donald Trump is the next president, he will be able, I think, to deliver for these groups and kind of shake up the traditional arrangement in a way that will benefit Republicans in down ballot races, hopefully for years to come.
Excellent point. I believe that is true. John Reed, Rob Astorino, thanks for joining us with your analysis of where we are on this historic election for America. Thank you, gentlemen. All right, let's bring in our next panel to discuss the state of the race. Attorney and GOP strategist and a board overseer at Stanford University's Hoover Institute, John Jordan, is with us.
Also, let's welcome in Ford O'Connell, a GOP strategist, here with us as well. And, you know, I've been kind of nerding out on those granular data, looking at these counties. But I'm here in my natural form, nerding out with the data. But when you think about, you know, what's really driving voters, Ford, there's a very simple poll that we could all point to that's been consistent no matter who the poll taker is. And that's the right track, wrong track, the country that's been on. Like 70%, as high as 80% in some polls of the people in this country believe that we are on the wrong track over the last 4 years. And what we're learning is that they're not distinguishing between Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. They assimilate the two as being one and the same. And if these results hold up where things stand right now, that's what we're seeing as a rebuke on these types of policies.
I completely agree with you. In fact, for an incumbent presidential party told the White House traditionally that number has to be closer to 42%, and only 30% saying the country's on the right track tells you a lot. And I think that's why you haven't had, and maybe soon in the blue wall we're going to see this, but you've not had that suburban turnout that many in the mainstream media are telling us they're going to come out for Kamala Harris. It's why minorities are not turning out for Kamala Harris, particularly in Pennsylvania, and the way they thought, because what independents are telling you, regardless of party, the two issues they care most about right now are inflation, the rising cost of everything, and border security. And that is why Donald Trump right now is cooking in the Sun Belt and obviously about to crack the blue wall.
John, you had a piece on Newsmax.com way back talking about Donald Trump having this historic opportunity, I think it was, to secure the black vote. It looks like that's exactly what he is doing tonight.
Yeah, Bianca, I wrote a piece after doing an extensive poll. This is before it was fashionable, of black voters. And we had some startling findings. That 23% of black voters were open to President Trump. The overwhelming majority wanted the police funded, that didn't approve of transgender stuff, that didn't approve of the leftist, the white university faculty room leftist views that have become dominant in the Democrat Party since 2020. Since 1964, Democrats, black people largely voted with Democrats because of the Civil Rights Act signed by Lyndon Johnson. But that has started to crack when they started to look and realize that they hadn't been served by these policies, by the professional Democrat class. And they started to challenge it and look around, and they found a champion, or many did, in President Trump. And this is not just a once-in-a-lifetime snapshot. You're looking at real political power being seized by black people now, and they're going to make both parties compete for their vote. And this could be part of a broader realignment in upcoming elections.
A lot of promises made on that front, Ford. And yeah, again, we don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, but there are going to be promises, made, promises kept. We'll see on that front. The other thing too, I want to talk to you both about it is the foreign policy aspect. We've talked about immigration, we've talked about inflation, but something that stands out, I think, a lot of Americans' minds, is where we stand as a country on foreign policy. The war in Ukraine, what's going on in the Middle East, the fact that China is on the march and promising to invade Taiwan. How much of a factor do you think that is playing with our posture in the world for looking so weak over the last 4 years?
Oh, it's playing a huge role. I just don't think that many in the mainstream media have caught on to what a big role it's playing. And you see this when you go to Pennsylvania, you go to Wisconsin, you go to Michigan. What's amazing here is the Democratic Senate incumbents in those states are talking about tariffs, China, and Donald Trump. So therefore, when you recognize that, you see real quick at the blue wall, they realize that this cannot stand with China. Obviously, I think China's playing in trade is playing a much bigger role than, say, Israel and Ukraine is. But again, Americans don't want to see money sent overseas when people are drowning in North Carolina, when people are being hurt by spills in Ohio. It's about putting Americans first and understanding put American jobs first.
Obviously, Michigan, the Arab vote too plays into what we're seeing in the Middle East, John. And I know you're also a Russia expert, and we've seen sort of Russia get much stronger. when it comes to putting, forces in, alignment with North Korea and Ukraine.
Yeah, it's interesting. In the 80s and 90s, when we were all growing up, the Republicans were the hawks and the party of war, supposedly, or so the left made us out to be. And now this is playing a very subtle psychological, cultural role in this realignment, in that now the party of Donald Trump is the party of peace. And they are the party of war. And that's kind of set the table for many young people. And I think we're going to see this in a lot of the postmortems, that this was a big deal, that being the party of peace kind of made you kind of smoothed out President Trump's rougher edges and created almost contributory to creating a permission structure to kind of vote for Trump, or at least not be an ardent leftist.
You're all kind of tired of the nuclear war headlines that have become way too prevalent as we report on them every single day here. Guys, got to leave it there. Thank you so much, John Jordan, Ford O'Connell. Appreciate you both.
Thank you.
All right, our next guest, former Arkansas Governor Mike Huckabee, and this is what we call a power panel, Bianca, too. When you got Governor Huckabee teaming up with senior fellow at the American Conservative Union and host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled. Oh, just Huckabee. We're going to get to Mercedes Schlapp, I think, in a little bit. So
we got all the power right here. We need Governor. Great to see you. What a night. Obviously, cautiously optimistic, but we are looking at some really exciting momentum for Donald Trump.
I think there's no doubt about it. And what we're also seeing is not only a Trump presidency, but also a Senate that will be able to confirm all of the appointments that are critical to a president's success. If you don't have the Senate, you're not going to get a lot done. But he can now get judges, he can get his cabinet, he can get ambassadors, he'll get the 7,000 to 10,000 civil service people that he'll be able to appoint and put in agencies to really make more difference in most of our lives than even the president himself will. But there's something bigger going on that I hope people can recognize this. It is a complete realignment of the Republican Party, one that is long overdue. No longer the country club, college-educated elitists, the ones that look down their nose at working class people. Now we are the working class party, and I'm thrilled about it. We're no longer a party that's just white people. We're seeing great numbers of Latinos. We're seeing great numbers of African Americans who are voting for Donald Trump. What does that say? People don't care what color we are. They want us to be Americans. And that's a beautiful thing we're seeing tonight.
Positive message. And it's one also, I think, with a lot of hope. And, when we look at sort of where we're going as a country and people say we're on the wrong track, where is the American dream and who can help best let us build it and build prosperous futures for our children as well? And I loved seeing your daughter out there front and center after Mark Cuban talked about Donald Trump not being behind strong, intelligent women, because there she was and so many others. There were critical errors by some of these surrogates. Also, our sitting president, Joe Biden, calling Trump supporters garbage. But these past few days and weeks, that contempt really, I think, has energized people to come out to the polls as well today, Governor.
Bianca, no doubt about it. And having been a candidate many times, I can tell you that when things are said about the candidate, it's not that big a deal. We expect it. We put our names on the ballot. We know it's coming. But when you go after the supporters of the candidate, and then you call them names that are just outrageous, racist, misogynist, threat to democracy, garbage, deplorable, what you're doing there is saying, you're just not as valuable as I am. And that's what has happened. And I think that's why you're seeing people rise up and say, I thought America was a place where we were all equal. And so if we're not as equal as you, maybe you've got the problem. The rest of us don't. That's what I think, to me, is the beautiful thing of what's going on tonight. And I'm loving this because we need it for a long time. It's kind of a little bit of a shaking in America to say, let's get back to who we are, where nobody cares what color you are, how much money you have or don't have, or how much education. We're both Americans, and all of us get to live in this great country and speak our minds. Free speech is for everybody, freedom of movement, dreaming big and making those dreams come true. That's the country I believe Donald Trump wants to lead us to be.
And Governor Huckabee, one more thought, too, about what you were saying about how this the whole Republican Party has been reshaped. You think back to the 2012 presidential campaign, Basically, these same attacks were leveled at Mitt Romney about his failure to include women, and he had that kind of infamous comment, "I have binders full of women." Didn't play very well. The difference now with the Republican Party is Donald Trump can point to literally dozens of women who have held critically important, including cabinet level positions in his administration, and very important positions like your daughter had. And all those women, those women stepped up, and I mean, there were Instagram videos before you can even think about it. So, and also some news we can share with you too, Governor. Bernie Moreno has now been declared the winner in the Ohio Senate race. So that's another seat flipped. And as we were talking before, the potential presidency of Donald Trump with the Senate there. Think about Supreme Court nominations too. There's some talk of some conservative justices wanting to retire. All that is now on the table if Republicans do retain control of the Senate and the White House.
I'm a faithful person. I mean, I pray for this nation, but I have so much hope right now when we're seeing all this. And I know that you're a man of great faith as well, Governor. So, possibility for revival, possibility for peace.
You see the balance of power here up on the Senate. Just 2 more seats needed for Republicans to take control of the U.S. Senate.
It's incredible what we're seeing.
We're seeing some coattails perhaps for Donald Trump as well. Governor, always great to see you, sir. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you. Have a great evening, and I think we are.
Thank you.
I think we are too. Positive momentum right now. And again, we're watching a lot of the states that still polls are still closing, still waiting for Pennsylvania, which has 19 electoral votes. Watching that closely. Let's bring in our next panel, Lydia Serrani, host of Saturday Agenda, and yes, host of CPAC Now, America Uncanceled, former White House Strategic Senior Advisor, Mercedes Schlapp. Ladies, great to see you both. Give us some of your top line thoughts, Lydia. What are you tracking? What are you most hopeful for, and what we're seeing with these results coming in right now?
Well, what we're seeing with the exit polling, Mercedes, we were just talking about it before in Georgia, Trump doing much better with independent voters. We also saw him outperforming in Texas and in Florida compared to what he did in 2020. So you're seeing this trend with President Trump that he is outperforming than what he did back in 2020. And we know that the margin of error, it's right there. It's razor thin, the polls, but with Trump consistently doing just a little bit better each and every time in each and every county, it looks like a positive trend for Trump. What do you think, Mercedes? Well, you got to be watching the Hispanic vote. That is really where the Republican Party and the Trump campaign has made enormous inroads. Kamala Harris, she is underperforming by about 20 points among Hispanics. We've also seen in Wisconsin that the Black vote, Trump has been able to double the support of the Black vote in his favor. This is like, as I think Mike Huckabee explained, it's the realignment of the Republican Party. It's the working man and woman. It's to the Hispanics, the Blacks. It is fascinating to watch what is happening in this race. And I did get a tip from one of our CPAC leads in Pennsylvania who said that one of his very pessimistic political advisors in Pennsylvania said Trump's going to win Pennsylvania. So this is a really fascinating race for Donald Trump because of, I think, his focus on the economy, what his vision has been for these common sense policies when it comes to the economy, when it comes to the border, when it comes to dealing with national security issues. That's what's resonating. That is what's winning, not the Kamala threat to democracy and everything has to deal with abortion. Obviously, her message fell flat and the voters are coming out strong for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and for them in Pennsylvania, your insider to say that, probably choking on it. And then, New York Times, the needle, we're also watching that, saying this. So,
right.
The needle. But I don't think the media and the liberal media was prepared for any of this. So Donald Trump has this great ability to connect with real Americans. And that is sort of what we're talking about. Real Americans who are hurting. Kamala Harris had every opportunity. She could have gone on Joe Rogan. She could have, done a lot of things differently. Her media strategy was to hide. Her media strategy was to do these softballs, Lydia. And they continued to even re-edit her answers like 60 Minutes. She had every opportunity. Right. She also had a ton of fundraising behind her.
I know, billions of dollars. The other night I was leaving here, the Newsmax studios, and the only time I watch MSNBC is because we have it, all the monitors. And I see at the bottom there of MSNBC, it says political experts say that Trump will execute his opponents. And I just couldn't believe it. We saw with Anderson Cooper and Charlemagne the God, you know, the radio host. He openly said, oh, if Trump gets elected, he's going to put people in concentration camps. He's going to tear up the Constitution. We're never going to have another election again. And then Anderson Cooper, who admitted that he's overpaid, right? He didn't even push back. And that's what we're supposed to. Right? Yeah. That's what we are supposed to do as news anchors. You have to push back if someone is saying outright lies. Well, one of the things also to be looking at is President Trump has a very good chance of winning the popular vote that we have not seen in quite some time with any Republican. That's very, very significant as well. So, you know, again, I think that for the Trump campaign, they're feeling, talk about joyful, they're feeling joyful tonight. I think that the Kamala Harris campaign, and what I'd love to see now, Lydia, is maybe we should turn on MSNBC because the meltdown that they're about to have, I mean, I only think it's going to get worse.
It's already started. It started. If you guys, I would just encourage you ladies to take a moment and check out Joy Reid's epic meltdown about the state of Georgia. I'm sorry, the state of Florida. She is probably not welcome in the state of Florida anymore, but she'll probably come anyway because they always do. All right, ladies, we got to wrap it up there. Great to see you both, Lydia and Mercedes. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
See, they put match lap in the prompter there. But that's obviously
you got to be on your toes.
A lot of times they are together.
Coffee, right? Yeah, exactly. Hey, we're so glad you're watching it right here with us. History being made, and to have you cover. We're going to take a quick break. As we hit the break, though, look at the crowd. This is the watch party for Donald Trump in West Palm Beach. There'll be a victory party. We'll be right back.
Customize and save with Liberty Mutual. Customize and save.
And then I wake up. Is Limo with you in all your dreams?
Oh, yeah.
Only pay?
Liberty, Liberty, Liberty.
You've got a little dough. Why not make it grow? With up to $300 when you open a checking account with qualifying transactions. You'll have our support to reach your goals. If we mention up to 300 smackaroos, bank your best life with North Shore Bank, member FDIC.
Kind of this to be more squiggly. Perfect. So now, do you have a driver's license?
Oh, what did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Lease a 2024 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
City of Hope. We're more than just a top-ranked cancer hospital. For over 100 years, we've been making breakthroughs, pushing the limits of what's possible, targeting cancer at the molecular level, pioneering treatments used worldwide. At City of Hope, your entire cancer-fighting team is bound together by a single mission: to cure your cancer. And now City of Hope is closer than ever, creating the cure tomorrow for patients in Northern Illinois today. Live now. Okay, let's go. You guys good?
Hey.
All right, we good?
Keep going.
The clock, it's ticking. Off we go.
60 minutes. 60 minutes.
60 minutes.
It's time for 60 Minutes. Watch anytime.
All right, welcome back to N2 special coverage of election night. John Bachman here. Bianca will be back with you in just a second. But we wanted to break down a couple states with you, both on the presidential race and on these Senate races. Let's start in Pennsylvania and take a look at where things stand right now. And as you can see, there's a lot of red here on the map. The other thing we've seen as well in the last few minutes is Donald Trump starting to build on his lead. He's at 50% now. Kamala Harris is at 48%. Again, 66% of the votes have been counted thus far. Again, Donald Trump with the lead in Pennsylvania. We just want to caution you, though, things do tend to change sometimes when they bring in the votes after the fact, and we will be watching this very closely
Some more votes have just come in. 67% of the precincts now reporting all their votes. And again, Donald Trump has a slight lead there, although we were cautioned that it could take a little while to find out the ultimate result for Pennsylvania. Let's head over to Wisconsin right now. And we were talking about this before. Donald Trump also building his lead a little bit here, 60% of the votes in some of these lower counties, like down here in Wisconsin. They went for Joe Biden last time around. They are going for Donald Trump this time around. All right, let's take a look at these Senate races too in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin as well. In Pennsylvania, looks like Bob Casey is losing now to Dave McCormack here, a razor-thin margin, less than a point there, again, with 64% of the precincts reporting their votes so far. And again, remember, Bob Casey was favored by several points in most of the polls coming into this race. So this shows you how Dave McCormack and Donald Trump are both outperforming. I'm sorry, what's that, Brittany? Can you repeat that? Okay, so we're going to call California for Kamala Harris. A lot of electoral college votes, but no surprise there. Let's go take a look at our national Senate map and head into Wisconsin because Eric Hobby has just jumped into the lead by 1/10 of 1 percentage point right now. Again, this is a razor-thin margin, but a lot of the polls had Democrat incumbent Tammy Baldwin up by several points coming into the race. So it appears at this point that Eric Hobby, the Republican challenger in this race, is outperforming what the pollsters said. 58% of the votes have come in. Some of these southern counties in Wisconsin that went for Joe Biden in 2020 are going for Tammy Baldwin. But again, Eric Hobby is picking up some ground there in Wisconsin. So there's a look at the presidential races in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin and those key Senate races as well. Bianca, back to you.
All right, John, thank you. And again, California, no surprise that it went to Kamala Harris, but clearly we are going to be calling races as they come in, and we are very glad to be calling right now. Idaho, we are calling Idaho for Donald Trump. The polls have just closed there, 11 o'clock on the East Coast, also closing Oregon and Washington and California. Idaho going to Donald Trump. Also is the state of Georgia, and we also called North Carolina earlier for Donald Trump. Let's get out to where some of the festivities are. Our John Huddy at West Palm Beach, where the Trump campaign has a watch party. John, you're having a lot of fun mingling with some of the people there in the room. So tell us, what are they saying about all the races being called for Donald Trump?
Maybe I wish I was mingling with all the people in the room. That would be wonderful. I've been able to slip off the riser here to go grab some chips and a Coke every now and again, stretch my legs. But look, people are optimistic. They're excited. They're nervous. I've heard a lot of people say, man, I'm so nervous. I was talking to one Trump supporter who's been very active with the campaign here in Florida and really nationally, for that matter, particularly to get out the vote effort that Donald Trump has really been pushing. And this particular supporter has been involved. And she told me, I know we got to take a breath. I know we have to let the numbers come in. We have to be patient. But I want this to be over. I just want this to, end now. Though most people understand that it could take some time. And, I think it's looking more and more, Bianca, John, like former President Trump is probably not going to come really within the next hour. Getting close, we're less than an hour to midnight. So more than likely, if he, when he does come here, we're all assuming he will come here at some point. It's probably going to be in the overnight hours, very early morning hours, as we continue to get the results, and as it's really a toss-up in some of these states, including the blue wall states. But one of the things that we're seeing, that we saw here in Florida, particularly in Miami-Dade County, I talked about this earlier, I'm not going to go on and be redundant about it, but it's a surge, is a big support among Hispanic, among Latino voters, nationally, particularly in some of those blue wall states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, and Michigan as well. Again, even though it remains a toss-up, I understand that, but breaking down the numbers, we're seeing a lot of Hispanic, Latino voters voting for Trump, not only here in Florida, but nationally as well. And in those blue wall states, this is something that I talked about last week as well, and really the last couple of weeks, John and Bianca, quickly. Since 2021, there's been a surge in illegal migrants in a lot of these areas, particularly those blue wall states. So the border crisis, Trump's message about fixing the border, about immigration, that's really resonated with people as we're seeing, and I think we're seeing that, not only in Florida but nationally as well, along of course with the economy as well. He does. That's it.
You're right. He had a news conference the other day at Mar-a-Lago and unveiled that ad with the mother of Jocelyn Nungery, the 12-year-old from Houston who was found strangled. 2 illegals charged with her murder, and it was so powerful. And he's been playing at the rally. So I think you're right, John, really putting another human touch on this, and Kamala Harris completely ignoring the border issue and the way to really explain why their open border policies are not a direct result of blood on their hands. John, honey, thank you so much. Excellent job out there. Go mingle, please. It looks like you're at the party that everyone wants to be at, so enjoy it while you can.
Crunching the numbers.
Yeah, too busy crunching the numbers.
Yeah, so are we. Thanks, John. All right, maybe the party, some other folks are hoping will get a little more lively. James Rosen at Kamala's watch party. She is at Howard University of Washington, D.C., her alma mater. The first time there's been a presidential party on the college campus. So first, maybe some other firsts we'll see here tonight. Not sure, James.
Well, it's a historic night for sure. However, the vote turns out, I would describe the mood of this crowd as apprehensive. They haven't had a whole lot to cheer about in the last half hour or so. They cheered mightily when the big screen showing another network here at the Yard in Howard University flashed that the vice president had won her home state of California. They cheered when that network went to a live feed of the senator-elect from Maryland, Angela Also Brooks, a Democrat, was giving her remarks. But there is a certain sense of apprehension here, as they have seen on the network that's broadcast here, former President Trump maintaining slim leads in so many of these battleground states. Throughout this night, in fact, in the days leading up to Election Day, we heard so many times people saying, here's what to watch for. And indeed, there are so many things to watch for on a night like this. Here's something that no one else is telling you to watch for. But being that I cover the White House for Newsmax, I'm going to tell you should be watching this. It gives us a clue to how Vice President Harris and her team are viewing the returns tonight. Earlier in the day, the White House press pool, which is the group of reporters and photographers that are attached to the vice president who go where she goes. They've been hanging out at the vice president's residence pretty much all day, except for the brief period when the vice president went over to DNC headquarters and worked the phone banks and thanked volunteers a little bit. We received notice earlier this afternoon that there was a lid. That's White House lingo for nothing's going to happen, no movement, no events until 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. What that meant was the earliest that the vice president might venture out from her residence at the U.S. Naval Observatory in Northwest Washington, just a few miles across town, and come over here to Howard University would be 9:45 p.m. Eastern Time. Well, that time came and went. And the latest we've heard from the press pool, and this is something to watch out for, is what's being reported by the pool attached to the vice president, was at 10:18 p.m., almost an hour ago, Eastern Time. We were told by the pool that they have been gathered for potential travel, but they have no information, and they're just holding at the vice president's residence. So in other words, the vice president could have made her way over here if she thought things were going swimmingly well to give a victory speech anytime after 9:45 p.m. It's now well after 11 p.m., and there's no sign of movement from the vice president's residence. Bianca.
Wouldn't you like to be a fly on the wall at the vice president's residence right now?
I would love to be, or maybe even Joe Biden.
Or Barack Obama. Or anywhere. All right.
We got you.
James Rosen.
James, excellent job out there. All right, so she's not on the move. Maybe there's no reason to be on the move just yet.
I mean, again, it's look, we were planning to be on the air with you until 2 a.m. this morning. We're not going to know a lot of this for sure. And while we are reporting that a lot of this data is trending in favor of Donald Trump, we can't forget what happened on 2020. A lot of people went to bed thinking Donald Trump was going to win Wisconsin. It didn't turn out that way. Let's talk about the race and where things stand right now. Welcome in a couple of our colleagues here. Host of the Pulse, David Harris Jr. Also back with us, host of the Leventhal Report, Rick Leventhal. Gentlemen, great to see you both.
Hey, guys.
Always great. Thanks, guys.
So Kamala Harris not on the move. She could be on the move. People are gathering. Obviously, we're looking at states that still are Michigan, Pennsylvania, blue wall. Polls just closed, obviously. We just called Idaho. Rick, set the scene for us where you're looking at things. Obviously, you're based out west, too. We weren't surprised that California went to Kamala.
No, that's not a surprise. And she's going to win probably the whole West Coast. But what is a surprise is that it's very likely that Trump could win potentially all of the swing states. And I've been watching the New York Times graphs, the needle, and they're giving Trump a 64 to 67 to 95% chance in every one of the swing states to win. They're predicting he'll get 301 electoral votes and that he has an 89% chance of victory right now. It's a remarkable performance on election night by Donald Trump. People turned out in droves, people who never voted before. And in Pennsylvania, for example, they signed up a record number of Amish voters. The Amish were upset with the Democratic-led government for a raid that took place on an Amish farm. And all these Amish voters signed up and they voted for Donald Trump. And things like that can make a difference in some states. It's still too close to call, but the odds favor former President Trump becoming future President Trump.
Things like that, the garbage truck in Wisconsin, the McDonald's trip in Bucks County. These are things that you just seared into your memory.
Yes, and I want to have an Amish fantasy camp. Go to Amish country and live there for like 2 weeks, eat clean, churn butter, build a couple of barns. I think it'd be good.
Get off the grid.
Yeah, get off the grid. Put the cell phone down. I think
After
it'd be
the
good.
election.
I think it'd be good for everybody. No, David, go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm just fantasizing about my Amish fantasy camp. But anyway,
I think they would welcome you with open arms. They're like, oh, you've been covering the Trump campaign. Come on in.
Yes, I got a strong back. I'd put in my hard work, and
They did put you to work.
They would, and I'm here for that. All right, David, give us your assessment.
Yeah.
You know what we're talking about here, if these numbers hold up, is a real mandate for Donald Trump. You know, a mandate to do this mass deportation plan, a mandate to make America healthy again, a mandate to rebuild the military. And talk to us about what you think Donald Trump is going to focus on first.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I'll answer that in a second, John. But I was just praying because I am a man of faith. I wouldn't be alive today if it wasn't for God's grace and His mercy and people praying for me. I literally would not be alive today. And I remember in 2020, hearing that Joe Biden was going to win, that he was going to take the Oval Office. However you want to talk about the outcome is really irrelevant because he did take the Oval Office. And I remember praying and saying, God, why would you allow this to happen? And I really remember hearing him say, there's a silver lining. It's so people can wake up. You know, there's a Bible verse that says, if my people who are called by my name will humble themselves and pray and seek my face and turn from their wicked ways, then I will hear from heaven and I will heal their land. And we've been humbled this last 3.5 years. As a nation, we've been humbled. Americans going through some of the hardest times, from right after the COVID to then just the economy tanking. Americans have been humbled. And I have been seeing people more than ever praying boldly. People like Russell Brand, that's given his life to Christ and is boldly proclaiming Jesus at every turn. People like Joe Rogan, who used to be a very avowed atheist, now actually having people like Kid Rock on his show and saying, you really believe in Jesus? And Kid Rock says, yes, absolutely. We've seen and heard more and more people over these last couple of years profess their faith and love for Jesus. And I truly believe that it's a spiritual battle that we're in, and that America and Americans have been waking up. We've been humbled. We've been seeking God's face. We've been praying. And we've been turning from even the wickedness of just apathy, even just apathy.
All right. I want to continue this too,
that's actually
because
a sin.
we have more to talk about with
what we're about to see.
We have more to talk about with what we saw in Butler, which I believe was a miracle as well. So we're going to get into that in just a moment.
Absolutely.
Real quick, stand by for 1 second. That is so powerful and very, very moving. Bernie Moreno, though, just took the podium. He won his race in Ohio for senator. We want to dip in so we can listen to his victory speech here, gentlemen.
But I want to introduce you to my extended family, because I like to say we're overperforming Catholics. So I'm going to bring my siblings. If I can bring my siblings up on stage. Where are they? They're all over here. Let's give them a round of applause. gonna say one last thing. My mom and dad left the safety and security of knowing what they had when they left Colombia, South America. They didn't know what America would mean to them. They didn't know what it would mean to the 7 of us, but they did it anyway because they knew that in America, whatever dream you have, whatever ideas you have, you can make come true if you're willing to work hard enough and persevere. And my mom and dad are not alive to watch this moment, but I know they're up in heaven watching down upon us and thinking, this is a great country. And they made the right decision. And I know for one person, that my mom and dad would be looking down and saying, this is an amazing thing, is my sister, Vicky. Would be so proud of you, Vicky, for everything that you've done. You've been kind of our substitute mom along the way. Look, Vicky, you were almost like my mom growing up. Both my parents worked really, really hard. So Vicky was the one who would make sure that I always stayed true to myself. My brother Luis, thank you for your leadership and guidance. I think Sharon Brown and Chuck Schumer owe you a little bit of an apology, by the way. I don't think it will come. And to Jose and Alex and Richie, thank you so much for kicking the crap out of me when I was younger. I appreciate it. You made me tough. You made me tough. Hey, look, to all of you, we celebrate tonight not as Republicans. We celebrate tonight as Americans. And to the people out there in Ohio who didn't vote for me, just know that I will always advocate for you. I will always have your back, and I will work for the next 6 years to win you over. Because my responsibility is to the entirety of Ohio, and I will always work tirelessly to make certain that we do everything possible, that I work my tail off to make your life better. So to Ohio, to all the people I've met on the campaign trail, to the thousands and thousands upon people who prayed for me, prayed for Bridget, and kept us in your prayers. I can't tell you what this means. This is the greatest honor of my life to represent you in Washington, D.C., and I will not let you down. Thank you so much.
All right, that was Bernie Moreno, the new senator-elect from Ohio. He'll replace Sherrod Brown there in the Senate. And you take a look at these poll numbers coming in. Something started to change around the third week of October. Sherrod Brown had been favored there, but Bernie Moreno overtook Sherrod Brown in the polls. They were projecting Bernie Moreno to win 48 to 46%, but as you saw there, winning by 5 points, not 2 points. So this, again, is another example where we've seen Republicans outperform Democrats and outperform the polls, and also the coattails of Donald Trump.
He even said it's not about being Republican now, and he talked about the power of prayer. And I just want to go back to you, David, for a minute. I ran into Russell Brown at the RNC, and it is people like that coming back to Jesus, returning to faith, and I feel a spiritual revival in this country. And, you listen to that small, still voice of God, and I just have to say, one of my favorite scriptures, Isaiah 43:19, it comes up when I'm, just doing one thing or another. See, I am doing a new thing. Now it springs up. Do you not perceive it? I am making a way in the wilderness and streams in the wasteland. I do feel like there is this moment in our nation where there's permission to talk about God and Jesus again. We just heard the power of prayer there. And I just wanted to share that.
Again, can I weigh in on this for a second? Because, Governor Huckabee made that point also, that we're returning to American values, to true values. And I wonder how much Tim Walz hurt Kamala Harris. She had a terrible campaign, and she didn't answer questions, and she was awful in many ways. But Tim Walz, I think they thought maybe he checked the boxes that they needed. A white guy who was in the military and he was a hunter, but they didn't know that he abandoned his troops. Maybe they didn't do their research. Maybe they didn't know he didn't know how to load a shotgun, and maybe they didn't pay enough attention to the fact that he made his state a sanctuary state for sex change operations for children. And these kinds of things, I think, really disturb most of America. But the Democrats thought that they had that in their back pocket, but they didn't. They underestimated the values of the rest of America. And now that Donald Trump might have the Senate and maybe the House, what a difference that could make in getting things done. They were sweeping his legs every chance they got when he was president in 2016. Now he might actually be able to
and an actual, a real professionally organized transition team that he has set up as well. That's going to make a huge difference when you think about all the disasters with Chris Christie leading the transition team last time and how that went awry. Our thanks to David Harris Jr. And Rick Leventhal as well.
Thank you both so much.
Sure. Thank you. Let's bring in now Matt Schlapp, chairman of CPAC, and we can put those balance of power graphics back up there because specifically with the Senate, when you look at Bernie Moreno, Republicans have now secured at least 50 seats in the United States Senate. And if Donald Trump does go on to win, J.D. Vance will be the tie-breaking vote in the U.S. Senate. Things are looking pretty strong, Matt. I know you were very optimistic, feeling good going into this evening. Give us your assessment on how you felt then compared to how you're feeling right now.
John, I'm a grizzled veteran. I don't know if I ever feel good, but that win with Bernie Moreno gets us to 51. So Chuck Schumer is officially out of a job. He has got more time, as I said earlier, to make those tofu patties on that fake grill. And look, I think there's a few more victories to come tonight in the Senate. My best counters were up a couple seats in the House, and I think if you're Donald Trump sitting down there in Mar-a-Lago, he hasn't really had any bad news yet. I mean, he's won all these states. They're close, but they've been trending close now for weeks. No disappointing news, but I want the W. I want to get this thing done. The downside is, and you both understand this, because of the ridiculous ways that these blue states are allowing different paths to vote, some of these paths take a long time to scrutinize. So like in the state of Arizona, we could be in a situation where we're taking days to look through a ton of mailed ballots to check signatures. Now, I want them to check the signatures, but why are we the only republic or democracy on the face of the globe that can't find out the winner election night? I'm not saying we won't know the winner tonight. I hope we will. But, it's a little absurd that these blue states run elections this way.
Yeah, we look at, like Donald Trump says, France, same-day voting, they know that.
France, Argentina, Italy, all these places can do it in one day.
Everyone, Japan, Korea, everyone, all these, we do CPACs in all these continents, and they all say, why the heck do you run your elections this way? I say, you got to talk to Kamala Harris and Gavin Newsom because, and the other thing is that they can't seem to get their act together on the simple, process to use these systems that they have. My hat goes off to Ron DeSantis and Rick Scott of Florida. They made Florida voting after 2000, quick and painless. Look what Indiana does. Look what Kentucky does. Most of these red states, you get the answers. Most of the blue states, they want to go on and on.
Hey, Matt, you just had CPAC in Mexico, which was fantastic because obviously whoever takes control of the White House, Mexico to the south, our border, such a huge issue. And I know that that was a really fruitful, turnout for CPAC in Mexico as well.
And we're going next, Bianca. We're going to have CPAC Argentina with this great new president, Javier Milei, who's shaking things up and putting in all these economic reforms to get rid of their terrible runaway inflation. So, it's amazing, this populist conservative movement, it's wanted all over the world. People are watching what's going on in America. I know that we're very divided, but most people looking at America are saying, boy, those Trump years, how do we get that to work down here in my country?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of people pining for those good times, and it might be right around the corner.
Well, prosperity and freedom are things that people somehow enjoy and really want back desperately these days.
Maybe took for granted once upon a time.
And,
all right, Matt.
And woke socialism, not so much.
Yeah, not welcome apparently anymore. Matt Schlapp, great to see you.
Thanks, Matt.
Thanks, guys.
All right, our next guest is the president of the National Border Patrol Council, Brandon Judd. Brandon, great to see you as well.
It's good to be with you, and I'm sorry, I'm the former president of the National Border Patrol Council.
Fair enough. I stand corrected. Former president of the National Border Patrol Council. So, Brandon, give us your assessment on how you think the race is shaking out today.
Well, it's obviously going in his favor. It's going to go in his favor. And I think it's like what Matt just said. The United States, the citizens of the United States, they just don't want all this woke liberal stuff. When you look at the border, this was an issue that he ran on successfully in 2016. The Democrats didn't learn. And so now he's running on it again. And this is an issue that resonates throughout the entire United States. In every single state in the country, this is an issue that is very important to the American people. They know that the safety and security of their children depends upon border security. If we don't have that, we're going to continue to have hundreds of thousands of people dying of fentanyl poisoning. We're going to continue to have murders by people that shouldn't be here in the country. We're going to continue to have rapes. We're going to continue to have larceny. All of these crimes that are committed by the people that come to this country illegally, this is something that the American people is rejecting. Border security is extremely important. Donald Trump puts that at the forefront, and he's going to get it under control once he gets back in the White House again.
Yeah, it's an issue that did not have to be this out of control, right? Day one, what they did was dismantle. I've seen you out in the field. I've seen you with Donald Trump. Obviously, the state of Arizona is still, we have the numbers up right now. Immigration's a big deal for them. They're right on the border, Brandon, but I'm not so sure everyone there gets it if they're transplants from California or what's going on, because there is, a question about how these people are going to vote. But at the end of the day, it's not just about the border. It's about all the national security now. When you see what's happening and there's people from all around the world coming in, these aren't people who are even being vetted.
Yeah, they're not. And it's just simply because you cannot vet thousands upon thousands of people that cross the border illegally every single day. It's just impossible to do. And then when you put on top of it the time constraints that Secretary Mayorkas has given Border Patrol agents, the amount of time that goes through, and then of course when you transfer them over to other organizations like Health and Human Services, this is a bureaucracy that doesn't need to be there. We can get this under control with proper policy, but this administration has completely and totally rejected everything like that. No, I was there. It was my job to try. It was an impossible job, but to try to convince this administration to put in proper policies that would allow us to secure the border. And for over 3 years, I beat my head against the wall, knowing that they just weren't going to do it. I couldn't give up. I had to continue to try, but I knew that they weren't going to do it. And sure enough, they didn't. And that's why we see all of the chaos that exists today. And what's really frustrating to every single Border Patrol agent is when we go to them and we stay within their own parameters. These were what they said that they were willing to do. And then, of course, they rejected it out of hand because they thought that their base would reject them. This is an administration that just didn't care about the citizens of this country. They only cared about their base. And now we're seeing that the U.S., widely, the states are rejecting everything that this administration put in as far as it pertains to border security.
Well, we appreciate all the efforts, Brandon, and you still are making great efforts. We know you're in touch with the folks on the front line there, so keep up the great work, Brandon, Judd. We're looking like could be some good news later this evening. Thank you so much for being with us, sir. We're going to take a break, and we're back with much more.
Yeah, I'm going to get another coffee. I don't know about you.
Why not? Let's do it.
We'll be back caffeinated right after the short commercial break.
Hey, get your head in the game, son. The scout from football college is up in the stands.
Maybe you'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion. But mine's providing around-the-clock protection to progressive customers of Bundle Home and Auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football. You're giving up on your dream, James.
Yeah. I'm giving up on yours.
Oh, James, wait. That's perfect.
What did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Lease a 2024 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
All right, welcome back to our special coverage. It's election night 2024, the day we've all been waiting for here. And let's go ahead, if we can, guys, take a look at my computer screen here and want to talk about Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. as well. We take a look at Pennsylvania. We've been talking about Donald Trump's lead in the state. It has been slowly growing, not very much, but he has built a little bit of a lead, as you can see, almost 3 points in Pennsylvania right now. Similar situation in Wisconsin, almost has a 3-point lead there. And it has been razor thin all night, but it has been consistently, both of these states, consistently showing Donald Trump in the lead for about the last hour and a half. Also wanted to note, Michigan, just a moment ago, Donald Trump took the lead in Michigan. He's now up 49% to 48%. Again, less than a percentage point separates the two candidates. So these things are so tight. Also, if we look at Arizona here, Donald Trump is out to the tiniest of lead with 55% of the vote in, 49.7% to 49.5%. Very close margins in Arizona. 55% of the vote counted so far. But remember, Maricopa County, the most populous county in Arizona, we were told it's going to take a little while for them to finally count all the votes. So while we see Donald Trump winning Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, we do caution everyone, we've been warned that it could take a long time before the final results are in. But right now, Bianca, things are looking very good for Donald Trump.
Especially that blue wall, Wisconsin, Michigan. Let's bring in our panel now. We have the editor-in-chief at Post Millennial, Libby Emmons, and also former Trump campaign aide and author of Wicked Game, Rick Gates. Welcome in. Great to have you with us. You said it's election day, it's election night. Soon it's going to be election morning, and we are watching. Rick, get into the head of Kamala Harris right now in the campaign, because all they can do is do what we're doing, is watch and wait.
Well, I think right now they're not making any more comments, and I think that they are watching the votes slowly slip away in a lot of the key states. And look, I think, over the course of the next 24, 48 hours, when they start analyzing things, they're going to realize that a lot of the things that have been discussed, what's going to happen with independents, where are they going to go, what about Latinos, what about Black males, all of those now seem to be, trending true. Not just across one state, so they're not one-offs, but they are, across multiple states. And so when you look at Georgia, North Carolina, we're going to be able to analyze this over the next, couple of days. This is all great news for Donald Trump. It means that his vision, his idea for where he wanted to take America resonated much more soundly than Kamala Harris. So she's obviously not having a good night. It's going to be hard to explain a lot of the rationale for why Donald Trump was able to pull off what he did, given the adversity that he's been up against. So it's going to be fun watching the Harris team, and more importantly, let's see what Joe Biden's going to do. I heard it looked like he was binging on Netflix tonight, among other things. We'll see what he has to say tomorrow as well.
And there was a picture on X showing Joe Biden in a red suit going to vote, which people were like, it's just interesting kind of fodder, but there you have it. Libby, women, female voters, Kamala Harris probably thought this abortion issue, she could get maybe the younger, the white, rich, liberal women in the suburbs, but I guess economy, safety of their kids, those are kind of things women care about as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot more things that women care about other than the right to kill their babies before they're even born. So I think that backfired spectacularly. It's also a hard sell for a lot of men who have daughters, who have wives, who have sisters, all of whom have mothers, who look at that and say, that's not the most important thing to the women in my life. The most important thing is the grocery bill, is making sure that they can get their kids to school, without breaking the bank on a tank of gas, and making sure that our crime is down in our communities and that our border is secure. So there's a lot more that women care about other than this one issue that Kamala Harris has staked her entire campaign on. And I think that's pretty great. We've been saying for a long time on the conservative side that just because you're part of some identity group and you check a specific box, that doesn't mean you vote as a monolith, or that your interests are all, what they're prescribed to be by the powers that be and want them to be that way. So I think that's really great. And I'm glad to see that so many women did come out for Trump.
Yeah, and you got to wonder, Rick, where the soul searching begins for the Democratic Party. Obviously, they have made the entire thing about gender and identity politics. They pursued these woke ideas. We talk about the border policy and how at the last minute, Joe Biden signed these executive orders that actually did do a little bit to stem the flow of immigration after telling us for years that he needed Congress to act. And again, we caution that these numbers might not hold up, but things are trending very positively for Donald Trump. If he does win, do you think Democrats are willing to show a little contrition on some of these policies, or do they just double down on everything that they've stood for?
Oh no, I think this is judgment day for the Democrats. And if I were Republicans, I would just sit back for the next 48 hours and just let the Dems go at each other, point fingers, lay the blame. We don't even need to, really come out and analyze anything. And I think that when you listen to what the Democrats are going to say, there will be a lot of blame game. But there's going to be a lot of I think, conversations over the agenda, the policy issues, the inability of Kamala Harris to communicate those policies. I think, obviously, there will be a lot of second guessing on should she have been our nominee? Should we have done a primary or a convention at least to select somebody? There's going to be a lot of issues that are raised by the Democratic Party. I think that they'll try to quickly find a couple of people that can fill the gap. Obviously, I think Kamala, obviously she'll start out as vice president, but, will kind of disappear from the national stage after that. And you'll see a new crop of Democrats, maybe Josh Shapiro, Pritzker, Murphy, others that will try to claim the mantle. But it's going to be a difficult time for Democrats to kind of explain among each other, what happened in all this, because, we still got the Senate and the House to watch too. We haven't talked a lot about down ballot races. So those will be important. But I think all in all, the Democrats are going to do a lot of soul searching on their strategy and whether or not they were focusing on the right issues.
Sure. That makes a lot of sense. And, again, we are maybe a long way away from this thing actually being called. But again, Donald Trump now has a lead. He's above 50% in Wisconsin with 72% of the votes in Pennsylvania. He's above 50% at 51% now with 78% of the votes being in. Also showing a lead in Michigan now, a tiny little lead in Michigan with 40% of the votes coming in, leading in Arizona as well.
And not a surprise, California, we're calling the race for Adam Schiff now as senator. But that's, Kamala also won California. We call that. Libby, we have about 10 seconds, but this is how it would break. We pretty much saw that. California, though, is so decimated, the amount of tax people pay. There's been an exodus to other states like Nevada, but your just reaction there to California. We now have Shifty Schiff as the senator.
Yeah, can they censure Adam Schiff for lying about Ukraine once he gets to the Senate? I don't know.
Yeah, maybe they should get on that. I think it's a shame, we're gonna have to deal with Adam Schiff ever again. But congrats to Mr. Schiff. May he continue to destroy things and lie from the Senate this time instead of just from the House.
Libby Emmons, Rick Gates, I really appreciate your comments tonight. Thanks so much for being with us for our extended coverage. Still nighttime here, not 12 a.m. yet. State of the race. Thank you both. Yeah, we will. And we are. They're having fun at the watch party right there. That is in West Palm Beach. Right now, we're
still a lot of pensive faces out there. Again, we're waiting for these final results. We're kind of in this holding pattern right now because we know Pennsylvania and Arizona and some of these states take a very long time to count these votes. So this is the hard part.
The fun part too.
It's fun, yeah, but hard.
Yeah.
Hard work is good work. Someone said that a lot in the
over and over and over. All right, so let's take you out to the West Coast, where it is a little bit earlier there. We have Emmy-nominated journalist, author Jason Matera. He is live for us. Las Vegas, that is Clark County, Nevada. Polls closed there at 11 p.m. here on the East Coast. Jason, great to see you. Talk to us about the feeling and the sentiment in the room that you are in.
Yeah, great to see you, Bianca and John. We're at Sam Brown's watch party. He's trying to overtake the incumbent Senator Jackie Rosen. And the RNC officials that we spoke to, they have a cautious optimism, and that's because there's about a 40,000 vote lead Republicans have now on Democrats. Basically, they flipped the switch. Usually, there's a speaker who is about to be introduced behind me. But basically, Democrats usually have the lead coming into Election Day, and now Republicans do, and Democrats are trying to play catch-up. So that's why there's a feeling of optimism. But as one RNC official told me, they want a lead that's too big to question, in their words, and they are dealing with the Harry Reid Nevada machine after all. So votes are still being counted. In fact, they can be counted up until Friday night and Saturday, if you can believe it. A long way to go, but things are hopeful for Republicans.
Well, hope is good, and Sam Brown's an inspirational character. He's obviously suffered the wounds of war and wears those publicly. Has just run a really inspiring race in Nevada. Jason, great to see you. Thanks for being with us. We'll check back in with you when we get some more news.
Thanks, Jason.
Let's welcome in our next guest, Newsmax contributor Christy Clark. Okay. Do we have Jesse Jane Duff? Okay.
So when you talk about Nevada and you look at Clark County, where there's so many people that you would think no town phone tips would be great.
Sure.
You work in casinos and, bartenders, sort of the gig, economy, which you see a lot of in California as well. But, it's a democratic kind of mentality here. It's sort of the Harry Reid machine where they have such a ground game than sort of that muscle memory, and they know how to flex it. And that's what we were saying in these past few days. It was all going to be about a ground game. But you look at other states that you were talking about as we came back, when you look at Michigan and we're looking at Wisconsin, where these are sort of now becoming must hold for Kamala Harris. Okay, Nevada, okay, may not go Trump's way. That is, 6 electoral votes. You're looking at Wisconsin, you're looking at Michigan. These are not states that she can afford to lose.
No, absolutely not. I think the other thing, too, that we're seeing from this is when you don't have a pandemic and everything that goes along with the pandemic, and when laws aren't changed, in the same degree at the last minute because of that, you see a more normal electorate, and you see people remember what life was like between 2016 and 2020 when Donald Trump was in office, short of the pandemic. There was, a lot. When I traveled the country going to these Trump rallies, and you talk to some people that were there for the first time at a Trump rally. I think about the rally in Des Moines, Iowa, back in October of 2021, when Donald Trump was hinting about getting back out there and running again. Mm-hmm. These people were desperate for a return to the stability, the peace, the prosperity that they felt under Donald Trump, and I think that's part of what we're seeing tonight.
It is, and one thing I will say too, sort of the twists and turns through this campaign and this election cycle, be it the lawfare, not 1, 2, 3, 4 indictments, but also sort of this coalition. Donald Trump right now, there's a picture that's being posted, and he's sitting next to Dana White. He's got Elon Musk, RFK Jr., who came across, and it's still on the ballot in Michigan. Okay, so if there is some type of, they would not take him off the ballot, even though he is not, running. So we're going to go out to one of our reporters, John Huddy, who is getting sort of the flavor, feeling of the campaign for Trump right now. These are where folks will be waiting if Donald Trump comes out from Mar-a-Lago. John, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So tell us how it's changing. Obviously consciously optimistic. It's still early in some parts of the country here. What are people saying through there in West Palm Beach?
Well, yeah, we're starting to see some of the folks who are at the Mar-a-Lago party coming into the Palm Beach Convention Center here. I talked to one of the senior staffers on the ground here, trying to get a feel, trying to get a read on when potentially Trump is going to be coming here. Really, we don't know at this point. It's not looking like that's going to happen, at least before midnight, as we're coming up to midnight here. So it's probably going to be in the overnight hours. But the feeling at Mar-a-Lago, from what we're hearing, from what I've been told, very good, very optimistic. And also here at the Palm Beach Convention Center, his supporters are optimistic. They feel that this is going in the right direction. Every time a state is called for Trump, a big cheer, big roar goes up here in the crowd. It's getting a lot more busy. So there's definitely an increase in the energy and the excitement. However, people are still being optimistic. They understand there's still a ways to go. So they are cognizant of that. But some of the things we're looking at, and we've talked about this in some of the earlier hits, looking at the numbers, here in Florida, Miami-Dade County, the Hispanic vote, getting that Hispanic vote, winning Miami-Dade County by more than 10 points. Back in 2020, Trump lost by nearly 10 points. So that's a huge shift. And we're seeing that not only here in Florida, but we're seeing that in some of the battleground states, notably the blue wall states, the so-called blue wall states, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, where exit polling showed a lot of strong amount of support among the Hispanic, among Latino voters. So really, I think Trump's message, and we're seeing this nationally as well, about immigration, about the economy is resonating with voters, but also about international issues, about the wars in Ukraine, in the Middle East. Keep in mind that Israeli intelligence show that Iran possibly is gearing up to launch another attack on Israel, and there have been some reports in the Israeli media that possibly that was going to happen today to coincide with the election. So people here in the room, people that I've talked to over the last few weeks, feel that not only are there so many things at stake domestically, but also internationally as well. Back to you.
I'll be live for us at Trump campaign headquarters tonight in West Palm Beach. Thank you, John.
Let's bring in our panel now. Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark and also Executive Director of Veterans for Trump. Newsmax contributor Jesse Jane Duff, former gunnery sergeant. Let's talk about that, the national security concerns that we have in our country due to wide open borders, but also just the brewing conflict, the chance for a wider escalation because of Iran. Jesse Jane, I'll start with you. You know, it could be just bluster, but there also is real credible assassination plot with Donald Trump to Iran, and we know this administration has been funding them.
Yes, this administration had sent billions of dollars to Iran. So then we consequently saw that the Houthis, the Hamas, and Hezbollah were making aggressive attacks against Israel. Those were credible attacks, estimates of attacks that could potentially happen on election day. That is actually true. I've heard that's from an internal source of my own, and up to November 6th. So it's not over. Basically, they were worried that it could happen anywhere in the days preceding or right before the election. But this is all a result of the Biden-Harris policies that enabled terrorism to basically rear its ugly head again. And we're all having this post-9/11 anxiety again. We can't get President Trump back into the White House soon enough.
You know, today Netanyahu fired Yoav Gallant, so a lot of movements there happening in the Middle East.
I wanted to ask Chrissy Clark about something else, definitely a different topic. So we're going to change from foreign policy real quick. Chrissy and her husband did the Macarena recently as a celebration.
Glad you're lighting it up.
It was one of my favorite things I've seen on social media. It was absolutely adorable. But Chrissy, you were one of the voters that the Harris campaign thought maybe wouldn't show up for a guy like Donald Trump. We heard so many Democrats warning young women like you that your life would be in jeopardy if Donald Trump were to win. And again, we're not calling his victory yet, but he is in the lead. And tell us about your choice, why you went with Donald Trump, and your evolution, in politics.
Yeah, this really wasn't my first choice, in all honesty. I really evolved from my decision to not vote for Donald Trump in 2020 to now voting for him and proudly voting for him in 2024. But I really do hope that young women out there see the lies that the abortion lobby is pushing. They've spent 6 times the amount of any pro-life group to lie to young women and tell them that they are not going to have the same rights when they wake up tomorrow, when in fact Donald Trump has promised no such thing. Now, thankfully, I do think that there are organizations out there that were able to get the message out to young women saying that Kamala really can't do much for you if she does somehow keep this out and win the election. So I am hopeful that there are young women that are waking up to this, but I guess time will tell when we see those gender polls and demographics tomorrow.
So, abortion is such a wedge issue, and you're right. And the media has worked in concert to sort of gaslight Americans too. And so it's this, cacophony of voices in that, liberal stream that is never ending, Jesse Jane. But it's not even just about abortion. He's going to lock you up. He's a fascist. He's a Nazi. I mean, talk about an insult too. The Jewish Americans are saying they're throwing around this word. All of this smearing somebody because he's an existential threat to the system. The system that replaced Biden and put in Kamala Harris.
Right. They didn't even have an election for her. She basically was selected, not elected. And Americans are very well aware that their lives were in a better standing when he was president of the United States than they were when Harris and Biden were in the White House. They understand this difference. And abortion has been propped up at a level where we have to get away from this normalization that we have, because we have some of the most aggressive abortion policies in this country that were under Roe v. Wade. compared to the rest of the world, it was almost borderline barbaric, and it became normalized in the United States. I think valuing life is something we can have a conversation about now without being blasted as being too toxic. But President Trump has proven that he is somebody that is willing to work with all Americans. So here he got the vote from Muslim Americans, often in Michigan. He got their endorsements, I should say, and then Jewish Americans on the other hand. It's as if he's like Abraham himself. He, in fact, is expecting a grandchild that will be of Arab descent with his daughter Tiffany, and he has Jewish grandchildren with his daughter Ivanka. I mean, you couldn't write a better script for this. And as everybody has said, this is the greatest comeback, because the mere fact is President Trump was blasted by the left to a point where they overplayed their hand. People weren't buying it anymore because it was just such an over-exaggeration that now they have taken words that should have had some value, like racism or Nazism or Marxism, and watered them down to a man that did nothing but make this country more solid, more prosperous, more secure, and more safe. And now we're going to go back to that.
Yeah, we'll see. Again, I've been watching this Michigan race back and forth while we've been talking here, and it's seesaw back and forth. Donald Trump now is back in the lead, still holding his lead in Pennsylvania, still holding his lead in Wisconsin, still holding his lead in Arizona as well. And we'll watch.
Well, it's so early. It's only 11:52, so we still have a ways to go. Grab your coffee, much more ahead. Chrissy Clark, Jesse Jane, thank you for your thoughtful comments. It is great to see both of you ladies, as always. Thank you. So much at stake, not just for this nation and national security, but we talk about global, the world on fire. Donald Trump here, no new wars, and we are watching Michigan. But this blue wall here, we have not heard much from the Kamala campaign. James Rosen said that she could have moved as of 9:45. There was clearance. Rick Leventhal hosted the Rick Leventhal report right here on N2 is going to join us, but no, still very quiet. And I said it's early. I'm somewhat being facetious. It's not early, but it's actually not that late yet. We knew we would be in for a long haul this historic election.
Yeah, but it doesn't look like we're going to get an official decision tonight. That's what I'm hearing, at least, that we may not know for sure until sometime tomorrow. They're still counting votes in many states, and the accounts won't be official until then. But it certainly looks like Trump is in a pretty commanding lead. And I started to talk about his rallies earlier. He held the most incredible, entertaining, and energetic rallies, and he proved to people who were maybe doubting his age that he can handle it. He's got amazing energy, and he knows how to work a crowd. He, I think, won a lot of people over by continuing to perform, to show up and fill arenas and talk to people and entertain them, but also share his vision for the future. And that vision resonated with a lot of Americans. If Donald Trump actually wins the popular vote against all odds and against all projections, wouldn't that be a remarkable thing?
Yes, it would. And I love that, he has so much energy. He landed at 5:35 this morning after doing 4 rallies in 3 battleground states. He landed in West Palm Beach. It was funny because during the campaign at one point when Kamala was getting really desperate, she started to say how tired he was. And this was before they went back hardcore on January 6th and abortion. But remember there was that window where she's just like, he's exhausted. And she was doing no campaign events and he was doing so many.
Yeah.
It's like, don't believe your lying eyes, just like the cheap fakes. Everything they say is just gaslighting American people. And that was really, really something to see when she was trying to say how tired Donald Trump was. At one point she said he canceled. He's like, I didn't cancel any interviews. She was the one who was ducking the media. And ducking the media she did. Not one news conference. One news conference. And she would be the first candidate if she was able to pull something like this off with ever doing that.
Yeah, I think that was a huge miscalculation and a huge mistake. Well, obviously now it looks like it was. But the fact is, I don't think she could have handled a real press conference. I don't think she could have handled all of those questions. She proved that she can't. She proved that she couldn't answer questions on the fly. She couldn't answer direct questions. She had to, hem and haw and then go back to her standard campaign speech. She wasn't prepared to be president. She's not prepared to be president. She proved that in the way that she handled the press. You have to put yourself out there. You have to be willing to answer questions. She should have held a press conference if she was a viable candidate
on the very first day when they handed her the nomination. She should have gone out there, said hello to everybody, answered everyone's questions, told everyone where she stands and where she wants to lead the nation. But she was afraid to do it, and her people were afraid to put her out there because I think they knew that she couldn't handle it.
And the legacy media didn't force her to do it either.
Yeah,
You're
they did.
right. You're 100% right.
They did.
The free and fair press obviously is not something we have here in America right now. We have a propaganda industrial complex, maybe not for long though. And obviously that's why Newsmax, our ratings are soaring, because people know you're getting truth, transparency, just like Elon buying X. And now he is their enemy because he's restored the town square.
Well, yeah, I don't know. He posted about an hour and a half ago. He said game, set, match, Elon Musk. So he's there at Mar-a-Lago.
I know, I'm looking at him.
He's amazing. The guy's amazing. He's amazing. And, you know, he is one of the smartest men in the world, the richest man in the world. He does build rockets. He did revolutionize the car industry with his Tesla. And maybe we shouldn't all drive electric vehicles, but it's good to have some of them. And it's good to have a guy who's that smart with you to help you make smart decisions for the future of this country.
I think I've watched the clip of the rocket coming back from space and being caught in the little landing thing. It's like I think I've watched it maybe 100 times. I just can't.
Yeah, you know, and giving away $1 million to voters too, and they tried to shut that down.
I thought that rocket video was being played in reverse. I didn't believe it.
Me too. I thought they were watching it. I'm like, is this real? Yeah. I gotta go see it in person. That's on my.
I was like, is it really doing that? Like, can he really do that? It's remarkable. And you know, I don't want to repeat myself, but the guy is obviously brilliant. Yeah. And Donald Trump is brilliant. And he ran a great campaign, and he put himself out there.
Rick, I'm getting a hard rap here from you. We're going to have you back, though. We got Rick with us throughout the evening. We got to get to a commercial break here. You know how it works.
Pulling an all-nighter, Rick.
You know how it works. We got to pay the bills here. All right, don't go anywhere. Our election night coverage continues right here on N2. We'll be right back.
Everyone's forgotten who runs this valley. Time to remind them.
You will ruin this family's name.
You destroy me, you destroy yourself.
I took all the risk, and I took it for you.
The only thing left to do is to kill as much as you can before they kill you.
Don't miss the epic return of Yellowstone. Sunday, November 10th at 8. Watch the full trailer on YouTube now.
Versace Eros Energy, a new fragrance for men.
Hey, you're hitting the game, son. The scout from football college is open to stands.
You'd rather go to school for insurance.
I didn't raise no insurance, man.
But you did, Dad. Football's your passion. Mine's providing around-the-clock protection to progressive customers of bundle home and auto.
Jamie, we need you out here for football. You're giving up on your dreams, James.
I'm giving up on yours.
Hey, James, wait.
Kind of this to be more squiggly.
Perfect.
So now, do you have a driver's license?
Oh, what did you get us?
With the click of a pen, you can get a new Volkswagen at the Sign Then Drive event. Lease a 2024 Tiguan for 0 down, 0 deposit, 0 first month's payment, and 0 due at signing. Limited inventory available.
Yeah, it still looks pretty good. Just the sound is less fuzzy.
Daily Garza, we're going to get out to James Rosen, who's at Howard University in Washington, D.C., the Harris campaign watch party. We'll check on the vibes there in just a moment, but we do want to update you on the Senate races across the country and the projection Republicans we're expected to take back control of the Senate. It looks like we're getting very close to that type of situation. Let's go ahead and take a look at the map here of these Senate races. And we're going to start in Pennsylvania, where Dave McCormack has opened up a 2-point lead on Bob Casey right now, with 79% of the vote counted so far in Pennsylvania. But again, we are expecting significant delays for the final call in Pennsylvania. And Mike Rogers now has opened up the tiniest of leads in Michigan in that Senate race against Alyssa Slotkin. He has a 0.3 of a percentage point lead there in Michigan. As we move to Wisconsin now, Eric Hovde is very close to getting 50% there. He has almost a 2-point lead on Tammy Baldwin, the incumbent Democrat in that state. And again, we're starting to see maybe some effects of the Donald Trump coattails in a state like Wisconsin and Michigan as well. As we move further west to Montana, another key pickup for Republicans. If they can keep this lead, it looks like they're going to be able to do that. Tim Sheehy is out to a commanding lead from John Tester. Only 15% of the vote is in Montana, but Tim Sheehy, as expected, has opened up a bit of a lead there. Now, as we move down to Arizona, a different story there. We see Ruben Gallego, the Democratic congressman. He has a lead above Kari Lake, 52 to 45%, and there's 54% of the vote in. So there's an overlook of where things stand in these U.S. Senate races. In the balance of power, Republicans do need 51 seats in the United States Senate to gain control. We're also going to see a difference in the leadership in the Senate. There's that hotly contested race to see who's going to replace Mitch McConnell as the GOP Senate leader. So we'll see how that all shakes out if Republicans can maintain these leads.
And I think you also may not have mentioned too Bernie Moreno winning.
Yes, in Ohio.
We watched some of his.
And Deb Fischer too also was just declared the winner in Nebraska too. So those two pickups. We were talking about the states still open, but Deb Fischer has secured a victory in Nebraska, and Bernie Moreno, as we reported earlier, has secured victory in Ohio. Rick Scott also winning in Florida too in a race, and then Ted Cruz in Texas as well. All right, so there's some other victories. You see the red on the map there. Those are the Senate races. Republicans, as expected, picking up some seats tonight.
We want to now go out to our chief White House correspondent, James Rosen, who is at the Kamala Watch Party at her alma mater, Howard University. We hear the crowds. We don't see them, but they're starting to filter in behind you because they're off to the side there. James, you were saying that there wasn't really there was some anxious, feelings there. Tell us what the sentiment is right now. I know you said after 9:45, you could have come to where this location is.
Right. We've received no additional word from the White House press pool, a group of reporters and photographers who are attached to the vice president. They have been holding since around 4 p.m. at the vice president's residence, the U.S. Naval Observatory grounds in Northwest Washington, ever since the vice president returned from her unannounced visit over to DNC headquarters. And we have not received another update from the White House press pool since 10:18. And that was only to say that they were holding and they had no further information. It seems very clear that if Vice President Harris wanted or saw that there was an opportunity to declare victory tonight, she would already have been over here at Howard University. The crowd here has seen how former President Trump has maintained a lead in the Electoral College vote count the entire evening. They have seen on the giant jumbotron that has been broadcasting CNN here that he has maintained these leads in almost all of the battleground states. And that is wearing on this crowd. They've also been standing, I should point out, since around 4 p.m. Eastern time. Some of these folks have been standing for 7 to 8 hours. Just looking out of the crowd right now, I can tell you it has not thinned out at all. They are assembled in front of Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall here on Howard University, waiting for their candidate. And there's no indication that they're going to be seeing that candidate anytime soon. We also know, by the way, that President Biden, the forgotten man in tonight's balloting, the spectral figure brooding over the White House, has been making more phone calls. He placed a congratulatory phone call to Angela Brooks, the victorious Democratic Senate candidate in Maryland. And he's also called a number of mayors-elect and governors-elect throughout the evening. But there's no question about it. I've been through previous election nights where, for example, let's say 2012, where President Obama held a commanding electoral college lead over Governor Mitt Romney the entire evening, and you can see that wear on a crowd. That's sort of what the vibe is here. And frankly, it seems the organizers aren't necessarily liking what they're hearing from the jumbotron that is broadcasting CNN here in the yard at Howard University. We know that because they keep turning off the sound and returning us to the steady diet of hip hop and rap that you can probably hear behind me right now.
Raven, thank you for the ground update there. Continue to watch that. And also just in New Mexico is being called for Kamala Harris. Not a huge surprise. Donald Trump had gone to Albuquerque last week to try to see if he could pick up something there. But again, New Mexico tonight will go Kamala Harris's way.
Yeah, and James reporting there in not any kind of cheers from the crowd. They're not watching intently. One of those things that was expected to happen. Not a big surprise like some of the results we're getting in other places for Donald Trump. Our national correspondent Lana Austin is tracking the developments around the country, specifically as it relates to election integrity. She's joining us live now from Washington, D.C. with an update on all of that. Good evening, Lana.
Hi, good evening, John and Bianca. And so, thankfully, according to numerous national security officials, they are saying there is no evidence of tampering with the votes, any type of foreign election interference with the actual vote process, counting those ballots. However, we know there were a number of hoax bomb threats that came in to various polling locations, causing disruptions temporarily, and numerous officials at the state and federal levels tracing that back to Russian domains. But no credible threats at this point. Now turning to the balance of power, there are a couple of GOP flips making it more and more likely that the Republicans will take control of the U.S. Senate come next year. We want to look at Ohio and West Virginia. Those are two states that heading into election night, Republicans were feeling confident that it was potential to flip there. So Jim Justice and Bernie Moreno expected to come to Washington, D.C. now. We're also tracking that Montana Senate race with Tim Sheehy, as the Republicans had long been hoping to unseat Senator John Tester as well. Now, we also know, looking at the House, there's some interesting developments there. Republicans have had that razor-thin majority that had been in jeopardy for some time. And really, in the final days and weeks of the campaign season, we had been hearing that there were concerns about New York Republicans. It looks as though Congressman Brandon Williams, according to numerous projections, has been unseated by the Democrat candidate in that. There was also Democrat Shamari Figures winning in Alabama's newly drawn second congressional district in the Mobile area. And then, interestingly, looking at Guam, those were some of the first results that were coming in because of the time difference there. And the Republicans actually flipped a non-voting delegate from the Northern Mariana Islands. So that representation, the makeup anyway, would be changing there. But there are still dozens of House races at this point that are going to be quite close. And so even though projections from decision desks say it could potentially be looking as though the Democrats have a chance at taking control of the House, that still remains to be seen. John and Bianca, good to be with you tonight.
Great to be with you as well, Alana, doing a great job for us. Come make sure nothing falls through the cracks tonight.
No, of course.
And I also have an update from my sources at Mar-a-Lago. Apparently, Donald Trump is on the move, headed towards the convention center. So we might hear from Donald Trump.
With his entourage of Elon and Dana White.
Yes, Elon, Dana White, everyone.
Sounds like a bunch of winners, doesn't it?
It does. And so we might hear from Donald Trump pretty soon. And he obviously feels more confident about where he stands at this point than Kamala Harris, who James Rosen has reported is not going anywhere.
John's always got the good intel there with his Mar-a-Lago crew. And you know where they'd be going is to where our next guest is, former Speaker of the House in Oklahoma and Newsmax contributor TW Shannon joining us now from West Palm Beach. How's it going, TW?
Bianca, it's great. We're here in the convention center. I tell you what, the enthusiasm is still great as the numbers come in. People realize that people are saying no to Kamala Harris' open border. They're saying no to inflation, and they're saying no to endless wars. I just think this is going to be a good night for Donald Trump. I think there's a lot of concern, though, about the House. I don't think we're going to know for 2 weeks. I was looking at a map. We're probably not going to know the outcome of the House of Representatives because the seats that matter, I think it could be 2 weeks before we know about the House. But the Senate's looking good for Republicans. I think it's still going to be a good night for the Republicans.
Panning out that way, and we're just waiting to see if these leads hold. As you indicated, TW is going to be a while before we know definitively on these places. But again, Donald Trump has about a 2-point lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, similar story, Wisconsin, similar story, Arizona, similar story. Senate race is a little bit different though. But TW, I just found out that Donald Trump might be on the move from Mar-a-Lago to the convention center. I know a lot of folks are going to be very excited to see him show up. Have you heard anything? Is there any indication that the situation is changing, the security posture getting a little more strong there at the convention center?
Yeah, you see a lot of movement from Secret Service. People are starting to move to the front of the stage. So I think that anticipation is real. And I think when we get here, what we've seen Donald Trump do that's really amazing, John, he has transformed the Republican Party into the party of the working class man and woman. And what we've seen the Democrats do, they really doubled down on college-educated women. They went all in on abortion. They think that was the target to win. And American people are saying, we care about inflation and we care about the border. And those are the issues. But unfortunately, the Democrats went a different direction. And I think they're going to pay the price for it, not just tonight, but I think long term, this is going to be a problem because the Republican Party is now the party of the working class man and woman. That's a winning combination.
Even with, the garbage costumes we saw on Halloween, and I saw a picture earlier of someone walking around in the convention center with a hat with the French fries on it, taking the McDonald's, moment. But it really encapsulates a feeling of people saying, like, we're Americans, we will have the country, not the elites, the referendum on establishment Washington. And I love that they were sort of, frankly, more joy in that room that we see than over at Howard University. And they were all about the joy, TW.
No, Bianca, I think you're exactly right. And the problem with the Democrats and the Kamala Harris campaign, they're so tone deaf. They've become the party of the elites, and they don't even know it. I mean, you think about every time they roll out these celebrity endorsements, these are billionaires and millionaires. You think about the Barack Obama endorsement where he chastised black men and told us we had to all get in line and vote for Kamala Harris because she's a black woman. What they missed is Barack Obama is no longer the cool guy from the south side of Chicago. He's the rich guy from Martha's Vineyard. And that's a very different model that they're just not used to. They remind me of the Republicans 15 years ago, where Republicans were somewhat out of touch and we didn't know it. Now the Democrats are dealing with that. We are the party of the working class, and that is a winning model long term for the next 3 elections, I think.
Don't forget Hawaii, because he has neighbors like Oprah and Mark Zuckerberg. I mean, it's not just Martha's Vineyard.
That's right. Down in Washington, D.C.
And Georgetown. I mean, come on.
Mansions.
And a great Netflix deal. So there you go. Thanks, TW.
And they love to bring up Elon Musk, but he's a different animal. Elon Musk is a cool guy that, relates to the American people in a very different way.
Keep a lookout. John Sources says he's on the move to where you are, TW. So thank you.
Excellent.
Elon Trump.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. All right, Ed Henry joining us now from our New York newsroom. He's been working hard up there, and the gang's all back now. We were at the RNC together when we saw Donald Trump come out with a bandage in his ear. We didn't know that week that Joe Biden would be kicked off the ticket. Kamala's in, and here we are. What a historic election cycle. And what we're watching now truly feels like something that is palpable with the realignment, you could say, but something's going on with Republicans, and it is the working man's party.
Yeah. Memory. You started to bring me down memory lane. I'm thinking about all we've been. That's right. The 3 of us, what we've been through together. But I know you're killing it tonight. Been bouncing back and forth between the channels. We've got a great team. You guys are killing it. And what I think I'm seeing, as I'm sure you are, Matchlab said to us on Newsmax a couple moments ago, look, Republicans have not had a disappointment yet. And I think that sums it up. You look at these Senate races, Ted Cruz is reelected after all of the tens and tens of millions of dollars Chuck Schumer and the Democrats spent. And then one Democrat incumbent senator after another seems to be going down. Ohio, for example,
We'll see about that open seat in Michigan. We'll see about the Democratic incumbents in Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. But I got to tell you, as I'm looking at this, if Donald Trump is now trending, as you see, as a potential victor, and there's a lot more votes to be counted in Michigan, I think Mike Rogers, the Republican, obviously has a pretty darn good shot at winning the open Senate seat. Wisconsin, Donald Trump now taking somewhat comfortable lead, actually, given that these are like 50-50 states with 80% in. A 4-point lead is a lot more than people expected in what the media called a 50-50 race. So he's not there yet, but it feels like Donald Trump is breaking ahead. We see the electoral vote count. Again, a lot more to be counted. We don't want to get ahead of it. But there hasn't been a dramatic loss for the Republicans yet in any of the states like Georgia or North Carolina on the presidential level, or in any of the Senate battles like Ted Cruz. The Republicans so far are on a roll.
All right, Ed, they're telling me I got to thank you. I didn't get to ask you a question, unfortunately, but I'll call you the next commercial break. We'll hash it out, I guess. So we got to move on. I guess you got to get back over to N1.
Well, my boss, Aaron, said I got to go back to work.
Okay. All right. You are needed. You are being summoned elsewhere to another studio.
I'm going to text Ed a meme right now. That's what we do. We just text we don't even talk. We just text memes back. All right. We'll see you soon, Ed. All right, let's welcome in now from the Post-Millennial and host of the Ari Hoffman Show, Ari Hoffman, and also back with us, host of Common Sense Central, Dan O'Donnell, two of the original OGs. Been talking to Dan and Ari for a very long time. I think I've known them for close to 10 years, and we got to meet for the first time in Milwaukee at the RNC. So it was a lot of fun to see you guys. But I'm going to start with you, Dan. Give us your best assessment of the situation on the ground in your home state of Wisconsin right now.
Well, it seems like Donald Trump is on the cusp of putting this away. There are about 70,000 mail-in votes that are not going to be counted in the city of Milwaukee because of an issue with some vote tabulators. It doesn't seem to be an election integrity issue, but just the seal was broken off of them, and just out of an abundance of caution, about 30,000 ballots were recounted. So we're not going to have the city of Milwaukee's results, and obviously that's overwhelmingly Democratic, until about 3 or 4 in the morning. So it's going to be a long night for me. That said, Trump right now is up 200,000 votes. Even if 100% of the expected ballot dump from Milwaukee goes to Harris, Trump is still comfortably ahead. That's probably also good news for our Senate candidate here, Republican Eric Hubdy, who is leading by about 57,000 votes over Democratic incumbent Tammy Baldwin. I am a little surprised by this. Wisconsin right now looks to be quite possibly the safest of the 3 upper Midwest states for Trump, and could very easily be the one that puts him over the top again, as it did in 2016.
Yeah, if you move that to the column for Donald Trump, things get a lot more interesting for Kamala Harris as well.
They sure do. It's always been so tight in Wisconsin, too. So you're used to having late nights on election night. You know, Ari, let's talk about Michigan as well, because, you know, right now, Mike Rogers is also looking like he's neck and neck with the Senate also there as well. But her stance when it comes to Gaza, sharing different messages depending on where you live. And the Michigan voters, the Arab American, the Muslims in Dearborn, have this sort of, going towards Donald Trump, and we don't trust her at all.
I think they can see how inauthentic she is. I think they can see that when she's telling different things to different people, she's not the real deal. But as important as that is, and I don't want to take away from it at all, let's not forget all the auto workers who lost jobs because they were sent to other countries. Joe Biden and the Democrats were talking about a Green New Deal, and a whole bunch of those EVs are not being built in the United States of America. They're being sent to other countries. They talked about the Ford Lightning, which Joe Biden was driving. I don't know why you let Joe Biden behind the wheel, but as he's driving that thing, they were shipping the jobs off to Mexico. The average worker in Michigan says enough is enough. When are these jobs going to come back home? Now you factor in what's going on overseas, how Joe Biden and Kamala Harris's record overseas has been a colossal disaster on foreign policy. They refunded the Palestinian Authority. They lifted sanctions from Iran. They refunded UNRWA
they have the blood of the October 7th victims on their hands. And I think right now, the people who have relatives in Gaza that are the ones who are suffering under Hamas, under their rule, and don't get to vote in an election like we do, have had enough also.
You're right. The auto workers, Gaza, also the black vote in Detroit as well. I mean, there's a lot of factors playing into Michigan. But here we are, the blue wall. These are must holds for Kamala Harris. This is probably a nail biter for her. We haven't seen her, of course. She's been
out of sight, out of mind, kind of, not really out of mind, but out of sight for sure. Definitely. All right. Thank you guys. Great to see you as always.
So good to see them.
Dan, have a cup of coffee. It's going to be a late one for you too.
4-5.
All right, we're going to have an after party too.
What's the big thing that we all ate at the RNC? What was the cuisine?
The cuisine.
What did we eat? What did we order? Was it bratwurst?
I had a lot of bratwurst
Okay, there
at that
you go.
the Mater's place, which is just, the good thing about the RNC is they had food inside the compound, so it was great. Anyway, let's welcome in now Bruce Lavelle, Trump campaign surrogate and former small business advocate for the Trump White House. Bruce, he's in Florida, not in Atlanta where we normally see him, but some of the big news tonight, Bruce, specifically in your home state of Georgia, is how well Donald Trump did with black men in that state. Talk to us about that.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. I'm really excited. This is number 9 for right now, but listen, I was never worried about Georgia. I did talk to the president twice today. Obviously, I was with him earlier. But also, when I saw him in Atlanta, actually open for a rally at Georgia Tech Arena, he asked me again. I said, look, we're going to at least beat 2 to 3 points. We're going to win. And the answer to your question on the black man vote, if you want to say the black male vote, that's trending very strong for President Trump, not just Georgia, but all across the country, is that it's real, and these guys are pretty much fed up. The campaign as President Trump is challenged. He challenged black culture especially. Look, I ran his diversity coalition. I know this game. He challenged it back in 2016. What the heck do you have to lose? And so a lot of these guys are not with Kamala, and they're with Trump. And so it's really going with someone that they knew who he was all along. But, the media, the left media, they went after him and created him to be some kind of racist and all this other stuff. The truth got out that he wasn't, of course. I knew that. And so they're starting to see this. And they're like, he says, are you better off now than you were when I was in office? And they were like, Trump's about that money, man. I'll vote for him. So, yeah, it's a lot of excitement. We're going to deliver Georgia. You see that. I'm very, very confident about that. Extremely.
There's been so much lawfare with Donald Trump. The weaponized government, and Americans see right through it. But what is happening in Fulton County? Bonnie Willis, the DA, wins re-election. Now, I know in December there's sort of a hearing to see whether or not she'll lose her, bar license. But tell us about why Bonnie Willis would win a re-election.
Well, listen, it's a very strong hold in her area of Fulton County. I'm very optimistic that obviously that's going to get overturned, obviously, because, listen, the First Amendment, you have the right to challenge, you have the right to ask a question about an election. We all know that. We know that that's going to get thrown out. But, I'm very perplexed, too. It's like, listen, Bonnie Willis has spent millions and millions of dollars on President Trump and has avoided to take care of other cases that murders, rapes, all kinds of things that created a backlog in Fulton County that's putting a dire distress on the jail system as it is. We all know about that. So, I feel very confident that will obviously be overturned also. But I'm shocked myself on how this person could do this and come right back around and win an election. So I'm puzzled just as much as you are, Bianca.
Well, that mugshot that they wanted so bad turned out not to be the defining image, but perhaps the McDonald's fry cook or the garbage truck. So I think Donald Trump gets the last laugh there, Bruce Lavelle, and always great to see you.
Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks, John. Thanks, Bianca.
Good to see you, Bruce. All right, let's bring in now host of The Pulse, David Harris, back for more. David, I don't know if you've had a chance to check out some of the other networks and how they're covering this, but the recriminations have apparently started. I just saw something from NBC News, and they're on the topic now. Was it the right decision to replace Joe Biden? We're going to talk too about Tim Walz. If these results hold up, Trump has a lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona. If this holds up, you can talk about too the question of her selection of Tim Walz as her VP pick. A guy who was busted basically as a pathological liar throughout the entire campaign. And you think about Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania, would he have been a better pick? And I had some sources telling me that Josh Shapiro didn't want this job. He treated the interview like he was interviewing Kamala Harris, and they have wanted to punt for a better time to run for a higher office. I don't know about that. Those are just some of the reports I had. But let's talk about some of these choices that were made by Kamala Harris to be VP, how she or who would be her VP, how she ran her campaign, and the results we're seeing now, David.
Well, I mean, again, Joe Biden ran his campaign from the basement in 2020 and took the Oval Office. I think that Kamala was trying to use that same playbook. She was hardly giving speeches. She wasn't giving press conferences. She didn't give any long sit-down, long-form interviews. And then she went and picked Tim Walz. Tampon Tim Walz. I mean, the guy put tampons in boys' bathrooms. Are you kidding me? How can you pick somebody that did that to school kids, boys, and then expect for any sane American to take you seriously? Yet that is exactly what they thought that they could get away with. They thought they could pick somebody that's very, very, we'll say, sketchy with his history with China and how many times he's been there. He lied about where he was for the event that happened in China. He lied about his service record. He went AWOL and literally left his platoon, left his crew before they were shipped out. I mean, the guy is just nothing good from this guy, and that's who Kamala picked. But again, she didn't fall too far off the coconut tree, as she likes to say, from Joe Biden. Because look at Joe Biden's record. What did Joe Biden do in the last 3.5 years that was good? Nothing. And what did Kamala say when given the opportunity? Kamala, would you do anything different the last 3.5 years? No. Are you kidding me? I mean, common sense slaps that woman and Tim Walz in the face every single day. And Americans saw it. They heard it. They hear her word salads, and they said, why in the world would I trust and entrust the future of our country in the hands of Tampon Tim Walz and Kamala Harris, whichever accent she has, depending on who she's talking to? Just all fake. Yeah. Nothing real, nothing genuine, and nothing to offer.
Yeah. I think, too, of course, there'll be the Monday morning quarterbacking, when we see how this all shakes out. We're still waiting for Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, so other battleground states. But I think there'll also be a look just from 2022 to what we know now. Hunter Biden censoring the laptop, the media's involvement, Elon Musk buying X, and sort of this sense in the world where we have leaders who aren't leading, and they are actually, do they really have Americans' best interests? Who are these people trying to indoctrinate our kids, allowing compromised governments, maybe some corruption at the highest level here, and everyone who's willing to cover for them already being establishment. So, Donald Trump, we talk about this, he's not your traditional, he's an outsider. And a Donald Trump candidacy, 47, not 45, he's battle tested, he's learned a lot. This would be very different. So I can only imagine sort of the fear that's going through, the panic, not just on the legacy media, David, but also with the fact that for the first time in a long time, the people who are in power may actually be leading Americans who have chosen, who have taken back the power as we the people with this historic election.
Yeah, they have. We the people have woken up with a champion and a leader of America, Donald J. Trump. He has revived the spirit of patriotism in this country, and partly due to the fact that the Democrat elite have gone after him with everything, all of the lawsuits, all the time in court, raiding his house in Mar-a-Lago, attempted assassination. They tried to kill this man, and yet he still came out fighting. Fight. He still came out fighting. And then, after the attempted assassination, he definitely acknowledged and honored that God was the one that was keeping him alive so that he could fight for the United States of America. The Republican Party will never be the same. I saw that the numbers in Georgia for the black vote, black men, 25% of black men in Georgia voted for President Donald J. Trump. Are you kidding me? That is historic over the last 60 years, where Democrats have gotten 90 to 95% of the vote for the black community. This country is shifting. It is changing. It is becoming more patriotic. And when we win, I'm declaring it right now, when we win, we cannot forget the spiritual battle that we're in that's trying to go after our children, trying to go after our babies, trying to cut off perfectly good body parts with our kids, and trying to just shut up anybody that wants to talk about Jesus and talk about nationalism. We need to keep that spirit for these 4 years when President Trump gets in office with his team that he's already got in place. As you said, way different story from 2016 to 2020. Now he knows who the swamp is. He knows who he can trust. He's already surrounded himself with incredible people that are going to make our country healthy again, safe again, prosperous, and great again. It's going to be an incredible 4 years. Hopefully, if and when President Trump gets in the Oval Office.
Preach, David Harris Jr.
All right. I just want to mention this too while we have David still with us. I got an update from the Harris campaign at Howard University.
Lay it on us. Okay.
So we have some breaking news here. The Harris campaign apparently has just shut off the sound of the TVs at her watch party. They've replaced it with music after a guest on CNN said tonight felt more like 2016 than 2020. The crowd has significantly thinned out there, and the mood is seriously downcast. That's one report on X that I saw. I asked James Rosen, "Can you confirm this?" He wrote me back, "Yes." So
well, it's never good when you turn down the music and you kind of switch it
Turn out the lights. The music's off. Maybe time to go home for the Harris campaign. But again, we're not officially calling anything yet. But a lot of signs pointing in that direction.
Well, I think too, we sort of saw the shift in after her, DNC speech, and they really got, an infusion because people were just happy it wasn't Joe Biden, right? Like we have to remember that the way the dominoes fell. So sure, she was going to get that bounce, but then to insulate her from the press, and then to have all these sort of surrogates that are coming out calling people, and garbage is sitting president, and women, and then the whole sort of. And the fact that we are looking at sort of people who are using this contempt language towards America, it doesn't say, well, it's okay to attack a candidate. I think Governor Huckabee was spot on tonight when he says, you start going after the American people, and people are going to say, do we really want to vote for you?
And that's one thing, too. I mean, it's one thing to criticize people and the supporters in the heat of the moment in the campaign, but what we're seeing now is after the results, too, a lot of the left-wing media are criticizing the American public because they want closed borders. And they're electing Donald Trump. And it's going to be interesting to see if these leads hold up, how the left-wing media, who's been so negative, calling Trump supporters Hitler and Nazis, how they handle the day after, so to speak. All right, we got to get to a commercial break again. We'll be right back. Bianca De La Garza, to my side here, John Bachman. More special coverage of Election Night 2024 as a crowd gathers. Donald Trump is on his way to the convention center, and we do expect him to speak sometime in the near future. Stay with us for that.
Versace Eros Energy, the new fragrance for men.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I thought I'd get a wax figure of myself. Cool, right? Look at the craftsmanship. I mean, they even got my nostrils right. It's just nice to know. Years after I'm gone, this guy will be standing the test of he's melting. Oh, geez. No. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Great to have you back with us. And a look at the crowd at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Donald Trump is somewhere between Mar-a-Lago and that location right there. We do expect him to speak at some point tonight. Losing track of time. It's 12:35 here on the East Coast. We're going to be with you for the next little bit, at least until I think till 2 a.m. We're standing by waiting for some of these results to check in. While we wait for Donald Trump, let's talk about these Senate races, because this is also going to be critical for the way the country looks for the next 4 years. All right, or at least for the next couple of years until we see the next election cycle. All right, let's start with Pennsylvania here. And we see Bob Casey, the incumbent there, losing right now to Dave McCormack. We have 83% of the votes in so far. And Dave McCormack has just about a little over a 1-point lead over Bob Casey. Remember, a lot of the polls had Bob Casey winning this race. Republicans outperforming the polls in Pennsylvania. As we move to Michigan, Mike Rogers still has about a 1-point lead over Alyssa Slotkin there. The Democrat in this race, Mike Rogers, we used to be in the House. Alyssa Slotkin is a current member of the U.S. House, both duking it out for that crucial Senate seat in Michigan. Mike Rogers has a lead there now with 62% of the vote in. We move a little bit west to Wisconsin, and Eric Hovde challenging Tammy Baldwin, the Democrat incumbent there. Hovde has about a 2-point lead there over Tammy Baldwin. So that would be another Republican pickup. And you look at Montana, another key state for control of the Senate. Tim Sheehy, the challenger there, is beating John Tester by almost 20 points. So a significant lead there for John Tester, or for Tim Sheehy over John Tester. And then some of the other races that have already been called: Nebraska, Missouri, Tennessee, Marsha Blackburn, who you see a lot here on Newsmax and N2. She has won re-election there. In Mississippi, Roger Wicker has won re-election. Ted Cruz in a hotly contested battle. This was supposed to be close, remember. There was a lot of money spent on this race by Democrats, but Colin Allred was not able to, he lost by almost 10 points in that race. Rick Scott also, this was supposed to be a little bit closer than this. Rick Scott just absolutely trounced Debbie Macarisel Powell. Trouble pronouncing your last name there, but he had just absolutely trucked her there in that state, a resounding win. Also a pickup for Republicans in West Virginia. Jim Justice, the governor of that state, once upon a time, he will be going to the U.S. Senate, and so will his dog, his bulldog, Baby Doll, which will be a nice addition. That should be fun to see that in the Senate. And then Bernie Moreno picking up Ohio, defeating the incumbent there, Sherrod Brown, another big pickup for Republicans. And what this all means now is Republicans have gained control of the United States Senate, according to Decision Desk HQ. They have an advantage of 2 seats right now, but we're still waiting on Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Montana. And if all those go the way they are trending right now, Republicans could have as much as a 6-seat lead in the U.S. Senate.
Pretty incredible. We're also watching Pennsylvania and Erie County. Fetterman had said this afternoon that if Donald Trump was to get Erie County, and it does look like he did, that's, also certain pockets of where we're looking at some of these races and the numbers that are coming in. Let's bring in our very next guest, president of the American Principles Project, Terry Schilling. Terry, great to see you. We hear Donald Trump maybe on his way to where you are with Elon Musk, Dana White, and sort of his entourage there. And perhaps Kamala's camp is telling folks, go home, she's not coming out. So signaling something maybe afoot where you are.
Listen, I can barely hear you guys, but I can tell you this crowd is electric. They just called Georgia here at the victory party. It's looking great across the board. What I'm paying attention to right now is Pennsylvania and Wisconsin. If we win either one of those states, we're going to cruise the victory. And Donald Trump gets so much credit because he never backed down. He kept fighting, and we wouldn't be here today without him.
Yeah, Terry, there was a lot of talk, too, concern among evangelicals that they weren't going to show up to vote for Donald Trump. This is a historical trend we've seen in the past. A lot of evangelical Christians just simply stay home. Talk about the appeal that Donald Trump has to the evangelicals who did show up to vote and the inroads he's been able to make with that community.
Well, listen, I know the Christian community very well. I'm part of it. And we're concerned about so many things that Democrats pose a major threat. We're concerned about putting men in our daughters' sports, men in our daughters' private spaces. We're concerned about what they're teaching our kids in schools. And Donald Trump has made these 3 things central to his platform. And so the evangelical voters, I won't be surprised if it comes out that this has been the largest evangelical turnout in American political history.
As we look at the stage here, and I don't know who is on stage. It looks like a Trump impersonator, kind of. But are we going to see? We got to wonder if we're going to see Elon Musk speak tonight. Are we going to see Tulsi Gabbard, Robert Kennedy? Are we? What is this? What is this scene going to look like? And is Donald Trump going to declare victory? Because it's a little too early to do that right now. But the Trump campaign has to be very confident about where they stand.
Look, I think everyone here feels good. I think the Trump team has to feel good. These numbers are very promising. I do think that Elon Musk will probably make an appearance tonight. We know that he's at Mar-a-Lago with the president watching the results, and that's very good for my children because I promised them that if Donald Trump won the presidential election, I would get a Cybertruck. So congratulations, Bobby, Max, and Peter, and Tucker. You're getting the Cybertruck, guys.
Wow, that was a tough bet to make.
Christmas comes early.
Yeah, I met your beautiful daughter at the RNC, Terry. You're a great family man. It is about values, voting your values, but I think also leaders that have character. Donald Trump's family that we saw, they're at Mar-a-Lago as well. He had them on the trail, but the children he's raised, Barron, versus, character of these other candidates. I think a lot of people are looking at that as well. And we've seen people pray for Donald Trump. We need to pray for our leaders, and we need to pray and make sure that they have good moral compass because their directions and their choices impact us on so many levels, a multitude, be it national or foreign policy issues.
No, that's exactly right. And look, I think you can tell a lot about a man by what his children think of him and how his children turn out. And if you look at Donald Trump's kids, it's very clear that he's been a very good father. They love him with all their heart. And also, they all turn out pretty successful. But we do need to pray for our leaders. These battles that we're in, it's not just politics and winning elections. It's spiritual, it's personal, it's everything. And we do need to pray for these guys because they're getting attacked left and right.
All right, Terry Schilling, always great to see you. Enjoy that Cybertruck.
Thank you, guys. God bless.
Thank you so much. Obviously, the mood in different rooms. We're looking at the mood there in West Palm Beach versus James Rosen, who's at Howard University. Let's bring in our very next guest to talk about what we are seeing as the night goes forward now. Morning, we're past midnight. GOP strategist, former New York Senate candidate Joe Pinion, also Newsmax contributor Chrissy Clark. Great to see you both with us. Thanks for spending the night here. Chrissy, I'll start with you. Female voters also may not have turned out for Kamala Harris. That's our second breaking news. We're going to go out to Washington right now and listen in to Cedric.
I want to say good evening to all of the Harris campaign, the campaign family. Thank you for all that you have done. Thank you for being here. Thank you for believing in the promise of America. We still have votes to count. We still have states that have not been called yet. We will continue overnight to fight to make sure that every vote is counted, that every voice has spoken. So you won't hear from the vice president tonight, but you will hear from her tomorrow. She will be back here tomorrow to address not only the HU family, not only to address her supporters, but to address the nation. So thank you. We believe in you. May God bless you. May God keep you. And go HU and go Harris. Thank you all.
Well, you hear some cheers there, but those are not the cheers that they were expecting maybe to hear tonight. You notice there is no VP seal on the podium. That's something that she's kind of in her signature when she shows up to speak. The vice presidential seals on the podium. Cedric Richmond, former congressman there, speaking on behalf of Kamala Harris, promising an appearance tomorrow. But again, that's not the rhetoric you hear from a campaign that feels confident about their position, talking about that there are still votes that need to be counted. And they are down in all of those blue wall states right now.
Yeah, and it's still, it's getting late, 12:44, yeah. So I guess the time is now for if they're going to let people go home and let them know. And they are going home indeed, as you see the crowd there, and filtering out of Howard University.
Again, just looking at Pennsylvania, again, too soon to call the state, of course, but when you look at Monroe County right now, a county, this is actually where my dad grew up, and I spent a lot of time there as a kid. It used to be a very rural area. It's become more of a bedroom community for New York City, but it's moved progressively left over and over the years. But Donald Trump is now winning there, not by much, by half a point, but he is still winning. And that's a county that Joe Biden won handily back in 2020. And this has been the story on a very granular level all night. These counties that Joe Biden had won crucial places in 2020, Kamala Harris has not been able to put together the same kind of victory. at least not yet. And again, Pennsylvania, 87% of the votes have been counted. We're still we're still planning a long process here before we learn more about that. But it's just one of those counties that we've been watching very closely all night. And as you watch the Harris supporters head home for the evening, much different scene in West Palm Beach, where they are waiting. And I think we're going to hear from Donald Trump very soon. In the meantime, let's bring in Joe Pinion and Christy Clark. They are back with us. So first, Christy, let me get your reaction to what we're seeing there in Washington, D.C., and we just heard from Cedric Richmond. No word from Kamala Harris tonight. Not a good sign for her, I have to guess.
It's incredibly disappointing for the people that came out there to support her, but also I do see that there is the general sentiment was that when Biden stepped down, there was going to be just a surge of young people going out to the polls to go vote for Kamala Harris. And I think what we can see from the early polling, it indicates that that just wasn't the case. Young people are still disaffected by the two-party system. They're still disaffected by everything that's going on in Washington, D.C., whether it be a Republican or a Democrat. So they didn't turn out to vote for Kamala Harris, and that should be an indication to the Democratic Party of what they need to do next time.
Mm-hmm. And Joe, we see in some of the exit polls, low Black turnout they're seeing in swing states like Pennsylvania and Michigan. And obviously the party in this room here at West Palm Beach shows a real excitement, but there has been sort of a sense of the connection with all sorts of blocks of voters that Kamala was struggling with.
Yes, I think they believed that Kamala Harris could just show up with not a single vote cast in her name and inherit the Obama coalition. And it turns out that people didn't think it was a good idea to have a nominee that no one chose. Then after they basically canceled the primary to protect Joe Biden, a man that was called an old man with poor memory. And so they're sending everybody home. Shades of the Jacob Javits Center. That is not what you do when you believe you're on the pathway to victory. It's what you do when you realize your candidate can't find the words to realize that after Hillary Clinton became the first candidate to lose Pennsylvania and Michigan as a Democrat in a very long time, Kamala Harris might have actually hit the trifecta. She's on the path right now, if these numbers hold up, to lose all three of the states in that once famous blue wall.
But come on, she likes hard work. Hard work is good work. That and the middle class family. I mean, these talking points didn't resonate.
Yeah, but you actually do.
You have a lot of joy in that room. the joy is gone, and I think the reality is Americans didn't want joy. They wanted jobs, and President Trump had 7 million new jobs pre-COVID. President Trump had the lowest unemployment for Black Americans while he was president. So these are the facts. And they thought that they were in a pre-2020 America. They were not. They were in a post-2020 America where PTA moms are put on terrorist watch lists. The border was overrun, and they started basically chaos abroad between Gaza and Europe and the South China Sea.
That October jobs report too, 12,000 was just another nail in the coffin too.
Let's we're going to tell Chrissy and Joe to stand by. We'll get back to them in a little bit. We're going to be up late tonight. I guess I should say this morning. But let's get out to James Rosen, who is joining us from Howard University, and what once was the Harris Watch Party, but it is not a party anymore, James.
And there's not much left to watch here as the crowd is now dispersing, having been informed by Cedric Richmond, the influential former congressman and former director under President Biden of the White House Office of Public Engagement, who came out and spoke briefly to this crowd, some of which had already begun dispersing, and told them in remarks that lasted only 3 to 4 minutes to go home, that they would not be hearing from Vice President Harris tonight, that they will hear from her tomorrow. It was an extraordinary moment, and you could just sense the disappointment in this extraordinary crowd that turned out here. There were several thousand people here as of, say, 4 p.m., and the crowd grew and grew. And a lot of these people were standing on their feet literally for 7 to 8 consecutive hours. And it's baffling to this reporter, having covered presidential politics for the better part of 3 decades now, why the vice president didn't come here and reward that loyalty and, frankly, that suffering from her supporters. There would have been very little to lose for the vice president simply to appear and to say briefly that the votes are still being counted to thank these supporters for their faith and to urge them to keep the faith and stay tuned. Even if she had spoken in advance of former President Trump, as long as she didn't declare victory, she would have been on terra firma. And instead, I think it's safe to say that the vice president and her campaign have left a very bitter taste in the mouth of the supporters who showed up here tonight, who waited patiently for their candidate to appear, who stood on their feet for 7 to 8 consecutive hours, and who had to go home empty-handed, in a sense. To be sure, the actual results of the balloting were already casting a pall on the party atmosphere here, but it was extremely, I think, disappointing to these supporters that the vice president not only turned out to be a no-show, but didn't even appear via video, didn't phone into this crowd. Remember how many times we saw presidents before President Trump became the first sitting president to visit the March for Life rallies, the anti-abortion rallies in Washington? How many years we saw presidents call in to those rallies? She could have done that as well. So it's baffling to see, but nonetheless, the crowd is just about gone at this point, and life will return to normal here in the yard of Howard University outside Frederick Douglass Memorial Hall. John?
It's not even phoning it in tonight for the watch party. All right, James Rosen, maybe James can get out of there. At least one of us can have it earlier tonight.
Yes, thank you, Jay. Excellent reporting as always. And she'll take some heat, but also we should note Donald Trump is heading to his supporters. And granted, it's under, a more jubilant crowd he's waiting, but they were still cheering for her. No one, they're still having called some states, but show that he remember Donald Trump is going to show his face, not even just call it in. He's reportedly on his way, perhaps even with Elon Trump over to the West Palm Beach Convention Center. So we're watching that.
Elon Musk.
Yeah.
Elon Musk.
Elon Musk.
They were talking to there was a picture of Elon Musk and Dana White and Donald Trump sitting down, huddled up at Mar-a-Lago tonight, and the caption was, "Which government agency are we cutting first?" Elon has, he has the Department of Government Efficiency, and that's really what he wants to do. He thinks he can cut $2 trillion from the federal budget.
Yeah, well, he's done quite a few things in his life as far as outside of Washington and in business. So I'm sure he'd have some fun doing that, and probably to the benefit of many Americans. All right, let's bring in our very next panel as we wait for Donald Trump possibly to show up at the festivities there. Former New York Congresswoman and board member of the Independent Women's Forum, Nan Hayworth, with us. Also, the National Affairs reporter at the National Review, John Fund. Welcome into you both. Thanks for staying with us. We know it's been a little bit late, but we knew it would be.
Great to be with you.
All right. Kamala Harris and James Rosen really hammering the point that these people were on their feet. They were outside. They were waiting. She could have done something, if not physically, called, video. Nan, why do you think she didn't come out to do it? Obviously, we think we know why, but Donald Trump's going to at least show some face this evening.
Yeah. Well, President Trump's had a really great night.
Congressman, man, can we just stop here real quick? Dave McCormack is stepping out on the stage right now. Who's running for Senate in Pennsylvania. He has a lead there. Let's listen in and see if he's going to make a victory speech here.
What a great group of friends. We are so honored to have you all here today. And how about my wife, Dina Powell? So to say that Dina and I are partners in this whole thing, and I wouldn't have done it without her, is an understatement. She is, this is something we decided to do together, something that we felt honored to try to do. It's a mountain to climb. And none of this would have ever happened without Dina. So thank you, Dina. And now I want to just ask the question, who's ready to save America? We got to do it. We've got to do it. And listen, this election night's not quite over, but about 85% of the vote is in. And we've looked at where all the rest of it coming in, and it looks like we're headed in a very good direction. And listen, when we started this, Dina and I looked at the country. We feel like we've been blessed by everything America has to offer. Two of the luckiest people in the world. But that opportunity, that American dream is slipping away, and we got to get it back for every single Pennsylvanian and every single American. And we need new leadership. We need new leadership in the Senate to Pennsylvania has the opportunity to be all that they can be, regardless of party, race, creed. We need to create opportunity for every single person. We need to create an economy that works for everybody. We need to secure our border. We need to have energy policy that protects the environment, but also makes us secure and creates great jobs. The bottom line is we need leadership. We don't have it, and we're going to get it. And so, listen, in the coming days, the election results will be finalized. And when they are, we will look forward to a new agenda, a new America. And we'll look back on this day today and we'll say that was the day that we turned the corner. That was the day that we had new leadership in Pennsylvania. That was the day that we got our country back on track. And, some of you know, I think most of you probably know, I had the opportunity to go to West Point, and my brother went to West Point, and my mom and dad went with us to West Point for 8 years in a row. And they hadn't come back for 35 years, and we took them back last fall. But yeah, with Dina's parents as well, and we walked past the MacArthur statue. And it has a very famous speech etched in granite. And the speech says, duty, honor, country. Those three hallowed words reverently dictate what you ought to be, what you can be, what you will be. They are your rallying point to build courage when courage seems to fail, to regain faith when there seems little cause for faith, and to create hope when hope becomes forlorn. And that makes sense to me because this is a moment where we don't have enough leaders showing courage. This is a moment where Americans are losing faith. This is a moment where America is losing hope. But we can turn that page. We can look forward. We can have an America that works for everybody. It starts now. It starts with this election. It starts right here in Pennsylvania. And so from the bottom of our hearts, we have been so honored to campaign across Pennsylvania, 450 visits in every little town, in every city, and the people we've met along the way have given us hope. They've given us faith. They've given us courage. We want to represent and serve the great people of our Commonwealth. It'll be the honor of our lifetimes. Thank you very much.
Celebratory speech. We won't call it a victory speech yet, but he's got to be feeling very good about where things stand. Let's welcome back in our panel, Nan Hayworth and John Fund, to talk more about this. Back to you, Nan. Just give us your thoughts on this race and a guy like Bob Casey potentially going down in Pennsylvania.
Yeah. It's been a remarkable saga of everyday Americans confronting, I think, I'm very much unlike, thank goodness for Newsmax, thank goodness for places like Newsmax too, but everyday Americans confronting finally with their votes the machine that has been arrayed against them, against their common sense, against their pocketbooks, against their values. And President Trump was able to make, it seems, the New York Times Needle now has him at a 95% chance of winning the entire thing, the election tonight. But President Trump has brought together a movement of diverse demographics, Americans who felt left behind, who the Democrat Party and their nominee, who never made it through a primary process, who was appointed, was going to be installed, and they said no, we're not doing that. And Bob Casey was a part of that very ungenuine. When he said he cared about the people of Pennsylvania, he still voted. I don't know, must have been at least 95% of the time with the Democrats who were oppressing the people in his own state. And John Fetterman said it. He said from the beginning, Donald Trump is going to win. So I think that's what we're seeing, and I rejoice in it.
and John, when you see Bob Casey running ads, aligning himself with Donald Trump, that, even they're not having the faith that Kamala Harris at the top of the ticket would help them in the down ballot. And that was significant there in Pennsylvania. Now, McCormack just came out and said 85% of the vote. I think his tone was perfect, spot on. And it's more than what the Democrats will hear from Kamala Harris this evening. Her supporters were told to go home, and Howard University is now empty.
Look, this is an absolutely historic election. Donald Trump, comeback of the century, 2 centuries. The Republicans take over the Senate. But your readers and listeners should understand there is one more chapter to be written. The House of Representatives, I predict, will not be decided for a week or 10 days. It's going to be very, very close. Even as Donald Trump won Pennsylvania, and even as McCormack won the Senate race there, Republican incumbent in Pennsylvania, Scott Perry, went down to defeat. There are other networks that say the Democrats have a slightly better than even chance of taking the United States House back. That would cripple much of Donald Trump's agenda because the House runs on base, and Dan knows this. The House runs on party discipline, and it's extremely difficult, since there are very few moderate Democrats left, to bring over any Democrats to anything that Trump would want to do. So there will be a lot of recounts. There'll be a lot of last-minute votes, and I think eternal vigilance is necessary here. All those lawyers that were ready for election integrity efforts are going to have to be deployed to key House districts because it's going to be very, very tight in the House.
John Hayworth, we appreciate your comments this morning. We thank you so much for being with us. And folks, if you are just joining us, this is our special election night coverage here on N2.
We'll be right back. Are we going on here?
Thank you.
With 1 o'clock, it's 1 o'clock in the morning, Bianca, and here we are. We're still waiting. As you heard John Fund there, the very important point that he just made about how long it's going to take before we get the final results for the House. And stay with us here. We're going to bring in former Virginia Governor Bob McDonnell, who I'm sure can talk to us a little bit about that. One of the key races there was in the 7th District of Virginia, Governor Eugene Vindman, the Democrat, winning over Derek Anderson. Have you been surprised at all, Governor, about the way things have played out in Virginia?
No, I mean, the polls were showing that we were down 7, 8, 9 points in the Trump-Harris race. We've lost since 2008, unfortunately. John. And so it played about right. But the good news was Jen Kiggins, one of the top congressional races in the country. She wins a big race in Southeast Virginia by 8 points. And we have 2 others. In the 7th, as you pointed out, Derek Anderson came up 4 points short. Same thing up in with Mr. Clancy, Mike Clancy, up in Northern Virginia suburbs. So we ran competitively, but the House and Senate races stay about the same.
Governor Bianca here, you're someone who has dealt with Jack Smith, a figure in this campaign who Donald Trump has said he will get rid of if he is in the White House and with the Supreme Court. And obviously, Eileen Cannon says was not appointed. Talk to us about what we have seen. John Fund just talked about the comeback of 2 centuries of Donald Trump, where he was even a year ago with all these indictments to where he is tonight, potentially any minute now, walking in to that convention center filled with love and supporters and standing in really good position right now in this race.
I agree. I mean, it's extraordinary for a billionaire from New York to become the champion of the little guy in the flyover states. And tonight, with historic margins, gaining about 8 or 9% among Hispanic voters, about 8% among Black males, significant new support among union voters. He's kind of reshaped the coalition on how to win. And yes, with my old friend, Mr. Smith, who has got chronically bad judgment about the rule of law and when to go after people, especially those he doesn't agree with. I'd say to have even an allegation of wrongdoing is enough to derail campaigns. But after 4 separate sets of indictments, 2 for Mr. Smith and others, I think we've lost some faith in the federal justice system to the point that Donald Trump was able to win. It looks like he's going to win, notwithstanding all these charges. So we need to restore faith in our justice system, I think, is the big takeaway. And kudos to Donald Trump for hanging in there against all odds.
Yeah, Governor, always great to see you. Thanks for staying up late, or I should say early, with us. My mom said nothing good ever happens after midnight, but this is the one exception where we have these types of interviews.
Well, you were younger then.
Yes, I was young.
Hey, that's good. Thank you.
All right, good to see you, Governor.
Thanks, Governor.
All right, let's go back to the maps now and just give people an update on where things stand, because we are still watching the situation in Pennsylvania. You can see Donald Trump, according to our projections here, has a 3-point lead right now in that state. So let's just take a look here. This is Pennsylvania. Donald Trump up 51% to basically 48% to Kamala Harris. 91% of the vote is in now. And if you remember just a few moments ago when Dave McCormack was on stage, we were about 85%. So 6 more percentage points have come in. But again, we're still anticipating a very late night or a long couple of days for Pennsylvania. We move over to Michigan here. Donald Trump has a 2-point lead in Michigan right now. This was, somewhat of a surprise. This was part of the blue wall, which was supposed to hold up for Democrats and Kamala Harris. That has not panned out. And then Wisconsin, too. We were talking to Dan O'Donnell, who's a radio talk show host, has a lot of experience in Wisconsin, knows the area of Milwaukee very well. And he was very confident that Wisconsin might be the best looking state for Donald Trump in this area. He has a lead in all the blue wall states so far. We'll see if those hold up. Now, as moved down to Arizona, he has a tiny lead there in Arizona, a little bit over a half a percentage point, 0.6 of a percentage point there, with 56% of the votes in. Now, if we go back to our 270 map, and this was the projection here. I don't know if it's going to work for me. Let's see. We'll go back to this map here, but Donald Trump, if he brings home victory in the 3 blue wall states in Arizona and also Nevada, which doesn't have anything reported yet, he could have over 300 electoral college votes. And you think about that, even what John Fund is saying, he's absolutely right. The House of Representatives can certainly slow down Donald Trump's agenda, but if he has a mandate of over 300 electoral college votes, what does that mean for him too? And we'll also have control of the Senate. We talked about the importance of his ability to get through his cabinet positions and the ambassadors and all the other federal appointees that'll have to get confirmed, how important that will be for his presidency.
And right now, again, if you are staying up late with us, there's most likely going to be a show. Even though things have not been called, Donald Trump is heading to greet the people who have been waiting all night. We want to make sure we get that, so we're going to take a very quick break, and we're back with more. And any minute, we could be seeing Donald Trump in West Palm Beach with the throngs of crowds. We'll be right back.
Liberty Mutual customized my car insurance, so I saved hundreds. With the money I saved, I thought I'd get a wax figure of myself. Cool, right? Look at the craftsmanship. I mean, they even got my nostrils right. It's just nice to know. Years after I'm gone, this guy will be standing the test of... He's melting. Oh, jeez. No. Only pay for what you need. Liberty, 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 liberty.
Versace Eros Energy, the new fragrance for men.
It's 1:10 here. On the East Coast, a live look inside the watch party, and they are watching for Donald Trump potentially to walk in the doors there in West Palm Beach at the convention center. He's expected to address supporters. We can see some folks there that are streaming in. A lot of energy here because Donald Trump has been obviously doing really well at Mar-a-Lago, watching returns, and decides, let me go over to where all my supporters are. Right. Very different than what Kamala Harris did, which is send her supporters home.
And you see Tucker Carlson walking in there, greeted with the hero's welcome. He's been over at Mar-a-Lago all night, and obviously speaking on behalf of Donald Trump, showing up there. We're waiting to hear Donald Trump could take to the stage any moment, so we'll be watching for that. We also had eyes on Robert Kennedy Jr., who's there too. So the whole entourage has shown up at the Palm Beach Convention Center in West Palm Beach. Let's check in now, though, with GOP Chair from California, Jessica Malone Patterson. Jessica, great to have you with us.
Hey, great to be with you guys.
All right, so we were talking with John Fund earlier about one of the key aspects of this night that we're not going to know for a long time are some of these crucial House races, and a lot of them are in the state of California. We're talking about the 41st District, the 45th District, the 47th District, and I could go on. Give us your assessment on how things are going for Republicans in California, because this could impact the balance of power in the House of Representatives.
It does. The road to the House majority comes right through California. We've proved that over the last two cycles. We currently hold a 4-seat House majority, Republican House majority, and California has picked up 5 seats in the last 2 cycles. So our job is to protect those 5 seats. We also have a couple opportunities where we're going on the offense, but the ballots take a very long time to count here in California. We also have a curing process. So some races back in 2022 were not called until December. So we're buckled in. Everything is looking good. We've done a lot on the registration side. Every single one of these congressional seats that we won in 2022 or came close to winning in 2022 has a better registration footprint for Republicans. So we did our job on turning out the vote, and now we're just going to do our work in counting and curing.
And do you have a team of lawyers ready to go on standby to jump in there and make sure nothing happens, that everything is counted properly and everyone can feel confident about their vote being counted?
California has one of the most robust election integrity programs in the entire country. In fact, we train a lot of the other states when it comes to election integrity. We have a lawyer that's assigned to every single county in the state, an election integrity chair. We have done tens of thousands of volunteer trainings for poll watching and ballot counting. So we feel incredibly confident in our elections here. You have to remember, we won seats in 2020, like Mike Garcia's, by 333 votes in LA County. I promise you, if bad things were happening, that's a place that they would happen. And we came out the victors. In 22, John Duarte won by 560 votes. Again, we make sure that we are watching every single one of ballots and everything is above board, and we have all the confidence in our elections.
Sure. Just have a few seconds left, but just get your reaction. Of course, the Senate now GOP controlled, Bernie Moreno in Ohio, but you do have Senator Adam Schiff now, who has won.
Yeah. He has, and Steve Garvey did a phenomenal job. It's still a tough list statewide trying to win, but he was incredibly smart and strategic with the way that he ran his campaign here. I think we're at a turning point with Republicans, and especially with the Latino vote coming our way. That a statewide win is not far off. It just didn't happen for us this time.
Jessica Malone Patterson, really appreciate your thoughts and comments this morning on this historic election as we continue to watch results come in. Thank you for staying up with us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, next let's get out to national correspondent Mike Carter, who's covering the campaign for us from Pittsburgh. He has an update for us. Hey, Mike.
Hey guys, good evening. 90% of the vote in. Donald Trump still with a 4-point lead or so over Kamala Harris. Dave McCormack just spoke moments ago. I think you guys carried that speech. It wasn't necessarily a victory speech so much as a we're looking good type speech. Still a few counties yet to come in, but the numbers across the board here in Pennsylvania have just played very well for Republicans. Looking at a few counties right now, Lackawanna County, that's home to Scranton. Donald Trump has improved his turnout to vote there over 2020. Now, that's Joe Biden's hometown, right? Scranton, Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris has so far failed to reach the same numbers that Joe Biden did back in 2020. We're also expecting
the vote out of Allegheny County. That's here in Pittsburgh. We're also expecting 20 to 25% Republican vote coming out of Philadelphia County. Just incredible numbers from Republicans today in Pennsylvania, and it just really needs to be said. The Democrat turnout in big cities here in PA just hasn't been there. Well, here in Pennsylvania, there are today more Republican registered voters than any time since 1970. It's unbelievable what has been done here, percentage-wise, here in Pennsylvania. Back in 2008, there were Democrats had a 1.2 million registered vote lead over Republicans. Back in 2020, that shrunk to 685,000. This year, it's down to 286,000. So a lot of that has been grassroots efforts on behalf of local Republicans here in Pennsylvania, also the likes of Charlie Kirk, Elon Musk, these third-party Republican groups that Donald Trump has enlisted. Also, Scott Pressler has been huge. He's a conservative social media influencer. A lot of people had a lot of concerns about what would that get out the vote effort be in states like Pennsylvania, where Republicans really needed to cut into Democrats who had a much more bigger advantage with registered voters. Well, it seems like that has worked. And so far tonight, we still have a little ways to go. It's looking good for both Donald Trump and for Dave McCormack. And wow, wouldn't that be something? Donald Trump and McCormack out of Pennsylvania, shattering that blue wall that Democrats thought they had. I mean, just go back to earlier this summer. Dave McCormack was down 10 points in this race. This past weekend, the latest polling showed he was down nearly 3 points. And right now, he's up 2 points and 90% of the voting, guys. It's an unexpected result, though not one that many Republicans felt was a hill they couldn't climb. But right now, we're still waiting for final results here in Pennsylvania. 19 electoral college votes on the map. We're here all night.
All right, Mike Carter. Are the casinos still open out there in Las Vegas? Pennsylvania. They got casinos in Pennsylvania. All right, Mike Carter. I don't know if he's a betting man or not.
I don't either. All right, so we're watching Pennsylvania. Obviously, so is the Harris campaign. Rick Leventhal is staying up late with us, 1:18 in the morning now. We are waiting Donald Trump to come in. When he came out, he lands at West Palm Beach, 5:35 this morning, Rick, after, four rallies yesterday. He comes out, he votes. So I don't have a speech. I'm just going to weigh it. Obviously, we don't know the results of anything yet, but he is going to come out to speak. I'm excited to hear sort of the mood. I know he feeds off the crowd. We're showing live pictures of the crowd. We've got a lot of notable names in there, a lot of folks that we'll recognize. And then he comes on most likely with Elon Musk and Dana White. And what will you be looking for tonight? It's worth staying up late. I mean, why would you go to bed when we're about to see the show here?
Yeah, and I think and I hope that he's going to speak to all Americans because all Americans matter, and Trump knows that. It's not over yet, of course, and I'm sure he'll speak to that as well. They do have to count every single vote, but right now it is looking very, very likely that Donald Trump will be the next president of the United States. Harris has to win Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, and it looks like Trump is going to win all three of those states, which would make this one of the most remarkable political comebacks in U.S. history. He is just the second president to win non-consecutive terms. I'm sure you know who the first was, Grover Cleveland, the 22nd and 24th president. And here's Donald Trump, repeating history like 100 years later. So congrats to him and congrats to the Republican Party. Not over yet, but it looks very, very good for Donald Trump. And I, too, am very interested to hear what he has to say. And the guy never sleeps. We know that now. He never sleeps. So, all right, Rick, not surprised he's showing up at 2 o'clock in the morning to talk. Yeah.
All right. Thanks, Rick. Appreciate it. So we were waiting and watching, and we knew it would be a late night. I mean, we're kind of in it to sort of, ride this one out. We're here. I think that a lot of the folks who have gathered there are also waiting, and no one's going home there. Unlike Howard University and our James Rosen doing excellent reporting there, it's kind of a shock that people would stand outside for 8 hours and then they don't even get a video message. In this day and age, you can take something, you can say thank you, but no. So we have some live pictures here, I believe, inside the West Palm Beach Convention Center. And look at this. I mean, John, we know a lot of the folks who are there. You're getting some scoop from Mar-a-Lago as well. Something's happening here.
Something's happening here. I would imagine we're starting to see some of the Trump entourage showing up, and they're going to be walking on stage very quickly. I don't know if we can raise the music a little bit, but what we all know from covering these types of events, there's a soundtrack, and you hear the same songs. Gloria. I don't even know who sings that one, but it's one of my favorite songs from the 80s.
Laura Branigan?
Oh, thank you, Bianca. With the knowledge there. You hear Phantom of the Opera. You hear Village People.
Jesse's Girl.
Jesse's Girl. We can hear. Let's listen in real quick and see. Coming in from Nevada, the Arizona is still an open question, although Trump has a lead there. If you take those two states off the board and you give Donald Trump Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin, where he has the lead right now, he still has 295 electoral college votes, and that's without Nevada and Arizona. And if these leads hold up, so it just shows you how narrow the path to victory is for Kamala Harris, if there even is one still left. Let's talk about Arizona a little bit more. It's one of those states where we expect to see quite a significant delay before all the ballots are counted. Our correspondent John Glasgow joins us now from Scottsdale with the latest on the situation out there in Arizona. Hey, John.
Yeah, hey, good evening to you. Good morning. Late night here as well in Arizona, but the Maricopa County's election office, I just checked, they are still counting ballots. They have a live feed where you can watch them process and cure some of these ballots. So they're still hard at work trying to get more of an update here on the results here in Maricopa County, which is...
John, we're going to cut you off here because we have a major call we want to make here. We can now officially call Pennsylvania for Donald Trump, which essentially makes it almost impossible for Kamala Harris to win. This was a huge pickup for Donald Trump. A lot of time and energy invested in this. We are now calling Pennsylvania for Donald Trump. So we can put that in the win column, and it's going to be huge. We'll see Donald Trump probably address that when he comes to the stage. That may have been what everybody was cheering about. We saw just a moment ago. John, sorry to cut you off there, but we had to get that in.
This is, 19 electoral votes. So out of all the battleground states, the most electoral votes in Pennsylvania. Biden had won this by 1.2%. Donald Trump flipped the state of Pennsylvania by 0.7 in 2016. That was the first time a Republican had done that since 1988. He has done it again tonight, folks. Pennsylvania, a prize going to Donald Trump. And also, they were saying if he holds everything he did in 2020, he gets Georgia, which he did get. He gets Pennsylvania. He gets 270. He gets to the White House. So very exciting momentum right there.
We'll be watching to see if it is, in fact, a victory speech from Donald Trump tonight. This might change the tenor and the tone of that speech, but we do have other states to watch out for as well, including the one where John is. So let's get back there. John, hey, it was hate to cut you off, but we got to get that one in there. Tell us, pick back up where you left off.
Yeah, no, that's big news. And of course, that is crucial here for Trump's roadmap to 270. Also watching here in Arizona, we do know that this is another one of those states that Trump could potentially pick up as well. Maricopa County, as I was mentioning, is 60% of the population. Still tabulating some votes, very close right now in Maricopa County, but also we're looking at Pima County, which is where Tucson is, and that's going, at the moment, it's leaning more blue. However, there's still lots of time. There's still lots of ballots to be brought in. This was a historic year.
All right, John, I'm going to cut you off again one time. John, I'm going to cut you off again one more time because we are now able to call the race for Donald Trump. It is 2024. It is 1:24 in the morning, and we are calling Donald Trump the victor after securing Pennsylvania. We have a new president-elect, potentially. We have to, of course, wait for all this to be official, but we are projecting Donald Trump as the victor of the 2024 presidential race.
We're glad you're staying with us right here on N2. I'm Bianca Della Garza alongside John Bachman. We've had a team of reporters all over the nation doing great work. Again, we just called the state of Pennsylvania, and this is why we're now able to call Donald Trump right now the presumptive winner of this election, a historic election. Hey, John Glasgow, thank you. We know you're watching Arizona. We'll be getting back to you. And look at the crowds here. This is West Palm Beach. Massive turnout. They have been waiting for Donald Trump to come over from Mar-a-Lago. It may be a victory speech, as we were saying earlier. Don, when Donald Trump came out today to vote with Melania, he said, I hadn't really planned or scripted it. I don't have to. I'm just going to speak from my heart. But today and tonight, as we are watching, this is a comeback, many say, one for the history books and one that our nation really has not seen the likes of in a long, long time. A candidate, complete outsider, won in 2016, threatening now everything that this Democratic Party has sort of put into play with Kamala Harris being replaced out of Joe Biden. You can see how jubilant they are.
And I think back to August, the Trump campaign called a few of us to Mar-a-Lago for that press conference. And before, they gave us kind of a background briefing. It was supposed to be off the record, but they were so proud of the data that they had, they actually, allowed us to report it. But they were very confident about their ground game and their ability to get out some of these persuadables, as they call them, voters. They had identified and spent a lot of time when they hold these rallies all over the country. They try to identify people who had not voted for Donald Trump before, and that appears to be very effective. One of the other things, too, that I've noticed, having covered the 2016 campaign, the 2020 campaign, and the 2024 campaign, was the professional nature of the campaign, the way they handled it. A lot of credit has to be given to Susie Wiles, to Jason Miller, and to Christoph Savita, and to Taylor Buttigieg, and those people who are with the inner circle and help Donald Trump really orchestrate and then execute on this plan. And we saw how he expanded the map. Remember, we were all told we were not going to be able to get to this point tonight. It was going to be too close to call. We could be looking at weeks before we knew the presidential election winner. But here we are. It's 1:30 in the morning. Donald Trump has been projected to win the presidential race. He's expanded the map. We don't even have the results from Michigan and Wisconsin, Arizona, or Nevada yet. We do have a new president-elect.
Yeah, if you are just joining us, yes, the race has been called. Newsmax is calling it for Donald Trump. We are looking live inside his watch party, where he will now be speaking any minute now. And what we're feeling, too, with all of this is, against all odds, Donald Trump, not just one indictment, 2, 3, 4 indictments aloft there. We've had 2 attempted assassination attempts on this man's life. And I know I was next to you during the RNC and the DNC, John, during this election cycle. You and I have sort of been right here side by side watching all of this unfold. And it has been moments that are unbelievable, but yet they've happened in American history now. And tonight is just going to mark another one for the history books. And we'll see what legacy Donald Trump has now for the future. And his legacy, again, just found another chapter to be written here in American political history.
And I remember very distinctly the Friday after Kamala's speech at the DNC. I was exploring Chicago. I went to the Billy Goat Tavern, an iconic spot, and I sat down to have a beer and a hamburger. And a guy came in and sat next to me. He attended the convention, and we talked a lot about how excited he was about the new energy, about the vibes and the breath and the joy that they were experiencing. And what we've seen from the Harris campaign is what we've seen from our other campaigns. A burst of energy in the beginning, and then it faded to black towards the end. She didn't connect with voters. She didn't take opportunities to connect with demographics and voting blocks the Democrats were struggling with, and we saw that. And I think, again, this is more proof that you can't just present a candidate to the American public and expect them to go along with it. And I think something you were talking about earlier tonight, Bianca, is the lack of respect that Kamala Harris showed her first supporters tonight by not showing up at Howard University. And you compare and contrast that to the MAGA movement that we've seen, the Donald Trump we've seen as of late, getting in the garbage truck, going to McDonald's, humbling himself in a way that we haven't really seen Donald Trump do that before. So,
yeah, I'm also so proud too that here at Newsmax we have seen surging ratings, and all our viewers, all of you that are watching tonight, to see this historic moment with us. We really know how important the role of journalists are to report the facts, to not have just a legacy liberal media that is smearing, using name calling, and really acting as sort of a propaganda arm for whoever is in charge and the machinations of this Democratic Party. And tonight, I think we're seeing sort of a referendum vote of people versus the establishment. And it is we the people, and it is Americans and the power of the people. And you sense it, and I'm so proud to see where our nation is and where our nation may be. And we're both parents, so obviously the future is very important for us and our children.
I think a lot of parents are breathing a sigh of relief tonight, especially those of us who have girls who play sports. That's one of the things, it's not a traditional topic. It's not the economy. It's not immigration. But when we look at the exit polls really in detail and the crosstabs, as we absorb the results of these. It'll be interesting to see how these types of issues in the culture war really changed a lot of votes this time around. And the other thing too that I'm struck by, Bianca, is what 2020 was likely an anomaly. You had the pandemic, of course. You had a lot of rules and laws being changed in places like Pennsylvania, and you had a lot of that corrected after the fact. And this is, I think, a win for America, even if I know there are a lot of upset Democrats out there tonight. But the fact that we do have an election result on the night or the morning of the election, I think is big for our country.
It is, and it may be some healing. This is live pictures outside of Trump Tower, Fifth Avenue there, and you can see people with their American flags, Israeli flags, their red MAGA hats. New York has packed Madison Square Garden. We saw the streets actually filled when he was convicted in Alvin Bragg's trial. They supported him. The next day he broke fundraising hurdles. So, his ties to New York, what he's done for that city, a lot of folks there, have always supported him. I think a lot of this too is about loyalty and people who have stood by Donald Trump. Always had faith that, this was not necessarily going to be in the cards, but he fought. And, speaking of, sort of reaction to where we are, we're going to see Donald Trump in just a few minutes. As we wait, let's bring in some of our guests here who've been standing by to get some reaction to tonight's historic election. Executive Director of America First Works, Ashley Hayek, and also GOP strategist Joe Pinion. Incredible. We're waiting for Donald Trump, so please excuse us if we cut you off. It just means he's taking the stage. Joe Pinion, I'll let you get your first reaction here to what we're seeing and feeling tonight here.
I mean, it just feels surreal. They told us you couldn't vote for Donald Trump because he was a criminal. They told us that the border crisis was a figment of our imagination. They told us that they were the return to normal administration while they started effectively a wildfire from the war in the Middle East to the fires in Gaza. And now you have Donald J. Trump, poised to become the 47th president of these United States, building a coalition that looks a whole lot like the old Democratic coalition, with Americans sick and tired of being sick and tired. And in the end, it's Kamala Harris, perhaps showing her true self in the end. She didn't bother to show up for those people at Howard University. She hasn't shown up for them effectively in her entire political career, while we were all supposed to vote for her because she was going to be the first Black female president.
Yeah, there's so much to absorb here, and I think one of the things that I think might change as well. Ashley, this question is for you. We saw so much money. Kamala Harris raised billions and billions of dollars for this campaign. We saw how much money they spent on their digital strategy, their television strategy. Are we reaching a point now where we're going to start seeing people claw back some of that money and say, you know what? There are other ways to reach voters. Shoe leather campaigning still counts. You got to have a real movement. You got to have the organization. Talk to us about that.
Well, I think this is really ultimately about the American people. And I think that at the end of the day, there's a lot of money that goes to the pockets of consultants, but you didn't see that in the Trump campaign. I think what you saw was a campaign that utilized the FTC opinion. We decided to do door-to-door campaigning. We raised money through our 501c4 America First Works. We talked to real American people, and it was absolutely incredible. This is the greatest coalition this country has ever seen. We have a president who cares about the American people more than anyone. I'm actually overwhelmed. We had Muslim Americans, Jewish Americans, women, Black Americans. We had so many people who came forward who said, we want to be a part of the team. And that's what we built. And it's proven tonight to be successful. I'm super excited. This is all because of the vision of Brooke Rollins, Linda McMahon, Donald Trump Jr. It's pretty incredible what we're able to accomplish when you actually connect with the American people and you put aside your selfish wants like you've seen with the bureaucratic establishment.
Yeah, and I think Ashley too, for America First Works and for this whole idea of America First, this is a vindication for those folks who have the audacity to say, let's put us first. Let's put American citizens first. Let's make sure we have housing for our wounded veterans and homeless veterans before we start putting illegal immigrants in hotels. That, I think, is got to be a vindicating feeling for you.
Oh, 1,000,000%. But it's It's across the board. It's, they're spending billions of dollars overseas while it's causing skyrocketing prices in America, and moms are paying $8 for orange juice as opposed to $4. I've talked about this now with y'all for like months. You look at what's happening with our borders, you look at what's happening just with their own pocketbooks. And so this is just such an incredible moment, because honestly, I'm overwhelmed, because I feel like we're once again giving power back to we the people, and it's giving power back to to everyday Americans, not the bureaucrats, not the establishment, not the political elite. That's what this is really all about. That's what America First is. And I'm so excited.
Truly, and every message that Kamala Harris was sending, even in her closing argument, was disconnected. It was both from Lady Gaga, it was celebrity after celebrity, it was J-Lo. There was sort of this divide, and we say the elites, and it really does come down to people who aren't living, like you said, paying $8 for orange juice. People who don't walk in American shoes, taking second jobs just to make ends meet. And then I think also the attack on the nuclear family, I think the radicals just pushed it, progressives, too far. The radical left show, it started with BLM, the thief on the police, then they pushed it into more indoctrination in kids, gender fluid, and people just started going like, wait a second, this is actually just not what we want for our children. So, they took it and they pushed it so far, and they really accelerated it, I think, knowing that once Donald Trump announced, it was like, okay, wait, we got to start moving our agenda in here quicker. And Americans tonight have voted, and they have put their foot down and saying, no, this is our family, this is our nation, and we have to restore it. It's now or never, truly so.
Democrats truly believed that they could ride abortion back to keep them in the White House. They thought that just every single American would rally to their cause. And no one wanted to be Julia Roberts in that commercial. There were plenty of women who decided they were going to go into a ballot box and vote for President Trump, even though their husband may have been voting for Kamala Harris. And I think that might be what we find here in the crosstabs and the exit polls. All of those women who perhaps did take it to the ballot box with their mouth sealed and say, we're going to vote to put America first. We're going to vote to say that our children aren't going to be taught about the mechanics of sex before they know how to spell the word. We're going to vote to ensure that we're not going to have our credibility questioned simply for asking questions about the type of materials our children are being exposed to at a very early age. So I think that was the miscalculation of Democrats, effectively thinking that they knew better than the voters, that they could tell us that our eyes were lying to us. They were not lying to us. We had prosperity underneath President Trump, and I think we're getting ready to have prosperity under President Trump once again.
It's almost like not just a candidate loses, but it's more like America wins. And that's kind of what we're hearing. Donald Trump is actually in the building, which is another layer of all this. So as we're sort of absorbing this, you were staying up late to wait to hear what he has to say. This isn't technically, it's a new day, and it's a new chapter. It's a new dawn for America, and it's a return to sort of a glimpse of what he was able to do amidst everything he was up against. The way he started his presidency, he had the Russia collusion. They came after him. We're going to talk about the House too, because that could play out again. But
think about that.
Right when he started, they were already against him, and look what he was able to accomplish. And this time, knowing what he knows, surrounding himself with different people, maybe making different decisions, which, he talked about with Joe Rogan. Nothing was perfect at the time. He'd only been in D.C. 12 times. So here we have an opportunity of a real battle-tested Donald Trump.
There's John Boyd, a great friend of Newsmax, just an amazing actor in everything he does, including Zoolander. It's just so good. John Boyd is fantastic, and he's just been a huge supporter of Donald Trump. This is the greatest political comeback, I think, in history. You have to give that to Donald Trump. You can think about other people like Teddy Roosevelt, who tried to regain the presidency and just couldn't do it. Donald Trump is certainly in a league of his own. regaining the White House, and we'll see what he does with it. But you made a good
Joe
point,
and
Bianca.
Ashley, thank you so much.
Yeah,
Can I say something really quickly?
Sure,
I
go
just
ahead,
want to say, like, when we were setting out to do this, when we were setting out to do the ground game, and that was because of this FEC opinion, we went all in. We knew that we had to get so many votes banked, and that's exactly what we did. And so this tonight was a math equation to us. We knew we had to bank so many votes ahead of time. We knew there had to be low propensity and no propensity. We knew we had to expand the base, and that's exactly what we did. And going into tonight, we felt confident, not cocky, but confident. And because of the president's vision, because of his record, I mean, we were able to build the greatest coalition this country has ever seen between Tulsi Gabbard and RFK Jr. And I just hope that moving forward, the American people recognize the work is just beginning. Like, tonight is an amazing victory for the American people, but tonight the work actually starts moving forward.
Yeah, Ashley, hi.
I think that's
Thank you.
We got to wrap it up there, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Have a good night.
RFK Jr., you can see in the crowd there as well. And I wonder who else will be speaking tonight.
I don't know. I think it might be an occasion where you give the stage to Donald Trump and Donald Trump alone. Yeah. There's no warm-up act.
But the family might be around.
This isn't around. I think they'll all be there surrounding him on stage. But it is his night. I mean, this is the man who executed this vision himself. He did it when nobody thought he could. Meredith McCormack wrote a book called Trump in Exile, which really chronicles the entire thing. Donald Trump being in a position. I remember going to CPAC in 2021 with Mark Halpern. Mark Halpern got an interview with Donald Trump, and the prospect, the idea that Donald Trump could actually accomplish this after everything that happened on January 6th, after 2 impeachments, after a lot of people in the Republican Party had written him off for dead. He comes back step by step. We saw him also evolve on certain things like early voting, really embracing that. We saw him vote today, of course, but encouraging other Republicans to do that. And when you have leadership at the top of the party like Donald Trump, people that are, a guy who everyone is going to listen to, you see how a movement is started, you see how effective it is, and you see how energized his supporters are. Some of them have been with him since the day he came down the escalator.
And the other thing, too, that's real proof of purchase is you have people who used to not support him who are now supporting him.
Yes.
J.D. Vance, excellent pick for vice president. At one point was pretty vocal about how he felt about Donald Trump.
And remember, too, there were a lot of people who were not happy about the J.D. Vance pick. They thought he was too much of an isolationist. They didn't think he, was going to balance out the ticket. But you saw him so effective as a spokesman for the campaign.
And what I love about J.D. Vance is he really is the American dream. I got to interview him after they were trying to call him weird and the childless cat lady. He's the same person that you see, very well spoken, a great, and also he was 40 years old. He was turning 40. So you have sort of the future of the party here, and the work really does begin now. But so my point is that people who used to not be are now coming over to Donald Trump's side, and even Joe Rogan having that thoughtful 3-hour conversation with him. RFK Jr. once running against him, now saying, I am all in for him. And this is sort of a moment that you can't even, you couldn't have planned any of this. This is just sort of something that's just unlike anything we'll ever see, and history will write the story. We're hearing Mark Cuban now has tweeted congratulations to Donald Trump.
Yeah, he said Donald Trump won fair and square. I think Mike Cuban might be a little worried. Obviously I don't think any of this is going to happen, but it was so interesting to hear people like Michael Cohen and Liz Cheney always thinking that they're like number one target if Donald Trump wins. They're worried about the reprisals. The military is going to be coming after us. No, Liz Cheney, I think we're just ready to let you right off into obscurity where you belong.
All right, we're going to wait for Donald Trump to come out. In the meantime, let's bring in our next panel of guests here. GOP strategist, attorney, John Jordan, and also columnist for the American Spectator, Jeffrey Lord. Great to see you both with us. John, can I ask you, what is your read on what's going on with the House, though? Because I just talked about it as something that, we may not know for a while if the Republicans control it, and what type of, that situation that could be setting up for Donald Trump, who we have now called as the winner of the presidential election.
Yeah, that's the next big story. Republicans are going to win the Senate, probably with somewhere between 53 to 54 seats. They can move tax reform and then fight through a reconciliation. The big issue is the House. And if you have a governing majority,
just having a 4 or 5 seat majority may not do it because you've got a lot of members from these states that are going to push for SALT, which is state and local tax deduction, and try to modify the 2017 tax cut law. And Trump's got a lot of promises to keep with regard to overtime pay and tips, and all the while trying to deal with the deficit. So he needs to pad that, but there are a lot of races outstanding, especially out west. But he needs to have a big majority so that the speaker can crack the whip with DB and move some stuff through Congress without everybody being a diva.
Jeffrey, we called Pennsylvania, and that was the clinch for Donald Trump. It's a state you know very well. Your thoughts on where we are in this historic election, and really a new dawn for America, truly.
It is. And, you were talking about comeback. The comeback the only one that I can think of that's remotely close to this was Richard Nixon, who lost a very close race for president in 1960 to John F. Kennedy, then decided to run for governor of California 2 years later, and he got absolutely wiped out. And everybody said, that's it, it's over. Well, of course, 6 years later, he came back and was elected president. But it is a rarity, and Donald Trump is going to hold this very unique position in American politics. And quickly now, things will change as he starts his agenda in progress.
Yeah, it's realistic at this point to start talking about Donald Trump getting 300 electoral college votes. He has a lead now in Nevada and Arizona. If the leads hold in Michigan, that's not even with Wisconsin. I mean, if you put Wisconsin in that category as well, he could win as many as 312 electoral college votes, which would give him a mandate. And you still think about what are Democrats in the House if they win, John. I mean, how many impeachments are they going to try? The Band-Aid has been ripped off on impeachments. They're shameless about it. If the Democrats do win the House, how aggressive do you think they'll be if Donald Trump has a mandate, like 312 electoral college votes and a 54 or 56 seat, Republican majority in the Senate?
No, I don't think they'll push impeachment. They'll go with obstruction, and you pass a lot of messaging bills to try to put their party back together. But there's going to be a civil war inside the Democrat Party after something like this. Make no mistake. But it's crucial that there be a Republican majority. Kevin McCarthy was on earlier. He thinks they're going to keep the majority, but he has some concerns about how large. Remember, a 3 or 4 seat majority really makes it very difficult to pass complex legislation like tax cuts, because everybody could be a hero, everybody could be a holdout. So that's what I'm really worried about in terms of the enactment of the Trump agenda.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see. Of course, Donald Trump accomplished a lot with executive orders. Remember when Barack Obama was in a position where he was blaming Republicans for being obstructionists? He famously told us, I have a phone and I have a pen. I think Donald Trump, he has those big black Sharpies. And I think he'll be the first to point out to Barack Obama he has a bigger phone than him, if that's still a thing. Do you want a bigger phone? Maybe. I don't know.
I don't know. Yeah, no, everything's getting smaller. And, the coalition, we talk about sort of the new Republican Party. And it is Donald Trump who has been sort of the catalyst for this. But I really feel that now it is the American people, the people who have come over, and him to be able to reach across the aisle to so many Americans. It's bigger than him, Jeffrey. And I know that some on MSNBC right now are probably having connections. I don't even know if they're watching it here in America.
Perceiving.
They weren't prepared for this. I'll ask you both that. America was not prepared for this from the legacy media side.
Yeah, this is no longer about a candidate. This is about a movement. And it's a tidal wave here. American people want change. They want certain things accomplished. That's specifically why Donald Trump has been elected. And they're going to hold him to it. And, on we go. And he gets it. The good thing here is this is his second time around.
Yeah.
He's been there. He's done that. He knows where all the bodies are buried and what the pitfalls are. And I think he'll have a very successful second term.
Yeah.
But Trump derangement syndrome, though, is very real.
Yeah, Bianca, to your question there, the liberal media hasn't prepared their viewers or the consumers of their content for the thought that President Trump might win. It's remarkable. They all went into this absolutely certain that they were going to win. And it's going to be, from a psychological point of view, very interesting to see a lot of our friends and neighbors that maybe voted the other way try to process this, because at least we on the conservative side, we thought we might lose. We understand these things can go either way. but they have been so heavily propagandized that this is a break from reality for them. It's going to be, I hope it's not too sad or unfortunate to see it unfold in the coming days, but it could be, as Mark Halpern said here on Newsmax, a mental health crisis for many.
Yeah, and going back to some of the things, the Trump derangement syndrome and the threats we've already heard from Democrats. You think about Jamie Raskin, Jeffrey, who's already floated the idea that they could hold up the confirmation process in the House because they feel like Donald Trump is an insurrectionist. Are they actually going to go ahead and push forth with that? I would say that would be a huge mistake, considering the mandate it looks like Donald Trump is going to have. But you can't put anything past these Democrats. They've been shameless about this stuff over the last, 8 years.
They're absolutely right. You mentioned Jamie Raskin, a congressman from Maryland. He is shameless, and I've already read accounts that he has been prepping impeachment resolutions and trying to understand what are the best ways to, stop President Trump and prosecute him and persecute him and all of the rest. So I have no doubt that this is going to go on, but I don't think the American people will take very kindly to it.
Yeah. The other thing too, John, is Joe Biden theoretically is still going to be president until January the 20th of 2025. You're going to have a lame duck Congress, Democrat-controlled Senate. What can Republicans do between now and January 20th to make sure no shenanigans go on? There's still a lot of potential things that can happen between now and January 20th.
Yeah, that's a great question. Let's look at that. First of all, they're not going to get any big bills through Congress or any spending bills because it requires both the House and the Senate. The House is still in Republican hands. They're going to try to push through as many judges as they can while they still have the Senate. Remember, the Senate changes hands in December. The House does too. That's not January like the presidency. They have about a month to do that, and that's what they're going to try to push through. Also in the transition period, you have President Trump who talked about solving the Ukraine or Russia problem. He has to be very careful with this because there's something called the Logan Act, which prevents private citizens from conducting foreign policy. So he still has to realize there's one president at a time, and not try to and not be too far, give the Democrats too much ammunition. He can talk to foreign leaders, he can suggest, he can consult, but still technically anyway, to the extent that Joe Biden is still conscious, we have one president at a time.
Yeah, look at that. John Roy with RFK Jr. Can you imagine that, those two guys having a conversation a year ago when RFK was running as a Democrat?
Only under Donald Trump would any of this be happening. 1:53 in the morning, a sea of MAGA hats, West Palm Beach. Elon Musk is also going to be there with Donald Trump as well. He kind of saved free speech here.
You think about too, what would this, and this is I think a great question for both Jeffrey and for John, what this a campaign in the election would look like had Elon Musk not purchased Twitter. Jeff, first to you on that.
Yeah. Well, I think that's all part of this cultural revolution, if you will. And Elon Musk stepped up to the task in spades here and really did the deal with this. And both in a technical sense in terms of how this works with social media, but the larger cultural, political significance, this was a big deal. And I can only imagine how close he will be to being seen in the new White House.
Not only did he buy X, he was talking about how if Trump didn't win, that it would be shut down. We've heard Hillary Clinton talk about Section 230. And there was some real peril about what Democrats might do, what the machine may do, John, if it didn't go this way. Everyone was on pins and needles a little bit, at least those of us who want a free and fair press, which we know is paramount to a functioning civilization.
You commented earlier, both Elon Musk and Oprah Winfrey were basically saying this was the last election ever. The difference, though, I think Elon Musk believed what he was saying. I think Oprah was just saying it because she was trying to scare Democrats in the polls.
Yeah, Oprah's my mom's neighbor in Santa Barbara of all things. But let's go back to Elon Musk. What he did is more than a big deal. He broke the media. He broke their ability, their monopoly on information flow, which they were seeking to solidify, to continue to begin down their Orwellian control of American society, to continue down that path. And he broke it. He set the conditions for Trump, for other news to break through here and to win. And he made Trump, Elon Musk maybe as responsible for saving the republic as Donald Trump.
But a lot of things that he's done too. He wanted to help get down the astronauts, and Bowen was like, "No, we're going to let them float up there." He wanted to bring Starlink to the folks that were stranded. He wanted to give $1 million away to energize voters. All of these things point out to people who are looking, saying this government is not just weaponized against Donald Trump, it's kind of weaponized against us. It's keeping us on a hamster wheel. It's keeping us broke. It's keeping us unhealthy. It's keeping us distracted from what may be going on, bigger machinations, even on a global kind of playbook here.
Let's just mention
It's not just a hamster wheel. It's not just a hamster wheel. Remember, they went after the squirrels this week. Remember, Peanut?
Yeah. And guys,
no end.
Just a moment ago, too, I want to point out, we showed
don't forget the raccoons.
The raccoons and the squirrels are hopefully safe again. Now, I just want to, a second ago, we showed a picture of two gentlemen on the screen, Brendan Dilley and Miguel California. They were two of the meme artists that were so, I think this was consequential for Donald Trump in this entire election. I remember the night that Donald Trump announced at Mar-a-Lago, if you know me, I'm a fan of memes. I met two memers there, and it was obvious in the beginning. Mostly peaceful memes and grand old memes were there. If you know the names, you know how big of a following they have and how influential they are on social media. The Trump campaign made a concerted effort to reach out in this kind of guerrilla campaigning manner. And two of the guys that you saw there, they helped Donald Trump amass this following. These people are so loyal to Donald Trump. Their content is so creative, and they really kind of perfected this game. We always joke about the left can't meme, but they weaponized it against Democrats. And again, when you have a candidate like Kamala Harris, who basically has unlimited money, you need some kind of underground guerrilla tactic. And that was done by the Trump campaign. So most people don't know who those guys are that we showed, Miguel California and Brendan Dilley. But them and the Dilley meme team, they have been so influential in helping Donald Trump win this.
And you spot them from a crowd here in this room, John. We also spotted Sarah Huckabee Sanders as well. But I love that you were able to call them out. Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, that's a really big deal. Andrew Breitbart said that politics is downstream from culture. And memes are kind of modern day hieroglyphics. It's how we communicate in many ways. We communicate humor, feelings, all manner of things in this new medium, in the internet that we've developed the last few years. And so it's unbelievably important that we're able to effectively communicate and bring humor to this, because when you can bring humor, you can deliver a message far more effectively.
Yes,
but of course they tried with Dark Brandon, and
never works. The great cornholio moment.
Summer.
Yeah, no, it was all just reductive and a copycat of so much that Donald Trump did. Oh, you're going to propose a bigger child tax credit. We're going to do the same thing. You're going to propose no tax on tips. We're going to do the same thing. You did a skit with Jimmy Fallon back in 2016. We're going to do the same exact skit and pretend like nobody notices. In addition to to the realization, I think a lot of people are going to be coming to, there's a limit to how powerful money can be in politics now. I also hope we realize that there is a limit to the fake campaign that we witnessed for Kamala Harris. It was fake in so many different ways.
And wait, doesn't she have to certify the election, Kamala, in January?
She has to certify it. She can't not certify it, but by law, because they changed that now. She can appoint somebody to do it for her. So the question is she going to pull Howard University tonight and not show up to certify the election? That's what
there have been other vice presidents in her position. Richard Nixon was one. Hubert Humphrey was another.
Joe Biden.
Both of them lost. They were vice president. They had to do the deal. So there will be comparisons made if she chooses not to live up to her responsibilities.
Yeah, and you got to imagine what's next for Kamala Harris. I'm sure she'll be given some cushy speaking gigs and maybe a contributorship at CNN or MSNBC, something like that.
Well, John, you're in California. She's never actually lost a race. Like, this is kind of a first for Kamala Harris. She's always fallen up in her career, been sort of played the identity politics, been able to sort of shift into places. And this is really something she wasn't able to John's point just a moment ago. She's so inauthentic. Yes, she can do some talking points, 9-minute speeches, even bring it out for one debate after heavy prep. This is a loss, and we don't know really what her future would hold.
One of the things that will happen, without doubt, is that she will become a martyr to a certain clique in her party. They will honor her for doing this. She ran, she lost. She's a great person. I mean, you can just see all this, sort of idolize her as they have made an idol out of Hillary Clinton, for the same reason.
Yeah, and Tim Walz will remain the governor of Minnesota, but he goes back to that job badly wounded. He's been exposed basically as a pathological liar.
Kamala's California and San Francisco is on full display.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bianca, you're on a roll tonight with some incisive questions about Kamala coming from California and failing up. And this is one of the problems you have when politicians come from one-party states. They don't really have to run for re-elections. They're not necessarily really good retail or modern politicians in that sense. They are just climbing the party hierarchy through, all manner of different strategies. But that's very different from actually talking to people, from running a real campaign, from taking punches out there on the hustings. And they don't really develop those muscles when they come from those one-party states. And they just kind of climb the party secretariat, to use a Soviet analogy. And then they get exposed when they're put up against a politician that knows how to throw a punch and take punches. And that's what we saw tonight.
Yeah, and too, California has term limits too. But I think, when you have a one-party state and term limits, it sets up this kind of, they just, give it up. They just say, oh, you're next in line. We're going to basically appoint you to take over. And, and
Newsom, I wonder if he's sort of licking his lips tonight here. Governor Newsom, I'll let you both kind of weigh in on that. Him, Shapiro, Gretchen Whitmer, all of them now are maybe looking at 2028. Jeffrey, any thoughts on that?
You can bet that the Newsom staff is clustered together somewhere right now saying, now what do we do with her? She's going to come back, and what problems is she going to cause Gavin Newsom, which I think will be fairly considerable if he's not careful.
I had two different people
I have a different view on that.
Go ahead, John.
Yeah, I have a different view on that. I don't think she's going to become a hero at all. I think she's going to become basically, somebody's going to have to take the blame for this. They're going to blame Biden, and they're going to blame her. The Democrat Party, there's going to be a lot of them that want to force it more to the center. Then you're going to have the AOC. Then you're going to have the AOC wing try to push it more to the left. And there's going to be it's going to be really messy. And everybody's going to have to blame someone to avoid blaming themselves and avoid blaming their policies and the things that they espouse. And I think that blame is going to fall on two people, Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. And I think they're going to be the proverbial skunks at the Democrat Garden Party going forward.
And someone else I think we have to throw in this mix too is Nancy Pelosi. She was one that orchestrated this coup and really pushed Joe Biden out the door. And I know there's been some talk, armchair quarterbacking from Democrats that Joe Biden maybe would have done better than Kamala Harris. So that, as Nancy Pelosi maybe sunsets her career, this is her legacy, installing one of the worst candidates in the history of presidential politics.
Yeah, you can just see this coming down the road here. And, whatever you want to say about President Biden, he and his team and his family are no slouches at taking offense here. And I think they seriously resent the fact that he was, and the way that he was pushed out of the presidency in a de facto coup, as it were. And I don't think those hard feelings are going away anytime soon, and that will cause them some problems.
Yeah.
There's another interesting thing to consider here, right? Another interesting dynamic is he still has to pardon Hunter, right? He's still got that liability hanging over.
Yes.
So one wonders, right, if Joe Biden, to try make some sort of grand gesture to say, in the interest of starting fresh, we're going to dismiss the Jack Smith cases, and we're just going to let bygones be bygones, and I'll pardon Hunter, and maybe all of this goes away for everybody. Who knows? Stranger things have happened.
I think one thing maybe, if Donald Trump can do this, is he can work it out with Joe Biden, but maybe wait and have a Rose Garden ceremony for Hunter Biden's partying. He can invite Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden too, and anybody else who might be worried about these, revenge tactics from Donald Trump that he's not going to employ, but they could just do it right there in the Rose Garden.
Yeah.
We could cover it live on television. Mm-hmm. It would be quite a scene.
Yeah. We joke, but I think President Trump has mentioned that he would consider pardoning Hunter Biden. It wouldn't surprise me in the least if he did it, to really set them back on their heels.
Well, there's so much to focus on now with the future, right? And it's like part of the criticism to Donald Trump is like, oh, he has this enemy list, but he never went after Hillary. So now if there's really a fresh start here, a populist movement, America has spoken, they have a leader, they have people surrounding this leader this time around. I've said that I think the Donald Trump 2.0 presidency is a lot stronger. He's battle tested. But John, it is sort of more of a forward looking. I think there's a lot of work to do, especially with this disaster that this 4 years and this administration has handed him.
Yeah, they're going to have their hands full trying to come up with ways to remove as many of these illegals as they can. At the same time, they've got to keep a lot of promises with regard to tax reform and extending the 2017 tax cuts, which expire by the end of next year. And I think that's going to be a Herculean task, especially with a small House majority. But they've got their hands full because they were left quite a mess. But here's the thing. President Trump's not only is he battle tested, I think they have a better understanding of what it is to take over the government and actually run it. During Trump's first term, they were stuck with all of the Obama appointees throughout the executive apparatus, and they never really removed them. This time, I think they've got a cadre of people that will go in there and really do that. And for the first time, they'll actually take over the government.
Yeah, you think about guys like Alexander Vindman, in particular, the people that were able to hamstring the administration in the early days. Lessons learned then will be applied now in the transition too. I think that's something important to talk about, Jeffrey Lord. Donald Trump now goes back into the White House thinking obviously about his legacy. And you can look back to the end of the Reagan presidency when you saw kind of the split between the neocons and the Reagan Republicans. And Jeffrey, you know this, and John, I'm sure you can comment on this as well. One of Reagan's goals was a nuclear abolition. And when you see Donald Trump, what he was able to accomplish with the Abraham Accords, we know he has a relationship with Vladimir Putin. He didn't call him a killer. Talk to us about the reinstallation, Jeffrey, and then John, you can follow up on it, of the maximum pressure tactics that we saw with President Trump and what that looks like in the next administration.
Every president in their second term starts to think ahead about what is my legacy. And it was a serious deal. And in President Reagan's case, he was determined to put an end to the Soviet Union and the spread of communism. And of course, everybody in the day said, oh, you can't do that. You can't do that. Well, of course, he decided he wasn't going to listen to these people. He was taking a whole new, fresh approach. He did, and he won. And is revered as one of the great presidents ever since.
We are getting about a 2-minute warning. So quickly, John, what would Donald Trump's approach now, foreign and national security?
So real fast, with regard to the Russians, think back to what Reagan did in 1985 when he met with Gorbachev. Reagan was an avowed hardline anti-communist. And he met with Gorbachev, and he meant to break the Soviet Union and did so with the arms buildup and all manner of other policies enacted by Reagan to stop the evil empire. But he never really attacked Gorbachev personally. He tried to charm him, and that's what he did. The lakeside in Geneva, and later in Moscow and in D.C. when they signed the INF and a panoply of other agreements. But he was hard on the government. But he always kind of left him personally away out and made sure there was a personal relationship between the two, no matter how much he disagreed with the policies of his government. And I think that's what Trump is trying to do, is take a page out of that, is be charming personally, but a hardliner where policy is concerned. And that was Trump's record in the past, and that was Reagan's record, and that's the path forward.
And that's maybe something that people thought about. We know certainly with October the 7th, and that, Kamala Harris on a world stage face to face with our adversaries was not something that people thought would be advantageous to us in light of the billions of dollars that Iran has been enriched with.
Yeah, I don't know his name yet. I kind of made a vow not to learn their names until they're in place for 90 days. But we have a new Hezbollah leader who's probably feeling a little nervous right now. You got to imagine the Ayatollah in Iran is up right now, very concerned, because you think about what this is going to mean for geopolitics, and we've seen Iran enrich themselves over the last 4 years. So many strange things. You wonder just why would the Biden administration do this? It's a new day when it comes to foreign policy and our national security.
I'll make this quick. When Reagan got into a tussle with the air traffic controllers and they said you can't fire them, he fired them anyway, 11,000 people. What we didn't know at the time was that it was the Russians who paid attention and realized, oh my goodness, he means business. He is a man of his word, and if he says he's going to do something, he will do it, no matter the criticism. I think Donald Trump is very much of that sort of mindset here.
Yeah, again, it's really exciting to think about what Donald Trump accomplished with so many people working against him in his first term. You think about the Abraham Accords. You think about his ability to keep Vladimir Putin out of Ukraine. You think about the story he likes to tell when President Xi was at Mar-a-Lago.
Chocolate cake.
And he dropped the Moab or killed Qasem Soleimani, I can't remember which one, over the chocolate cake. And people who know this story, President Xi speaks fluent English, but doesn't like to speak English. He thinks it's a kind of sign of weakness. But when Donald Trump was telling the story, President Xi couldn't help himself and spoke English. What happened? It's a fascinating story to hear from Donald Trump. And again, you think about, too, some of the moments we saw during the Trump presidency, the struggle session with Nancy Pelosi and Chuck Schumer in the Oval Office when they were trying to work on an immigration deal. We were talking about the resistance Donald Trump was going to get. But I do think, we go back to this immigration deal and everything that was wrong with it. If you take out that immigration bill, if you strip out the things that were wrong with it, the legalization of so many of these TPP people who came to this country, maybe there is something that can get done. I don't know. Maybe I'm just being optimistic at 2 a.m.
No, deportation is wrong. But everything they criticized Trump for doing when it comes to his, dealing with adversaries was everything he should be doing. I mean, to see him walking in the demilitarized zone, with Kim Jong-un, these are things that, to have dialogue is better than not having dialogue.
Right. We have North Korean soldiers on the Russian-Ukraine border right now. That's something, John, I think you'd have to agree wouldn't happen if Donald Trump were commander-in-chief right now.
No, none of it would. People forget that the Obama-Biden administration refused to send lethal aid to Ukraine. They refused to do that. It was Trump was the first president to actually send the Ukrainians lethal aid, breaking with the Obama-Biden administration. And also the annexation of Crimea happened in 2014 under Barack Obama and Joe Biden. None of this stuff happened when President Trump was president. And so I was going to argue with some friends last weekend and kind of pointed this out. You point out the chronology of this, and it stumps people. But that is the reality. Talk nice, but be tough.
And it was laughable last week to hear Democrats try to paint Elon Musk as some sort of Russian asset. And he's just like, by the way, I'm providing internet service for the entire Ukrainian military. So check yourself.
Yeah, they want to cancel his government contracts. Rachel Maddow's on a tizzy, and I'm sure they are tonight, and I'm sure they are as they look at the crowds here gathered, awaiting Donald Trump any moment at 2:13 in the morning, West Palm Beach, Florida. This is the room to be in because Donald Trump is going to come out and address the nation and the world now as the president-elect here of the United States.
There's the podium, and we just switched cameras, but you think about our friend Bricksuit, who's there in the front row. He was there in the front row in Butler, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
He's been there in the front row of so many of these rallies. There's Doug Burgum there, who's been a loyal Trump supporter. And one of these guys who you wouldn't think would get along with Donald Trump. He's the governor of North Dakota. But he was a very effective surrogate as well. Vivek Ramaswamy is there with them as well. And again, you see this coalition that Donald Trump has been able to build. Business people,
energy,
private sector, public sector, and this is what a leader does, builds these coalitions of disparate attitudes. You hear Donald Trump talk about how much he disagrees with Robert F. Kennedy Jr. on energy policy, but he's going to put him in charge of health for America. So it is very exciting, I think, for a lot of us to see what happens next. Jeffrey?
He's very smart and very creative. That's something that I think a lot of people seem not to get. He's not your standard politician. To just forget his political situation, just his business career alone involves a vast amount of creativity and thinking outside the box. And as he has said, as I've heard him say, people would tell him, no, you can't do that. And then he'd go do it anyway. So I think that's the mentality that approaches this. They're going to tell him he can't replace people in the Justice Department. They're going to tell him he can't do this, he can't do that. He's going to do it anyway.
Well, and also too, John, as an attorney, when we talk about lawfare and weaponization, and it was really incredible to see one after another, indictment after indictment, and him to kind of be where he is today. Bonnie Willis wins her re-election in Fulton. That's a whole other story. But Donald Trump going up against Jack Smith. We had Governor Bob McDonnell, the former governor of Virginia, who went up against him too. These are incredible sort of things to overcome that anyone, when the federal government comes after you, would be difficult. He had 4 indictments, FBI raids at Mar-a-Lago, classified documents. Pretty stunning, and I'm sure as an attorney, you have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, absolutely. Jack Smith was overturned in the Bob McDonnell case, 8-0 by the Supreme Court on with regard to a bribery case that was thrown out after breaking poor Bob McDonnell. Interesting enough, I do a lot of foreign TV too, as you know, Bianca. And one of the things I hear over and over in the English-speaking world outside of the U.S. is this belief that this bureaucracy, the Justice Department, needs to be independent somehow, or that they are outside of the executive branch. And I keep having to remind our European and English friends that no, the Justice Department is part of the executive branch. To have some sort of independent bureaucracy is to have some unelected, unaccountable level of government, which doesn't exist. And so that's a real risk. And so this has to be taken over, reined in, and made subordinate to the President of the United States, the chief of the executive branch.
Oh, I'm sure there's a lot of whistleblowers that are just excited to see this as well when it comes to either the IRS whistleblowers, the FBI whistleblowers. It looked like they were doing a microphone check, gentlemen, so we do want to just be clear that Donald Trump could be coming out. It looks like it may be imminent there. The stage clearly set with some beautiful backdrops there, the American flags. What a proud night. What a patriotic night here in our nation.
Yeah, and we'll stay frosty for that and be ready to pivot as soon as Donald Trump walks out to the stage. We've seen this scene play out so many times before. I was thinking about this last night watching the Ann Arbor rally, thinking this is going to be the very last ever Donald Trump presidential candidate rally. And been to so many of the rallies going back to the 2016 campaign. And it's just, he has totally remade the idea of a presidential campaign through these rallies. It will be imitated. It will never be replicated. Donald Trump is a once in a lifetime type presidential candidate. But I will think you'll see the MAGA movement carry on. There's a deep bench of America First, pro-MAGA, self-identifying MAGA extremists that are willing to carry on this movement. So it's very exciting to see, and you see some of the folks there in the crowd who have in moments when Donald Trump needed them to pick up that megaphone and preach on behalf of what Donald Trump stands for. And it's 217. Donald Trump should be coming out to the stage any moment, and
this is pure joy.
It's pure joy.
This is what joy
I might need
like.
another coffee, but I might have I can do that soon. But this is exciting.
I bet they're having some Diet Mountain Dew back there, JD.
I bet there will be a lot of people studying Grover Cleveland and how he managed his second term after he was defeated for re-election, and reliving and seeing what does the president do in that situation.
Yeah. Well, the other thing too is we've seen this more humble, a kindler, gentler Donald Trump, if I could borrow a phrase, on the campaign trail. Everyone talked about the mean tweets. We still got a little bit of that, but I'm somewhat looking forward to Jeffrey waking up at 4 a.m. to a 6-tweet rant by Donald Trump in all caps about NATO not paying their fare. We're almost back to that.
You wake up and you pick up your phone and you think, what's happened while I've been asleep for 5 hours, right?
Yeah.
It will be very interesting to see, and almost always I bet there will be something.
Part of his appeal, though, is where he stands. He's authentic, and he says things that normal candidates do not say. Yeah.
Looks like we see Wisconsin being called for Donald Trump now too. I don't think we've officially reported that yet.
No, we haven't.
So there's another one of those blue wall states going for Donald Trump, and I'm gonna take Michigan off my map here real quick because I don't think we know the results.
Wisconsin's interesting because they had that little hiccup in Milwaukee, so they were going to retabulate and keep counting because there was like a box that hadn't been closed. So the fact they called it must be beyond the sort of the precinct. So that's.
And you see Trump's lead in Arizona too, which is another state which we expected to come in very late, but we could get a call tonight on that. And again, even without Michigan now, Donald Trump very close to 290 or 300 electoral college votes. Again, not calling Nevada, not calling Arizona, but those are trending in the right direction. We can now call Wisconsin for Donald Trump. And of course, we've already called the presidential race for him. The only thing we need right now, Bianca, is Donald Trump to come out on that stage.
Why not? We might just be pulling an all-nighter.
Exactly. Yeah, why not? At this point, in college, I used to say at 3 o'clock, you might as well stay up. And,
We're so close. He didn't land in West Palm Beach, guys, till 5:35 this morning. 78 years old. Where do you think he gets the energy? John, tackle that because it really is kind of awe-inspiring, and he feeds off crowds, and he's got a big one tonight.
Yeah, it's hard. He's sui generis, a thing unto himself in terms of the amount of energy he has for a 78-year-old. And he's not, Lord knows, he's not a fitness fanatic. He doesn't drink. I'm sorry to hear that because I'm in the wine business. But it's just something inside of him that is it's a drive. I don't know him well enough. I know him a little bit. I don't know him well enough to try to psychoanalyze him, and I wouldn't pretend to do that to a man like that. But he is unstoppable, and I think that the assassination attempt may have changed him, as I think any near-death experience changes people and kind of gives them a sense of purpose and a sense of something bigger than themselves. Even no matter how selfless you are, I think that sort of experience changes you and it makes you a little more introspective, no matter who you are. Mm-hmm. So it wouldn't be surprising to see that's a big part of Trump 2.0.
Yeah, and as we look at the crowd here, we see some of the other people we can identify. That was Nigel Farage there. That looks like former Georgia Senator David Perdue there as well, a close Trump ally. So, everybody, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people we've seen in the Trump orbit for the last 8 years are there tonight. The ones who have, of course, remained loyal to Donald Trump.
And his mending the fence with, Governor Brian Kemp in Georgia, too, is a really important point there. And you're from Georgia, John.
Well, there's been a lot of changes. I haven't lived in Georgia for about 25 years. And maybe 20 years. It's been about 20 years since I lived there. Where I grew up in Cobb County, Georgia, used to be a very red place, Newt Gingrich's old district. And as Atlanta has expanded, Cobb County's kind of been swallowed up in that expansion. It's more purple now. One of the things that I noticed when I go home, a lot of multi-family housing units nearby where I grew up, which didn't used to be the case, and that of course changes things. But I think another thing we've learned from this is what an anomaly the 2020 election was when you have COVID and you had just a completely bizarre scenario. And then you think about these two campaigns, 2020 with COVID, and this time around, 2 assassination attempts and everything else, the lawfare going on against Donald Trump. It is just quite a wild ride.
Certainly. But a ride that is culminating with a Donald Trump return to the White House. And that is what everyone in this crowd is so excited to hear from their candidate. A lot about loyalty, too. I forget who it was. One of the people, you talk about people in his orbit. They were like, our phone didn't ring for a while, so stop calling us now. I don't know, one of the Trump advisors, because Jeffrey, you look at folks like some of his inner cabinet who even, politically come out just, the weeks before, whether it be Kelly to disparage and make things up. And, it's politics, it's a tough game, but there is a sense here of now Donald Trump getting the last laugh here of the people who turned on him and wanted to see his demise. He's back stronger than ever.
Yeah. But he's learned how this works and how Washington works. It can be a pretty cruel lesson for somebody who's never spent a day there as an elected official. I think now he's learned that lesson seriously. He is going to be very, very deliberate and serious about the people he picks to fill cabinet positions and White House staff positions.
Yeah, it's, again, we'll have to see how this all plays out. There's a constitutional process. It was obviously a truncated process in 2020, and so much criticism from Democrats. And again, we saw them try to hold up the confirmation of the 2016 election. We saw how often they called Donald Trump an illegitimate president. You can't say that this time around with a victory this big. Is Hillary Clinton going to come out and do the right thing and congratulate Donald Trump? She's been so aggressive about calling him a Nazi. If these people actually do care about our republic and restoring democracy, as they say, and the norms, they will come out and say and do the right thing. All right, we're going to listen in now. They just announced Donald Trump as the president-elect. As you can imagine, the phone's going up, the crowd's wild. So let's listen in to the scene.
This is great. These are our friends. We have thousands of friends in this incredible movement. This is a movement like nobody's ever seen before. And frankly, this was, I believe, the greatest political movement of all time. There's never been anything like this in this country. It made me feel, and now it's going to reach a new level of importance because we're going to help our country heal. Help our country heal. We have a country that needs help, and it needs help very badly. We're going to fix our borders. We're going to fix everything about our country. We made history for a reason tonight, and the reason is going to be just that. We overcame obstacles that nobody thought possible, and it is now clear that we've achieved the most incredible political thing. Look what happened. Is this crazy? But it's a political victory that our country has never seen before. Nothing like this. I want to thank the American people for the extraordinary honor of being elected your 47th president and your 44th president. And every citizen, I will fight for you, for your family, and your future. Every single day I will be fighting for you, and with every breath in my body. I will not rest until we have delivered the strong, safe, and prosperous America that our children deserve and that you deserve. This will truly be the golden age of America. That's what we have to have. This is a magnificent victory for the American people that will allow us to make America great again. And in addition to having won the Battleground states of North Carolina, I love these places. Georgia, Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin. Yeah, Wisconsin. We are now winning in Michigan, Arizona, Nevada, Alaska, resulted in us carrying at least 350 electoral votes from it's much easier doing what the networks did or whoever called it because there was no other path. There was no other path to victory. We also have won the popular vote. That was great. Winning the popular vote was very nice. Made the journey with me, and we're going to make you very happy. We're going to make you very proud of your vote. I hope that you're going to be looking back someday and say that was one of the really important moments of my life when I voted for this group of people beyond the president, this group of great people. America has given us an unprecedented and powerful mandate. We have taken back control of the Senate. Wow. Yes, the Senate races in Montana, Nevada, Texas, Ohio, Michigan, Wisconsin, the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We're all won by the MAGA movement. They helped so much. And in those cases, every one of them, we worked with the senators. There were tough races, and I mean, the number of victories in the Senate was absolutely incredible. Sometimes we did 2 or 3 and it was amazing to look at all of those victories. Nobody expected that. Nobody. So I just wanted to thank you very much for that. And you have some great senators and some great new senators. And it also looks like we'll be keeping control of the House of Representatives. I think he's doing a terrific job. I want to also thank my beautiful wife, Melania, First Lady. Who has the #1 best-selling book in the country? Can you know? No, she's done a great job. Works very hard to help people. So I just want to thank her. But I want to thank my whole family, my amazing children, and they are amazing children. And we all think our children are amazing. Everybody here thinks their children are amazing. That's a good thing when you think they are. But Don, Eric, Ivanka, Tiffany, Barrett, Laura, Jerry, Kimberly, Michael, thank you all. What a help. My father-in-law, Victor, is tremendous, and we miss very much Melania's mother, Amalia. We miss Amalia, don't we, huh? She would be very happy right now, standing on this stage. She'd be so proud. She was a great woman, that one. Beautiful inside and out. She was a great woman. I want to be the first to congratulate our great, now I can say, Vice President-elect of the United States. Remarkable and beautiful wife, Shabazz. And he is a feisty guy, isn't he? I've said, go into the enemy camp. And the enemy camp is networks. A lot of people don't like this. Sir, do I have to do that? He just goes, okay. Which one? CNN, MSDNC. He'll say, all right, thank you very much. He's like the only guy I've ever seen. He really looks forward to it, and then he just goes and absolutely obliterates them. Say a couple of words.
appreciate you allowing me to join you on this incredible journey. I thank you for the trust that you placed in me. And I think that we just witnessed the greatest political comeback in the history of the United States of America. And under President Trump's leadership, we're never going to stop fighting for you, for your dreams, for the future of your children. And after the greatest political comeback in American history, we're going to lead the greatest economic comeback in American history under Donald Trump's leadership. Thank you very much. He's turned out to be a good choice. I took a little heat at the beginning, but he was, I knew the brain was a good one, about as good as it gets. And we love the family, and we're going to have a great 4 years, and we're going to turn our country around, make it something very special. Lost that little thing called special. We have to make it so. We're going to make this so great. It's the greatest country and potentially the greatest country in the world by far. And right now, we're going to just work very hard to get all of that back. We're going to make it the best it's ever been. We can do that. If we had to wait longer, I don't know. It was going bad, and it was going bad fast. We're going to have to seal up those borders, and we're going to have to let people come into our country. We want people to come back in, but we have to let them come back in, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. Let me also express my tremendous appreciation for Susie and Chris, the job you did. Susie, come here. Come here, Susie. Chris, come here. Susie likes to stay sort of in the back. Let me tell you. The ice thing. We call it the ice thing. Come here. Susie likes to stay in the background. She's not in the background. This wasn't expected, but I just want to thank, obviously, President Trump for this journey. It was a great one, and he's a hell of a candidate. He's going to be a hell of a great 47th president. And this team that we have, the best team, and of course, even my boss, Susie Wiles, the best. Thank you. Thank you. And thank you, Susie. I've never seen her be shy before. Susie, they're great. Everybody up here is great. Everybody up here is very special. But the Trump, who did you say? Let me tell you, we have a new star. The star is born, Elon. Yes. Now he's an amazing guy. We were sitting together today, and we spent 2 weeks in Philadelphia, different parts of Pennsylvania, campaigning. You know, he sent the rocket up 2 weeks ago, and I saw that rocket. I saw it coming down. I saw it. It was, when it left, it was beautiful, shiny white. When it came down, it didn't look so pretty. It was going 10,000 miles an hour. It was burning like hell. I said, "What happened to your paint job?" He said, "We've never made a paint that could withstand that kind of heat." And but I saw it come down and turn around. And it was, it's like 22 stories tall, by the way. It looks a little smaller than that, but it's big. And it came down, and you saw that fire burning. And I'm saying, only Elon can do this. It must be an Elon. And I told the story. I told it last night. I had a man on the phone. I had the screen muted, no sound. I was talking to a very important man, happens to be here. And a very important guy, one of the most important people in, I would say, the country, actually. But, I was president, and now it looks like I was going to be maybe president again. So I figured I could ask him to hold. So I asked him to hold. Especially because you're going to be president again, they hold. So I took the phone down, and I'm looking at the screen. I'm seeing this crazy thing that's going around and coming down. It looks like it's going to crash into the gantry.
And I said, oh no. And I said, do me a favor, do you mind holding for a couple of minutes? I want to see this. I thought it was a space age movie or something. I put the phone down, but I didn't pick it up for 45 minutes and he was holding. But this spaceship came down and I saw those engines firing and it looked like it was over. It was going to smash. And then I saw the fire pour out from the left side and it put it straight. And it came down so gently and then it wrapped those arms around it and it held it. And just like you hold your baby at night, your little baby. And it was a beautiful thing to see. And I called Elon. I said, Elon, was that you? He said, yes, it was. I said, who else can do that? Can Russia do it? No. Can China do it? No. Can the United States do it other than you? No. Nobody can do that. I said, that's why I love you, Elon. That's great. And you know, when we had the tragic Hurricane Helene, it hit in particular in North Carolina, they were really devastated. The water, this was a big water, as big as we've ever seen water hurricane. It built lakes out of nothing. Fields became lakes, and the danger was unbelievable. And the people from North Carolina came to me and they said, would it be possible, at all possible, for you to speak to Elon Musk? We need Starlink. I said, what's Starlink? It's a form of communication. So I called Elon, and I'll tell you what, he had, and it was very dangerous. People would die. They had no communication. All the wires were down. I called Elon Musk. I said, Elon, you have something called Starlink. Is that right? Yes, I do. What the hell is it? He said, it's a communication system that's very good. I said, Elon, they need it really, really badly in North Carolina. Can you get it? He had that there so fast. It was incredible. So, and it was great. It saved a lot of lives. He saved a lot of lives. But he's a character. He's a special guy. He's a super genius. We have to protect our geniuses. We don't have that many of them. We have to protect our super geniuses. I want to thank some of the, you know, we have up here today the U.S. Open champion. He's fantastic. Albert, slightly longer than me. A little bit longer than me. Just a little bit. Bryson DeChambeau is up here somewhere. What happened to Bryson? Where is he? Bryson. Oh, he was shot. He's hitting balls. Oh, he's on the way. He's hitting balls. Bryson. Oh, look at him. He had a great career going, great U.S. Open, Bryson. That's a fantastic job. And we also have a Mandana White who has done so well. Started UFC and came to me. Do you mind if I use your? Nobody wanted to give him my wrist because they said it's a rough sport, a little rough. And I helped him out a little bit, and I went and he said, "This is the roughest sport I've ever seen." But I began to like it, and he loved it. And nobody's done a better job in sports. And you know, he's a very motivational kind of a guy. What he does, he gets these fighters, and they really go at it. It's become one of the most successful sports enterprises anywhere at any time. It's doing so well. I'd like to ask Dana just to say a couple of words because people love to hear from him.
Nobody deserves this more than him, and nobody deserves this more than his family does. This is what happens when the machine comes after you. What you've seen over the last several years, this is what it looks like. Couldn't stop him. He keeps going forward. He doesn't quit. He's the most resilient, hardworking man I've ever met in my life. His family are incredible people. This is karma, ladies and gentlemen. He deserves this. They deserve it as a family. I want to thank some people real quick. I want to thank the Mill Boys, Aiden Ross, Theo Vaughn, Russell with the boys, and last but not least, the mighty and powerful Joe Rogan. And thank you, America. Thank you. Have a good night.
That is a piece of work.
He's amazing. He's really an amazing guy. But most of all, I want to thank the millions of hardworking Americans across the nation who have always been the heart and soul of this really great movement. We've been through so much together, and today you showed up in record numbers to deliver a victory like really, I'm probably like no other. This was something special, and we're gonna pay you back. We're gonna do the best job. We're gonna turn it around. It's gotta be turned around. It's gotta be turned around fast. And we're gonna turn it around. We're gonna do it in every way. So many ways, but we're gonna do it in every way. This will forever be remembered as the day the American people regained control of their country. And so I just want to say that on behalf of this great group of people, these are hardworking people. These are fantastic people, and we can add a few names like Robert F. Kennedy Jr. But he's going to help make America healthy again. Great guy, and he really means it. He wants to do some things, and we're gonna let him go too. I just said, but Bobby, leave the oil to me. We have more liquid gold, oil and gas. We have more liquid gold than any country in the world, more than Saudi Arabia. We have more than Russia. Bobby, stay away from the liquid gold. Other than that, go have a good time, Bobby. We're going to be paying down debt. We're going to be reducing taxes. We can do things that nobody else can do. Nobody else is going to be able to do it. China doesn't have what we have. Nobody has what we have. But we have the greatest people also. Maybe that's the most important thing. This campaign has been so historic in so many ways. We've built the biggest, the broadest, the most unified coalition. They've never seen anything like it in all of American history. They've never seen any young and old, men and women, rural and urban. And we had them all helping us tonight. When you think, I mean, I was looking at it, I was watching it, they had great analysis of the people that voted for us. Nobody's ever seen anything like that. They came from all quarters, union, non-union, African American, Hispanic American, Asian American, Arab American, Muslim American. We had everybody, and it was beautiful. It was a historic realignment, uniting citizens of all backgrounds around a common core of common sense. You know, we're the party of common sense. We want to have borders. We want to have security. We want to have things be good, safe. We want great education. We want a strong and powerful military, and ideally we don't have to use it. You know, we had no wars. 4 years we had no wars, except when we defeated ISIS. We defeated ISIS in record time, but we had no wars. They said, if you will start a war, I'm not going to start a war, I'm going to stop wars. But this is also a massive victory for democracy and for freedom. Together we're going to unlock America's glorious destiny, and we're going to achieve the most incredible future for our people. Yesterday, as I stood at my last stop on the campaign trail, I'll never be doing a rally again. Can you believe it? I think we've done 900 rallies approximately from the Canadian military. 900 something, a lot of rallies. And it was sad. Everybody was sad. Many people, I said, this is our last rally. But now we're going on to something that's far more important, because the rallies were used for us to be put in this position where we can really help our country. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make our country better than it ever has been. I said that many people have told me that God spared my life for a reason. And to restore America's greatness. And now we are going to fulfill that mission together. We're going to fulfill that mission. The task before us will not be easy, but I will bring every ounce of energy, spirit, and fight that I have in my soul to the job that you've entrusted to me. This is a great job. There's no job like this. This is the most important job in the world. This is, I did in my first term. We had a great first term, a great first term. I will govern by a simple motto: promises made, promises kept. We're going to keep our promises. Nothing will stop me from keeping my word to you, the people. We will make America safe, strong, prosperous, powerful, and free again. And I'm asking every citizen all across our land to join me in this noble and righteous endeavor. That's what it is. It's time to put the divisions of the past 4 years behind us. It's time to unite. And we're going to try. We have to try. And happen. Success will bring us together. I've seen that. I saw that in the first term when we became more and more successful. People started coming together. Success is going to bring us together, and we are going to start by all putting America first. We have to put our country first for at least a period of time. We have to fix it. Because together we can truly make America great again for all Americans. So I want to just tell you what a great honor this is. I want to thank you. I will not let you down. America's future will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than it has ever been before. God bless you, and God bless America. Thank you very much.
there we're here at YMCA, and we saw Donald Trump dancing. And tonight, Bianca, not just any dance, it's a victory dance for Donald Trump, winning big. He predicted maybe 312 or 15 electoral college votes, quite the mandate. And as of right now, he's leading Kamala Harris by, I think, about 5 million votes when it comes to the popular vote. So,
Moment in American history that will not be forgotten. One for the books. Dream big again. America is dreaming. They're not sleeping yet, though, because this was the speech everyone was waiting up for. We're going to take a very quick break. Donald Trump, the president-elect of the United States, he was 45, and now he's 47, and the parties have just begun in West Palm Beach tonight. We'll be right back here on N2.
Okay, we've got a great result for the night. For those of you who have stuck it out till the end, thank you for watching. Please consider subscribing to the channel if you liked this unusual idea I've had cooking since actually before the last election. Have a great evening, and I hope you all are able to sleep good. I certainly will.